Chapter 851 The World Government's Self-Rescue, Magic Weapon Exhibition Conference. Around the world. With the successful auction of the 2 substitute orbs of Greed Island, many forces began to search undercurrents. Especially the substitute orb of the god of earth was successfully used by the paladin Poseidon, and its strength soared again. After being considered to have the strength of a 3-star crown, that is, the great lord level of Greed Island, many forces even pointed their spearheads at the world government. After all, the substitute orb carries information, and they have already known Ryomen God through the auctioneer. Ryomen God knew that there were 9 such substitute orbs as soon as he heard it. Now the auction is only auctioning 2. That is to say, there is a high probability that the world government still has 7. With so many substitute orbs, the world government doesn't feel it's hot. At this time, many forces are sharpening their knives. As long as you get a substitute orb of the 9 glory god, whether you try to see if you can use it yourself or take it to Greed Island for auction, it is a great choice. At worst, it is also a great choice to tear a piece of meat from the world government. So as time goes by, many forces either inquire about the news, or let's just gather our elites and prepare for a hard fight. Especially the pirates like to be simple and rough. Several days passed without waiting for the various forces to take action. The recovered Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought in a position near the space. The unexpected God War disrupted the deployment of many people. However, a few days after the God War, undercurrents surged again. At this time, the Dark Curtain publicly recognized the legitimacy of the world government's stand orb. Hearing the Dark Curtain's announcement, many forces were dumbfounded. As we all know, the stand is a system unique to the Dark Curtain. That's right. Some forces are prepared to act according to the situation under the banner of the world government's unjust actions. Although the reason is a bit far-fetched, it's better to have it than not. Some are simply prepared to attack the world government with some dark sides as a reason. Anyway, the size of the world government is there, plus the celestial dragons. It's easy to put some black material on the world government. Whatever they do, they are the army of justice. It's just that now the Dark Curtain's announcement has sent out a signal. It's obvious that the world government has already established a relationship with the Dark Curtain. This makes many forces hesitate. However, small forces may hesitate, but big forces don't have so many concerns. The Dark Curtain is not standing up for the world government, it just issued a statement, and it didn't directly stand up to support it. This level is not enough to scare off the real big forces. For example, the Golden Lion Pirates, the Beast Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates of the 4 Emperors. Except for the Whitebeard Pirates, the other 4 Emperors' pirates have taken action. Even the Great Evil Fleet and the Yaki cult are also involved. Including the Demon Clan, there are also 9 Demon Kings paying attention to this matter. In addition to these, there are many forces that want to revel and are ready to move, most of which are the Demon Pattern Guild. They are not targeting anything else, but the small and medium-sized magic mines and other resource points controlled by the world government. In this case, the world government, located in the center of the storm, feels the depressing prelude to the coming storm. At this time, they just felt the drastic changes brought by the times. However, in just a few years, without knowing it, there are more and more forces that can put pressure on the world government. Now, it is a pity that the substitute orb of Ryomen God is under the public's attack. If things go wrong, there may be a danger of overthrow. Under pressure, the 5 elders of the world government can only save themselves. First of all, they naturally show their strength. It is clear to the outside world that they already have 2 substitutes of divine objects. One of them is close to the level of 3-star crown. The other one is not made public. In fact, it is still very weak, but it is not made public to have room for imagination. Afterwards, they immediately started to create a magic weapon exhibition conference in the name of the Magic Pattern Association. This is to show the influence of the world government in the Magic Pattern Association. Among the 6 officials of the Magic Pattern Association, the Shadow Demon representing the Dark Curtain naturally agreed to such a conference. Whether it is the interests of the conference or the previous understanding of the world government, so that the Dark Curtain is still biased towards the world government at this moment. The same is true for Zhu Guang, who represents the Kingdom of Miracles, and the ruler, who represents the Chaos Realm. The 2 substitute gems were auctioned before. The 2 major forces did not pay, they just followed the procedures. 60% was paid by the world government, and 40% was originally paid by them. But because of the intervention of the Sea Clan forces, Dark Curtain took on this part of the cost in exchange for the favor of the two major forces. So naturally gave face. The three super bosses agreed. The remaining two official members, the Demonic Union representing the North Sea and Eve representing the Fishman Island, naturally had no objection. So the Magic Weapon Exhibition Conference was promoted. This conference was made a sensation by the world government, and the whole sea knew that the conference was being raised. It will be officially held in just 1 month. At this time, the world government announced that it was because of Dark Curtain that they were able to obtain the substitute gems of the 9 glory gods. So the 3 substitute gems of the 9 glory gods have been sent to Dark Curtain as a reward. The facts were directly reversed by the world government. Once this news was announced, many people thought that the world government bought peace with 3 substitute gems. Let the Dark Curtain protect the world government. For this kind of news, the Dark Curtain neither denied nor admitted it. But many forces had to consider the risks. At the moment when many forces hesitated, a major event happened, temporarily stopping the surging undercurrent. Because a grand plot of Greed Island suddenly opened. The plot is called Sea and Land Hegemony War. It is easy to see from the plot name that it is a war for hegemony. This time, the 8 kings of the East Sea and the West Sea responded to the orders of the East Palace and the West Palace. Gathered a large number of sea tribes and brazenly launched a war on land. Now players can choose one side to join through system tasks. Joining is to join the sea or the land side. As long as you make contributions, you can get various rewards according to the number of contributions after the end of this large-scale plot. The top 10 in the total contribution list can even get extremely rare rewards. Such a grand event. Many people have I don't care about the world government anymore. Immediately go to Greedy Island to participate. Chapter 852 Shuanghai Ancient City Road. The legendary Imperial Plant Envoy. Greedy Island, Shuanghai Ancient City Road. A straight, blue brick paved road several miles wide runs through the center of the island and spans to the border between the East and West Seas. This is Shuanghai Ancient City Road. This ancient road has always been the battle line for the sea and land war. There are 7 ancient cities on the West Ancient Road and 7 ancient cities on the East Ancient Road. It is an important line of defense that blocks the Sea Tribe from the 3 trial towers in the center of the island. Now, the ancient cities on the edge of both sides of the ancient road have begun to fight. East Ancient Road, Dark Steel City. This is a grey ancient city, like steel, with a length and width of about 10 kilometers. In the ancient city, many forces of Greedy Island gathered in this ancient city. More than 500,000 troops gathered in this ancient city. Many of them are both residents and soldiers of this ancient city, and they can be regarded as dual-purpose soldiers and civilians. Boom boom. Bang bang bang. Kill. Twist off the heads of these seafoods. Look at my dragon mecha showing its might. My name must be on the contribution list. Accompanied by bursts of charging and killing. Outside the ancient city, people are charging and killing everywhere on the blue brick ancient road that is several miles wide. Various sea tribes are swarming, and various chi masters, card masters, dragon fighters, chefs, etc. in the ancient city are not to be outdone. They rush up and fight hard, and many players also participate in it. The whole battlefield roars. 263 kinds of deafening explosions expand, and various lights and shadows dance. Purgatory breath. A birdman sprays a terrifying red breath from his mouth. The breath directly submerged a dozen sea creatures and then continued to spread to the surroundings. The red flames illuminated the surroundings, but there were also various lights and attacks in other parts of the battlefield. Therefore, the flames only swallowed a few dozen meters before stopping. Even so, hundreds of sea creatures were killed. Goo-ha-ha-ha. What a powerful move. I didn't even use much strength, and they fell down. The birdman was Morgan's. At this time, he stood on a huge stone wall raised by the enemy, and a proud look appeared on his bird face. The S-level external telekinetic belt that was once auctioned at the auction house. The boss Purgatory Flame Dragon of the Burning Hell in the Advanced City is used as the telekinetic source, and the quality of the telekinetic power is excellent. And it is equipped with 3 skill cards stripped from the Purgatory Flame Dragon, Purgatory Breath, Red Lotus Fury, and Light Flame Sunday. Morgans felt great after using only one. Now this battlefield is simply his best power experiment field. The Purgatory Flame Dragon with a power of up to 3 stars of gem level. He was so excited to experience such power in person. However, Morgans didn't dare to be too arrogant now. He understood. According to the previous practice of the background, the sea and land battles were all of low intensity in the first week. The intensity will be raised in the second week. All kinds of mind kings will take action. Now he can only fight at this low intensity. Next, I have to hurry up to make contributions. It didn't take long for Morgans to be proud, and he continued to attack. The power of the purgatory breath can't be too high. He didn't want to make the scene too big, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was spotted by the strong mind kings of the Sea clan. Boom! Morgans charged on the battlefield several times. All kinds of flames were waving, and groups of Sea clans resisted. But because Morgans's moves were too powerful, there were still a lot of casualties. After several times. Soon, Morgans was noticed by the strong men of the Sea clan. What a wretched bird man! I'll take its bird head. In the camp of the Sea tribe, a fishman that looked like wood had noticed Morgans' rampage. He immediately threatened other high-ranking Sea tribe members and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. Morgans heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps rushing towards him. The powerful aura reminded him that the newcomer was definitely not a good person. He looked closely and saw a fishman that looked like wood staring at him with solemn eyes. Is it the Wooden Fishman clan? Seeing the newcomer, Morgans was shocked. The Wooden Fishman is a very powerful and special race of the Sea tribe Fishman race. Their clan worships a huge and terrifying Sea tribe. That is the strongest among the Nianjun, the Wooden Fish Lord. It is rumored that the Wooden Fishman was originally an ordinary fishman, but was blessed by the legendary Wooden Fish grace and his bloodline mutated to become extremely powerful. Finally, they developed into a rare and powerful race among the fishmen. This is the history of the existence background, which can be traced back hundreds of years. Although Greedy Island does not have so much real history. But let's be honest. The strong men from the Wooden Fishman race are all powerful. Morgans does not want to face such a strong man so early. Bath tree. Boom. When Morgans felt bad and wanted to evacuate the battlefield first, a huge flaming tree with a size of tens of meters emerged from behind the Wooden Fishman. Branches with flames spread out from the giant tree. Fall and climb again. It stabbed at Morgans who wanted to fly. Morgans was very surprised by this change. But he did not hesitate. The hot breath exploded towards the branches that were rushing over. Bang bang bang. The branches were directly broken by Morgans's powerful purgatory breath. Although they broke, the branches baptized by the breath did not suffer much damage, only a few were broken or burned. Is this the plant control? It's a fire system. Looking at his skills, he didn't destroy everything as expected. Morgans was really shocked. Finally, he had an idea of the plant control that was unique to the Muya clan. Although Morgans usually didn't hang out in the territory of the Sea clan, but he had a strong curiosity about all kinds of strange things. This included the legendary professional plant control. The profession of plant controller is very rare on the land of Greedy Island. Because this profession originated from the Muya people of the Sea tribe. It is rumored that the Muya people have very special telekinesis. They have an absurd affinity with plants, and can guide plant mutations and generate powerful spirituality. After a long period of time, the Muya people gradually created a unique profession belonging to their race. This is the plant controller. Generally speaking, the Muya people will choose a plant seed from the tribe as a plant controller according to their telekinesis attribute tendency during the coming of age ceremony. General theory. As a creature in the sea, the telekinesis attribute of the Muya people mostly tends to wood, water, stone, and other systems. This fire-type plant controller, which is completely incompatible with the Muya people, is simply rare among the rare. Morgans looked at the blazing giant tree behind the Muya people. Only then did he know why this guy dared to come and stop him. Chapter 853 Despicable Foreign Bird, Beckman is a magic fairy. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? At this time, Morgans cried out in his heart. Of course, he was not worried about his life being in danger, after all, he also bought life-saving props. But life-saving props are very expensive. It is almost catching up with his resurrection fee. Despicable foreign bird, you dare to kill our tribe secretly. You have no shame. Die. At this time, watching Morgans dodge his attack, the Wooden Fish Man directly sprayed Morgans with dry words. Although the battles for hegemony on land and sea have always been cruel, and 7 or 8 out of 10 people at the bottom have been killed or injured, there are still many races involved. In addition to the interest component, more of it comes down to a certain culture, which regards land and sea wars as glory. Based on this culture, the strong will not slaughter the bottom-at-will in a tacit understanding. There are people like Morgans who rely on their strength to kill and secretly earn contributions. It's not that there are no such people, but they are easily despised. At the same time, it is easy to attract the hatred of the enemy. Now Morgans is like this. Actually, I can explain. Looking at the wooden fish man in front of him who looks a little dull, Morgans wants to fool him. Maybe the guy in front of him is really a wooden man, and he was fooled successfully. However, before he could talk, the opponent had no intention of listening to Morgans's BB. Use your life to explain. One word is enough to kill. Swish, swish, swish. Like a stretched thorn, countless fiery red branches covered the sky. The ends of them were hot and sharp, and they wanted to melt Morgans directly into waste. Red Lotus Fury. Accompanied by another big move of the Purgatory Flame Dragon. Morgans' body was covered with exploding flames. His speed increased dramatically, dodging the densest part of the branches. Then the bright flames pushed him to the weakest part of the branches. Under the illumination of the flames, Morgans opened his bird's beak, and a more dazzling and deep flame shone. Finding that ordinary mouth cannons were useless, Morgans turned to real mouth cannons. Purgatory Breath. The extremely terrifying breath burst out directly, and the blazing flame column swallowed everything. The weak branches were completely unable to block such a terrifying attack and were directly torn and shredded. Bang bang bang! As the fire column rushed forward, the wooden fish man under the bath tree also changed his face. He didn't expect Morgans to fight so fiercely, and the moves he used made him feel vaguely familiar. Without giving him time to think, the fiery thoughts on his body resonated directly with the bath tree. War tree form. Boom! The flames covering the bath tree began to rage, like a raging devil. Its branches were even brighter, and the speed of waving was even faster. Swish, swish, swish. The wildly dancing branches immediately cut off Morgans' breath and shattered it. The blazing flames poured down from the sky like rain, causing the armies fighting in the surrounding area to dodge. It's raining fire from the sky. It's so dangerous here. On the battlefield, the newly arrived red-haired group looked at the magnificent fire rain falling from the sky, and they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. That's Morgans. I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. He has money. Great. In the Red Hair Pirates, Loki looked at the birdman with flickering flames in the distance with envy. On Greed Island, money means fighting power. Although it is difficult to become a top fighter with money, but it is even more difficult without money. Gunara Energy, Dorita, Earth Shield. An earth-colored light shield enveloped the red-haired people. Bang bang bang! As the rain of fire came, the shield made a bang bang sound. Even the dense rain of fire could not shake this big shield. However, the attention of Red Hair and others was not on the rain of fire, but on Beckman. Beckman faced the eyes of the crowd without showing any fear. He inserted the magic wand inlaid with blue star gemstones into his belt. Then, he lit a cigarette. Surrounded by smoke, the scene was silent except for the continuous bang bang sound. Puff! As Loki's mouth corners rose, the power was broken. The scene was immediately ignited. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! The continuous laughter directly covered the sound of the surrounding battlefield. Loki even knelt on the ground and kept knocking on the ground. Ha ha ha! Is this the magic fairy? This is too powerful. I really like it. Beckman, I think this profession is good, it is very suitable for a tough guy like you. Please give me flowers 0. Yes, 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 can you give me more? I will die without regrets if I see Beckman chanting such a spell. Ha ha ha! Watching everyone laugh, Beckman became even more silent. He felt that he was out of tune with the world. But he soon broke the deadlock. Stop laughing. You will all work in this profession in the future. With a few words, the scene fell silent. Everyone was speechless as if they were being strangled. The scene froze for a while. Lakey was the first to wail. No. Never do that kind of thing. He, who had laughed so hard that tears fell just now, rushed straight to Beckman with a tearful look on his face. Get lost. Beckman punched Lakey, who rushed over, with a look of disgust. No, no, I'm already a chef, and I can't be a magic fairy anymore. I heard Loki mumbling on the ground. Hongo also woke up from a dream. Yes, yes, I am also a dragon fighter now. How can a dragon fighter become a magic fairy? That will make my colleagues laugh to death. Shut up. I'm already a magic fairy, and you still want to be spared. Seeing the look of the people who were like bereaved, Beckman felt relieved. Then his face softened. The professions of Greed Island are not incompatible, and... Beckman slowly exhaled the cigarette in his hand. I am almost the leader of the Black Magic Fairy faction, and I have almost collected the clues of the Magic Fairy Color Stone. Once the Magic Fairy Color Stone is found, it will be no problem to give birth to a few S-level magic fairies. If the legend is correct. Hearing Beckman's consideration, everyone was even more sad. Because it shows that Beckman is serious. Wivu boss, please stop our vice captain. Imagine it. In the future, we will be called the Magic Fairy Pirates by others. That kind of scene can never happen, not easily. Lackey's fat body threw himself on the red-haired man, and he spoke with tears and snot. Red-haired man couldn't help but imagine encountering a strong enemy in the future. They all took out the colorful magic fairy sticks and shouted Magic Fairy Transformation. Thinking of this, red-haired K couldn't help but shudder. Chapter 854 Bamboo Sword, don't do that kind of thing easily. Beckman, I think we can maybe auction that magic fairy colored stone. Then, looking at Shanks, he said with a negotiating look on his face. Beckman interrupted him unceremoniously. Humph. Shanks, don't be naive. Our current situation is not optimistic. After hearing what Beckman said, Red Hair was also silent. Recently these days, they were chased by the Andre Pirates every now and then. The reason was that the Andre Pirates saw his performance in the Kendo tournament and thought he was strong enough, so they came to chase him. The reason was very ridiculous, but facing the willful and domineering Andre, Red Hair thought it was very reasonable. Although it was reasonable. But the price was that their pirate group's body was deteriorating. Now their magic patterns can't be used at will, and the same goes for domineering. Because the domineering spirit is now maintaining the balance of magic power on the body. Even the magic sword cannot be used frequently, and the magic sword itself will also resonate with the magic pattern on the body. In this way, it is difficult to guarantee their combat power with only the flesh. You should know that the people who are watching them can circle the Red Earth continent. After all, the legendary Wu Zhejiang is not just gossip in their hands. There is also a pig-like fantasy beast on the ship that they call Oilback. That fantasy beast is targeted by the death god of Tarot Totem, and even in the Hunter Association and the Magic Association. Both the Tattoo Association and the Tattoo Association offer high bounties. There are countless people who are eyeing the Oilback because of the bounties. In this situation, their pirate group is under great pressure and urgently needs strength to break through. Obviously, the Greed Island's Neon card is the perfect fighting force. You're right, I'm horny. Just listen to you. Hearing Shanks' agreement, Beckman laughed and the others cried. Okay, the rain has stopped. Next, it's time to get down to business. Fortunately, players can't use their own strength in this battle. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get a better ranking in our current state. Hearing Beckman's words, the others also began to nod. How could they not know their own state? This war is a timely reign. It temporarily diverts many people's attention from their pirate group. Now the Red Hair Pirates are ready to be fierce. There is no way, Beckman has already found such a way for them. If they really don't want to be a demon fairy, they must get a good ranking in this war, get good rewards and improve their combat power. If their combat power can be raised to the level of King of Mind, they will have the confidence to refuse to be a demon fairy. It's up to me this time. The Dragon Warrior is the strongest. At this time, Hongo had already taken out his Red Sun Dragon Sword and pointed it at the sky. Burn and wreak havoc as much as you want. Turn everything on the ground into a red land. Come out. Red Wheel Dragon God. Hongo chanted the spell with an unrestrained look. Now he no longer felt ashamed of chanting spells. Especially compared to the strange spells of the demon fairy, he felt that his spells were too normal. Boom. The sky was covered by Hongo's red sword light. The fire swirled and spread in the sky, directly deriving a circular light array. A red humanoid mecha-like Gundam fell out of the light array in the sky. Hongo also turned into red light and flew across the sky. He sank directly into a red gem on the chest of the red mecha. As soon as he entered the Red Wheel Dragon God, Hongo drove the mecha towards the densely populated area of the sea tribe. Red wheel blazing sword. The atmosphere trembled, the water vapor receded, and the temperature directly exploded. A huge red sun of dozens of meters rose slowly. That guy is really an idiot. He is so impressive, it attracts too much attention. At this time, Beckman watched Hongo occupy one side and start to show his power, and shook his head. Ha ha ha, there is no way, the dragon warrior is like this. And that kind of mecha will always attract attention no matter how careful it is. Red-haired Shanks smiled and patted Beckman's shoulder. Then he drew a bamboo sword from his waist. This is the bamboo sword of the Sword Bamboo clan, and the one in the red-haired hand is a rare A-quality bamboo sword. Previously obtained by chance. Although there is only this one, it is considered good among the A-level sword equipment. Of course, the bamboo sword alone is not enough. In order to be able to use this bamboo sword, Red Hair had previously auctioned an A-level telekinetic belt at the auction house. It has already sealed the A-level ice telekinetic source. Just this telekinetic belt alone cost Red Hair 600,000 telekinetic points at the time. Originally, Red Hair was going to give the bamboo sword and telekinetic belt to Beckman. Unfortunately, Beckman directly revealed his trump card and showed the magic fairy stick. At that time, Red Hair and others knew that Beckman had secretly become a magic fairy. Swoosh! As the ice sword energy spread, many sea tribe armies were frozen. Then they were shattered by Hungxiang's mecha and turned into starlight. Are they all gone? How cruel! At a glance, Red Hair could see that all the dead lives turned into light particles and dissipated. In the eyes of the red-haired man, they all became contributions to others. Gunara energy, Sato Sola, tornado. Several raging tornadoes raged horizontally, tearing a gap in the huge fire wave attacking the red-haired man. As a captain, now is not the time to be dazed. At this time, Beckman's clothes have changed, wearing a blue magic robe. Of course, this is not a big deal. What made the red-haired man a little bit uncomfortable was that Beckman's hair color and eyebrows turned blue. You're right, puff ha 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 ha. Seeing the red-haired man suddenly burst into laughter, Beckman felt speechless at this time. Don't laugh, you will be like this in the future. Hearing Beckman's words, the red-haired man's laughter stopped. He imagined what he would look like after waving the magic stick and transforming, and felt that his future was bleak. That kind of thing must not be done, not easily. Sure enough, Beckman. I think we should discuss this matter more. As for now. Shanks looked at the battlefield around him, his eyes began to shine. After all, his current predicament is that he lacks money, so he still has to work hard. Chapter 855, The Birth of the New Clone Jibril, and the Death of that Bastard. 6 days later. The Calm Belt, Ruskana Island. In a different space. Mare came to the top of the mountain. Looking at the forest below the mountain ridge. Then he opened the clone mall. Flojal, 22,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Magic Library, 18,000. Hero Haki, 10,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Kuyan Fourth Protection, 13,000. Looking at this list of abilities, Mel also made a choice. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared opposite him. There were faintly glowing white wings around her waist, and a geometric halo was spinning on her head. The pink hair swayed, shining and flowing like a rainbow. Welcome to this world? Jibril. Mel stretched out his palm. The girl's orange pupils reflected Mel's figure, and the pink cross in the innermost layer of the pupils shone with curiosity. Yes, my master. When Mel created Jibril. Greed Island. East China Sea Ancient City Road, Steel Department. The battle here is in full swing. The high-level combat power of the Sea Clan 13 is like dumplings, and it keeps moving across the battlefield. The 4 8 kings and their deputy palace masters on the East Sea side, as well as the high-level combat power of each clan, powerful mind beasts, etc., all came down to fight. The combat power gathered in Dark Steel City is naturally unwilling to be outdone. The intensity of the battle on the entire battlefield is terrifyingly high, and the Mind King level has to be cautious in this battlefield. Boom! A hot breath killed a group of Sea clans, and Morgans ran away directly. The 2 Sea clan strongmen behind him cursed loudly. But Morgans didn't listen to what they said at all. He directly relied on the blessing state of Red Lotus Wrath to transform into a stream of flames and rushed back to Dark Steel City. Goo ha ha ha! Another tens of thousands of contributions have been obtained. It's really not easy. Back at the top of Dark Steel City, Morgans put his hands on his waist and laughed. Although Morgans could feel that many people on the top of the city looked at him with contempt. But he didn't care at all. Now the landlord's family had no surplus food. Before, in order to improve his combat power, he had used credit to advance 50 million from the three major forces. After all, it was a loan. This had to be repaid eventually, and the interest-free period was 1 year. If he didn't make more profit this year to maximize the benefits, he would lose money when the interest really compounded later. So now in order to repay the loan, he also fought hard. What kind of face of a strong man, what kind of glory, etc., does not exist. He is not a strong man, nor is he a local who pays attention to the glory of war. As long as he has no face, he is not afraid of what others say. Take out a bottle of cold drink and a serving of golden fried rice from the reading card book, and enjoy it directly. Gurgle. Beiji Beiji. On this long top of the city, Morgan's behavior is not so different. Because there are even people setting up stalls to do business on the top of the city. There are all kinds of props that are beneficial to war. There are all kinds of props such as attack, defense, speed, recovery, and repair, and the price is only about 20% more expensive than in the store. So many people go to buy. This is the real war fortune. After a while, Morgans finished drinking and eating cold drinks and fried rice, and then patted his bird wings and stood up. He is now ready for the last assault. It is now the 7th day of the war. According to the intelligence he collected. Starting tomorrow, the Neon Junes will gradually come to an end. At that time, this ancient city may even be breached, and then they will need to retreat to the next fortress. Before that, Morgans planned to retreat in advance. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable if he was targeted by Neon June. Those two guys must be watching this side carefully now. What a trouble! Morgans stood on the top of the city. Sure enough, he found that the wooden fish man and another strong man were staring at him covetously. While staring at him, he fought with other strong men. Although they were fighting, Morgans knew. As long as he left the field, those two guys would probably abandon other strong men and come to fight him. What a pair of hyenas! But it doesn't matter. I'm going to do it big this time. Morgan's eyes moved and turned to a battlefield in the distance. There were many shrimp soldiers, crab generals, fishmen and other sea creatures there, with thousands or even tens of thousands. The Orthodox combined to fight with the land army. Various water cannons, water arrows, and water blades emerged in an endless stream, far away from the battlefield of the strong. As long as they took down that place, Morgans felt that he could make too many contributions. Tier. Took out a card from the card book. Directional Forced Teleportation Card. This is an S-level consumable teleportation card. For Morgans, this is already a life-saving item. Even if it is a skill that can affect and interfere with space teleportation. If the level is not higher than S-level, it is difficult to interfere with this teleportation card with compulsory characteristics. Morgans spent 500,000 mind points to buy this card from the auction. Morgans looked at this card, gritted his teeth and used it, and first projected the teleportation point on the Dark Steel City. The teleportation distance is so close to 467, the speed of skill deployment will be ridiculously fast. Now Morgans is ready to use the big move. If it succeeds, he will not be surprised even if the Sea Clan's Neon June attacks him. At this time, he has to set up insurance. Otherwise, it is easy to die. Let's start. I hope it goes well. If hundreds of thousands of dollars go down the drain, I will be heartbroken. Morgans murmured. Then he stepped back slightly and got out of the sight of the two guys. Wait for a while. Boom. Red Lotus Fury. As this all-round skill with various bursts is used, the red flame surges on his body. Morgans feels that his whole body is on fire. Goo ha ha ha. Let me shine this time. Feeling the tyrannical power and the surging heroic spirit generated by it, Morgans is in high spirits. Swoosh. The red light shines, and Morgans' figure is pushed forward by the flames and bursts out. He turned into a stream of light in the sky and flew towards the battlefield he had just chosen. That bastard is out again. Seeing the familiar stream of light, the wooden fish man who had been paying attention to the Dark Steel City shouted, and even his stiff accent became much smoother. Let's go. Kill that bastard. Chapter 856. Morgans got up, Morgans died. Another strong man and the wooden fish man shook off their opponents at the same time. They rushed straight towards the direction where Morgans flew. In this regard, their opponents did not stop them too seriously. They were really ashamed of Morgans' unruly behavior. If such behavior was imitated or even spread, the consequences would be very bad. All the strong men specifically caught the weak and killed them, and all the glory would be swept away. In this sacred war, people are eager for equal battles. But if they are crushed to death by the strong like stink bugs, that would not be glorious at all. Boom! Morgans looked at the two figures chasing him below, and his face was not very good. Those guys are playing tricks. Can't they even delay for a while? After complaining, Morgans' figure was close to the battlefield he wanted to snipe. Goo-ha-ha-ha! Now it's my turn to show my power. He shuttled through the sky with his flaming figure, using skills such as water cannons and water arrows, and then laughed loudly to launch the ultimate move of the Purgatory Flame Dragon. Light Flame Sun. A flame ball several meters in size roared out from Morgans' beak. The fireball fell from the sky, landed from the stars, and fell to the center of the Sea Tribe Brigade below. Morgans, that bastard, is coming again. In the Sea Tribe Brigade, a player who joined the Sea Tribe camp looked at Morgans in the sky, and his face turned black. He was the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Dragon Fire Sword Thatch. Previously, in this war, he was killed on the spot because of Morgans. After using the mind point to revive, he continued to participate in the war. Because he was really unwilling to quit like this. Although he is now the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the pressure is still very high. All the captains are involved, and there are all kinds of new talented rookies. If he doesn't get stronger, he will not have the face to continue to be the captain. Now he also wants to share more of the burden for his father, and at the same time live up to Captain Marco's expectations. Captain Marco finally got him an A-grade kitchen knife, Dragon Fire knife. He doesn't want to let him down again. Dragon Fire 100 splits. Looking at the fireball that Morgans shot down to the ground, Thatch used the gorgeous kitchen knife in his hand to attack directly. The dragon-shaped red fire surged up, rising with a sharp sword energy. He wanted to chop the inconspicuous fireball used by Morgans into pieces. This scene was seen by Morgans in the sky, and he couldn't help laughing. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could he not know Dragon Fire Sword Thatch? Because of the A-level item Dragon Fire Sword in his hand, he got a new nickname, Dragon Fire Sword. Goo-ha-ha-ha! It's just an A-level kitchen knife, you'd better use it to cut vegetables honestly. Accompanied by Morgans' laughter, Thatch got the dragon-shaped flame and was directly swallowed by the fireball without any splashes. Not only him, but also the attacks of other sea creatures were ineffective. Boom! Under Morgans' expectant eyes, the fireball that fell to the ground began to explode. Accompanied by endless hot air waves, the huge flame ball expanded explosively. A huge fireball of hundreds of meters rose, like the rising sun. The terrifying shock wave raged directly. The world lost its voice and color. A large group of sea creatures in the fireball were instantly wiped out. Among them were some players from the Sea Tribe camp, and Thatch was one of them. Damn it! Despicable foreign bird! Damn it! The two strong men who were chasing Morgans at this time were full of anger. They looked at the huge burning fireball, the scorching and surging ground, the hot shock wave, and the rising black smoke. Most of the sea tribes can't survive this disaster. When the two strong men were angry, Morgans' mouth corners were very raised, because he had seen it. His contribution value was rising. It rose by 300,000 in just a moment, and it was still rising rapidly. According to his estimate, it should rise by another 300,000 more than that. According to the basic system rules of this battle for hegemony, the contribution value can be converted into 10 times the mind points after the war. That is to say, he made 6 million mind points directly with this move just now. Morgans couldn't help sticking out his tongue at this time, and his eyes showed a look of eagerness. Just watching the two aggressive guys rushing towards him. He even felt some terrible eyes staring at him. He knew that there was no chance. This move just now might have caused public anger. Without hesitation, Morgans directly activated the skill card he had set up. Run away fiercely. If he doesn't run now, it will be troublesome if others come to attack him. Swoosh! A burst of white light flashed, and Morgans' figure disappeared, leaving only two Mind Kings beating their chests and stamping their feet. In the Sea Tribe camp, a group of sea tribes with strange looks stood on a huge blue steel fortress. They quietly looked at the battlefield in the distance. One of the wooden sea creatures looked at the battlefield in the distance being attacked by Morgans, and frowned slightly. That birdman went too far, teach him a lesson. Yes, Lord Mwu. Not far from Lord Mwu, a sea creature that looked like an octopus agreed. He looked towards the battlefield. The pupils of dark and dark yellow reflected the battlefield. There, he could see tangled black lines, like a dark monster crawling on the ground. Looking at those black lines, the eyes of this sea lord suddenly shone with golden and black light, and his lips moved slightly. Take your life with his death. Accompanied by his murmurs, countless black lines swirled, raged, and danced in his pupils, and finally led to somewhere. The top of the dark steel city. Morgans, who was teleported back, patted his chest. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die just now. Morgans showed a look of relief at this time. At the last moment of the transmission, he could feel a certain unfriendly gaze getting heavier. The pressure was obviously far away, but he felt like he was going to die. Fortunately, he finally escaped back. Very good, I have made 1.32 million contributions in this war. I am already far ahead in the player contribution list. The contributions of those powerful people from big forces are not as good as mine now. It would be great if such an advantage could be maintained. Morgans was a little emotional. He knew that such an idea was a bit unrealistic, and the top 10 players must be those monsters. Those powerful people with powerful thoughts can directly use thoughts to participate in the war, such as the Remnant Devil Barret, the Scythe of Despair, and the Desert King Crocodile. It is not so difficult for them to catch up with his contribution with the strength of the Lord of Thought. There are also powerful people from other big forces. When Morgans was calculating carefully, he suddenly felt a palpitation. What is this? Looking at the black smoke coming out of his body, Morgans was stunned, and then he panicked. Because he felt the terrifying black torrent washing his lungs. Body, soul, will, everything was falling into a cold darkness. A deep word echoed in the darkness. Morgans couldn't hear what the words were, and he didn't want to hear it clearly, he just wanted to save himself. But before he could save himself, he died. Chapter 857 Curse, Go Mining. Morgans died very cleanly. The power of his telekinetic belt couldn't stop the weight of thousands of lives. Once it couldn't stop. With Morgan's own strength, he would die at the touch of the black torrent. The body and soul collapsed directly. Bang bang. With Morgan's death, he didn't have time to take back the telekinetic belt of the card book and some other props he brought with him, which fell directly to the ground. This scene was seen by many people. However, no locals went up to grab it. In public, everyone still had some moral integrity. Besides, Morgans was a famous person, and those who took his things would definitely be hunted down. However, just because the locals didn't grab it didn't mean that the players wouldn't grab it. Especially some pirate players. Now their minds were full of that telekinetic belt. If they had that telekinetic belt, they could be as majestic as Morgans, the Birdman. So, under the desire, several players rushed up directly, even as if they were ready to fight. In the void, Morgan's phantom was standing there. He could see that he was gone. Now not only his body was annihilated, but also his soul, and only his spirit was intercepted by the card book. Now he needed to make a choice, whether to choose to revive or perish. If he didn't revive, his card book would be cleared, and he would really perish. As a normal person, Jens would of course choose to be resurrected. He had already seen that the other bastards dared to peek at his telekinetic belt, which he had not had time to retract. You should know that there were 3 skill cards for the Purgatory Flame Dragon inserted in the telekinetic belt. He spent 25 million telekinetic points to auction the belt and skill cards. If someone really robbed him, he would be so angry that he would die. Resurrection, resurrection, resurrection right here. Morgan's phantom shouted impatiently. As he shouted, his sensory time was stretched, and the outside world seemed to become extremely slow. There was only the clacking sound of the system. Soon, the resurrection settlement popped up in front of Morgan's. The resurrection cost is 580,000. Agree or reject? Before Morgan's felt sorry for the huge amount, the panel popped up a red warning box again. Warning! Warning! After resurrection, you will be hurt by the continuous curse. Do you want to remove the curse? Yes or no? MMP. At this time, Morgans looked at the red warning box in front of him and felt that he was stupid. That thing just now was actually a continuous curse? He was dead and still didn't let him go. This is too cruel. What a loss. Morgans covered his head and shouted. He should have known that the sea tribe had some strange abilities. From the curse word, Morgans had already locked the suspect who killed him this time. After all, the one who could kill him was most likely the Sea Lord of the Sea Tribe. As a journalist, Morgans knew about the famous Sea Lord of the Sea Tribe. There are two curses. One of the rumors is very similar to what he is experiencing now. It is rumored that the Sea Tribe's Mind Octopus tribe once gave birth to an alien. He has very special eyes, which are called the curse of life and death by his fellow tribesmen. Because of this pair of eyes, he even opened a new branch of the curse octopus under the Mind Octopus tribe. The eyes of the curse octopus can transfer death along the cause and effect relationship. Simply put, it is to forcibly transfer the fact of other people's death to the relevant people. It is an eye with very terrifying power. Of course, there are also great limitations. If you don't kill the person, then the eyes will have no effect at all. However, Morgans felt that it was difficult to collapse. He had just killed thousands of sea creatures in one move on the battlefield. The curse converted from so many lives must be very powerful. How much money do you want to remove it? Thinking of this, Morgans clicked yes with some sadness. If he doesn't revive now, he will lose more. His telekinetic belt must not be taken away by anyone. Click. A sound of mechanical rotation sounded. The settlement cost of removing the curse is 4 million telekinetic points. Agree or reject? 4 million. Seeing the settlement cost of removing the curse, Morgan's face was completely unbearable. He never thought that removing a curse would be so expensive. At this time, Morgans wanted to cry but had no tears, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, he couldn't come back to revive again and again. He really couldn't refuse. After clicking yes tremblingly, 4 million was deducted from his account balance, and then a blue dialog box popped up. The curse has been lifted. It was so smooth. This wave must have been killed by the system, absolutely killed. At this time, Morgans even suspected that there was no curse at all, and it was completely a curse made up by the system. Goo ha ha ha. It's so pleasant. At this time, Morgans laughed. Although he spent a lot of money, at least he won't die. He was so happy. He was so happy that tears came out of the corners of his eyes. Resurrect. Resurrect me hard. As Morgans kept poking the button to agree to resurrection, the world seemed to flow again. With Morgan's existence as an anchor, everything about him was reshaped. Bang! I got it. At this time, a pirate player with the fastest speed took the lead in grabbing the belt on the ground. As soon as he grabbed the telekinetic belt, he immediately prepared to retreat. He didn't want the other card props that Morgans dropped on the ground. He ran directly to the inner city like a rabbit. While running, he shouted to the card book to quit the game. As long as he quit the game, this prop would be completely his. Buzz buzz buzz. When the pirate player thought so happily in his heart, Morgan's figure had been reshaped to the original place. Others stopped when they saw him appear. Want to run? Naive. With Morgan's sneer, the pirate player's telekinetic belt suddenly burst out with hot thoughts and returned to Morgan's. Morgan's figure also came in front of the pirate. Ah ha ha ha. It's Master Morgans. You are here. I just wanted to help you keep this prop. Looking at Morgan's figure, the pirate wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't expect that he was still a step slower. If he had time, he could find a mind-removing master to do it and truly hold the item in his hands. But there is no if in reality. Now that he has lost the bet, he can only admit defeat. Help me keep it, right? Morgans had a smile on his face. Then you are really thoughtful. As reward, you can go mining in the future. Chapter 858 Master, you smell good, please teach me. A few days later. The Combelt, Ruskana Island. In a different space. A figure like an angel was flying quickly in the rocky valley. Behind her, there were magic circles that were quickly deployed, bursting out various light cannons chasing her. On a stone pillar in the valley, Mare stood here. Next to him was a bookshelf leading to a blue light circle. At this time, Mare quietly admired the beautiful figure dancing in the pursuit of the light cannon. Although appreciating, the number of magic circles in the sky was constantly increasing. This system of magic uses the elves in the elf corridor as its power source. Of course, there is no elf corridor in this world, and it all depends on the ability to transform enough elves. And these transformed elves do not have real life. The magic that Mel is using now is self-created magic. Based on this new system, various legal principles are added to this system to form various new magic. These new magics are stored in magic books in the magic library. It also makes the magic library produced by the system worthy of its name, and it is no longer empty when it comes out. You are really quick in action. It deserves praise. In that case, let's use this. Watching Jibril being chased by various attacks and exhausted, without even a chance to fight back. Although she looked a little miserable. But Moer felt that potential must be forced out. Now if she is given some strength, her potential will come out. Save Jibril from being too curious every day. Bang! Took out a dark magic book from the bookshelf, with the night covered by fog on the cover. You can faintly see the name of the magic book from it. Close your eyes when it's dark. Okay. XXXX. Close your eyes before dark is a name that Mel chose out of bad taste. Actually, it has other names. How to go blind at night, power outage, secret of the night, etc. Well, it's a bit of a bad taste, but it's actually okay. Anyway, at least the magic effect is good. As Mel directly opened the magic book, the sky darkened directly. The world seemed to fall into the dark night, and everything was in chaos. This is... Jibril, who was still dodging the flash cannon, changed her expression and became a little cute. She almost drooled from the corners of her mouth. What kind of magic is this? It's so curious. Curiosity is curiosity, but the crisis is imminent. Jibril also recovered quickly. She felt that her perception had fallen into a very blurred abnormal state, and she could not tell the directions around her. In this state, she immediately used her maximum power perception. Because she had not forgotten that she was being chased by a light cannon. Sure enough, she felt something strange. The invisible danger was coming towards her. The fourth protection of the long distance. Faced with danger, Jibril directly launched the fourth protection of the long distance. This magic can seal the spirits through the spell, creating a protective layer that no energy can penetrate in principle. Of course, the principle is just a principle. The next attack made Jibril understand what feudal was. The spell that constructed the magic was destroyed together. Jibril, who had noticed this abnormality early, chose to fight on the spot. Sky Strike. A purple irregular magic circle bloomed above the head, and the dark purple light raged and turned move. Just a moment. The huge ball of fire engulfed everything and exploded. Boom. The deafening sound made the atmosphere tremble. Soon. The grey world returned to its original state again, and the sky became clear. On the stone pillar, Mare looked at the young figure falling towards him quickly from the sky, and couldn't help but feel funny. After a while, the figure fell in a parabola. Bang! He also opened his hands to catch her. Jibril became cute and young. She has a spell that triggers magic automatically, which ensures that she can move with some spare power after using 100% Sky Strike. This is a skill she learned from Mel. Now she uses it to throw herself into his arms. Jibril, whose body has become small, wrapped her limbs around Mel's waist like an octopus. Then she buried her head in Mel's arms and sniffed hard. Mysterious smells so good. At this time, she showed a crazy look, drooling. Hold down Jibril's little head that was running around in his arms. Then Mel played with her shiny long hair. Don't use 100% Sky Strike outside in the future. Otherwise it will be bad if the cute little G is kidnapped. Okay, I will listen to you, Master. Jibril leaned in Merle's arms with a look of enjoyment, and her heart was very happy. The Master said she was cute and didn't want her to be kidnapped. She is so important. The Master must like her the most. With a simple deduction, Jibril got the information that she was excited about. Mare ignored Jibril's imagination and touched the wings behind Jibril. It felt very smooth and slightly warm. This action made Jibril blush even more. Master, don't restore my magic power yet, I want to stay in your arms for a while longer. She was about to leave, although she was very curious about the outside world. But Jibril also hoped that she could stay here forever. This short period of time since her birth was the most precious time for her now, and this memory would always shine in her heart. Now Jibril is very sure of this. Well, let's see the scenery together. The scene changed. Mare held the petite Jibril and came to a quiet cliff. Then he sat quietly on a boulder. From here, you can see the dreamy scenery from a distance. The air exudes the power of elves, making the world look a little hazy and dreamy. The forest swayed with rhythmic music, rainbows jumped on the rushing waterfalls, and fish chased the rainbows. This is still in the alien space. It just became incomparably magnificent because of the elves. It's so beautiful. I had a great time with the master. I will give you more advice in the future, master. Looking at Jibril in his arms, he murmured and began to fall asleep. Mare stroked her gorgeous and soft long hair and said softly. Then I will give you more advice, little Gigi. Chapter 859 Thunder Sky Dark Steel City, Thundering Sky. 2 days later. Greedy Island, Shuanghai Ancient City Road. The ancient city near the Tower of God on the East China Sea Road, Thunder Sky Dark Steel City. The sky of this dark giant city spreads endless thunder, and the black steel of the city wall looks incomparably simple and heavy. It is the last line of defense of the East Ancient Road leading to the Trial Tower area in the center of the land. Compared to the dark steel city at the edge of the East Ancient Road, the huge city here is a real defensive fortress. The Dark Steel City was built by the Dark Steel School, while the Thunder Sky Dark Steel City was built by the two emperors of the Trial Tower, the Demon Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. It is located in front of the Thunder Trial Tower and the Dark Trial Tower. In wartime, it can also be blessed by part of the power of the Trial Tower. That's right. This huge city is almost impregnable. It is extremely difficult for the sea people to cross this huge city to go to the Trial Tower area. But now it is a battle for supremacy between land and sea. This huge war between land and sea is enough to break the obstacles of this huge city. Bang bang bang! With the sound of surging war drums, the sea army began to approach this ancient city. In the ancient city, countless players looked at the sky covered with dark clouds on the top of the city. The mighty sea current swept into a huge wave and rushed over. In the huge wave, a large number of sea clan soldiers and various sea beasts were floating in it, looming. There were also magnificent buildings and ships. Even though a large number of sea clan soldiers and beasts were killed and injured in the previous breakthrough of several ancient cities. But now with the pressure of breaking through several cities in a row, the sea clan brought a strong enough deterrence to the land. At this time, on the towering city wall, the red-hair pirates stood there. Loki, one of the red hairs, looked at the amazing marching scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. It's really spectacular. The war here is too terrifying. Strong men appear as if they are free. Hearing Loki's words, Shanks nodded, his face a little heavy. It's really amazing, but there are too many casualties. These days, on the land side alone, Shanks has witnessed the disappearance of more than 1 million lives. The casualties are too heavy. Such a tragic war also makes Shanks a little depressed. Basu want to be a hero. Looking at Shanks's heavy expression, Hongo was also beside him to liven up the atmosphere, half-jokingly saying, "You can buy a set of Demon Sword Bakasaza's hero suit in the future, and we can form a hero team together." Hearing Hongo's words, Shanks laughed. "Forget it. With our current appearance, it's better to be a Demon King. Isn't it? Didn't we become a Demon King once in Demon Sword before?" While Shanks and others were joking, on a protruding wall of the giant city, many high-level combat forces of the 3 major forces gathered here, and many high-level forces of other subordinate forces were also here. At this time, in the crowd, 7 young men with similar looks and small gourds on their heads looked at the attacking sea people, their faces flushed. These 7 young men are the leaders of the Subhuman Alliance, the 7 Gourd Brothers. How arrogant! How dare they come here so blatantly on the waves? Do you think the thunder sky above us is just a decoration? Old Man Lei, teach them a lesson. An old man with blue and white hair was also a little helpless when he heard the call of one of the Gourd youths. But as the leaders of the Subhuman Alliance, the 7 Gourd brothers have great power. So he had to explain. "Your Highness Huo, it won't work if you use it directly like this. Don't waste it. Let's just fight." Based on past experience, every battle for supremacy is a matter of countering each other's moves. The blue-haired old man was helpless. A big chicken with 4 heads and 4 color feathers said casually. "That's right. We already have a channel to the real world. Now is not the time to start a war, but the sea tribe is still crazy. We have to teach them a lesson. Let them be honest. Looking at the tall, black-towered giant next to him, he looked irritable and ready to move. Old Man Lei sighed. If possible, he still hopes to negotiate with the Sea clan. After all, the other party is coming aggressively, which is very abnormal nowadays. It is this abnormality that makes Old Man Lei feel that it will not be very pleasant to continue fighting. Moreover, the so-called land and sea battle sounds good, but the essence is actually to solve a problem. The living space in this world is too small. As time goes by, the reproduction of life and the distribution of various resources will become extremely tense. It is precisely to solve this problem that the land and sea battle was derived. The background is like this. As long as the new excess life is regarded as a resource, the problem will no longer exist. However, this is just the background. In fact, now that there is a new way out, Old Man Lei naturally does not want to take this road. However, the Sea clan came too fiercely and quickly. Now that both sides are really angry, if they want to stop, they can only follow the process. Got it. A blue talisman began to emerge in the hands of Old Man Lei. This Thunder Sky Dark Steel City was built by 2 emperors. Its power during wartime can be comparable to that of SSS-level buildings. The huge city has 2 keys, one is the Thunder Sky Talisman and the other is the Dark Steel Seal. They are kept in the hands of the strongest of the Thunder Sky faction, Lord Lei Tian, and Lord Dark Steel of the Dark Steel faction. And Old Man Lei is Lord Lei Tian. Thundering Sky. As Old Man Lei mobilized the Thunder Sky Talisman, the endless thunder on the Thunder Sky Dark Steel City began to riot. 1.2. The wind and clouds surged, and thunder resounded in the sky. Countless thunders began to rage and interweave. Finally, they turned into countless lightning pillars and poured towards the Sea clan army. Hey, this is really scary. On the top of the city, Admiral Kizaru looked at the spectacular sight of the lightning pillars falling from the sky and couldn't help but marvel. This picture in the sky made him feel familiar, just like the magnificent scene of Huaqian Liu's thousand-fold flower light in the Land of Miracles. It's just that the color and angle are different. It seems that it's stable now. Unlike the world government, Morgans took the initiative to introduce the navy to the 3 major forces. Therefore, the navy is on the side of the land in this war. Now seeing his own camp perform like this, Kizaru feels like he can rest. Chapter 860 I'm a fake. Cut off all thoughts. When Kizaru felt stable, the Sea clan was also shocked when they saw the countless lightning pillars raging. Especially some ships on the waves, some of those ships are players' ships. For example, some members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Golden Lion Pirates and other major forces. They all bought the kind of ships that are very convenient to use on Greedy Island. Now they are mixed in the Sea clan. Looking at the lightning pillars approaching quickly, many people on it also feel weak in the legs. On the ship controlled by Marco, the immortal snakebird of the Whitebeard Pirates, a group of pirates are wailing. Hey, you're not going to die again this time. I don't have enough points to revive. Stop howling, the Sea tribe has already taken action. Malco looked at his wailing companions and felt speechless. He wanted to take care of them more. Now they were making a fuss over a small scene. As a player, if he died, he would be resurrected at most. What's so surprising? Malco was very calm at this time. It's not easy to make a fuss after seeing a lot of big scenes. Now his 15th strength has reached the level of Nianjun because of the black snake of the mythical beast fruit. At this level of strength, it is not easy to be killed by the aftermath. You can see more big scenes and your heart will be bigger. The scene in front of him was not enough to shock him. So powerful, that guy is so powerful. Which strong man of the Sea tribe is it? It seems to be the Thunder Lord of the Thunder Snake race, who is rumored to be very powerful. At this time, the companions on Marco's ship were all shocked and looked at the tiny figure in the sky. Just now, it was that figure who pulled the raging lightning column to himself, which saved the Sea clan from disaster. Is the Lord of Lightning so powerful? At this time, Marco also looked at the figure in the sky curiously. While he was thinking, the high-level officials of the land forces on the other side were also puzzled. How could the old monster Yin Li stop Lei Tian's attack so easily? I know how strong that guy is, unless he breaks through to the level of Mind Emperor. The White Flame Lord of the Asian Alliance in the crowd took over the words of Old Man Lei. The Emperor of Mind. I didn't expect that old monster to be able to break through this step. Old Man Lei was a little emotional. The Emperor of Mind means that one's own mind has reached a perfect state. Different people have different opinions on what the perfection of mind is. In memory, the threshold of this realm has blocked many lords of mind. However, that is finally in the past. Now the Sea clan has taken the lead in breaking this threshold. If there is one, there will be another. Old Man Lei firmly believes in this fact. It seems that this war is going to be fought. Looking at the sky, the old monster Yin Li began to plan a counterattack. Old Man Lei sighed and stepped forward immediately. Leave the old monster Yin Li to me. Even if he really breaks through, but the Emperor of Mind is not equal to the Emperor of Mind. Even if the old monster Yin Li becomes the Emperor of Mind, Old Man Lei is not afraid. Thunder Sky Dark Steel City was created by those two emperors. He has the Thunder Sky seal and can mobilize Thunder Sky. With his own strength, he is not afraid of a fight. Swish! As Old Man Lei took a step forward, he turned into lightning and soared into the sky. Soon, he fought with the current Yin Li Emperor of the Sea clan. The lightning of the two sides stirred the sky. The Thunder Sky shook, making people feel insignificant. On the side of the Sea clan, looking at the battle in the sky, three figures came out of the crab yellow burger floating in the tsunami. One of the small figures with his trouser pockets stepped forward first. It was Huang Mian, the special chef of the crab yellow burger. It has finally come to this step. Let me also intervene, lest Mr. Crab say I didn't punch in. Huang Mian said. He jumped up without waiting for the other two chefs to speak. He turned into golden light and flew to the air not far from the ancient city and stopped. Sword of the clouds of heaven. Golden light shone from Huang Mian's hand, reaching the sky. As the golden light in his hand fell, a huge golden slash fell from the sky, mighty and mighty, as if it was going to split the ancient city in front of it in half. Is that the sword of the clouds of heaven? Looking at Huang Mian in the air, he used a golden slash that shook the world. Admiral Kizaru stood on the top of the city and couldn't help but be amazed. By comparing himself with him, Kizaru found that he might be a little petty. It was the same sort of aim no Kyum, but the two used completely different moves. When the shapes were similar, whoever was weaker would be embarrassed. If this goes on, he will become a fake. However, his power now really can't be so majestic. This is really distressing. Bang bang bang. With the sound of a burst of sound barriers, a figure on the top of the city rushed out directly. A violent wind surged. In just a moment, the figure came to the sinking golden slash. Clang clang clang. Accompanied by dense sounds like hammering iron. The golden slash, which looked very exaggerated, spread directly from one edge and cracked. Then the golden slash exploded directly, turning into golden light particles floating between heaven and earth. That's Kabeisho. Kizaru stared at the figure in the distance, his mouth twitching. He understood that the sea creature made according to his template was in trouble. Being targeted by Kabeisho, a battle maniac. He will definitely not live in peace in the future. At this time, Kizaru admitted that he was a little gloating. Hey hey! You are staring at me with such eyes. It's really annoying. 463. In midair, Huang Mian looked at Gabeisho's fiery eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that the eyes were like a chef staring at a dish. Although as a unique sponge race of the Sea clan, his meat is not so delicious. Ha 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 ha. Really powerful light, but your slash is still too bad. Yellow monkey. Hey? Hearing the guy in front of him laughing so wildly, several question marks appeared above Huang Mian's head. I say, did you recognize the wrong person? Admiral Yellow Monkey is over there. I am the special chef of the crab roe burger Huang. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Gabeisho interrupted Huang Mian's words directly, and he turned the giant sickle in his hand. I have been holding back for a long time. Now it's time for me to vent my anger. As his voice fell, his figure swept across Huang Mian like a storm. The sickle in his hand slashed across Huang Mian's body with chilling sharpness. In just a moment, Huang Mian's body was directly chopped into countless light particles. So that's it, it's really an extremely terrifying slash. Every blow carries the intention of cutting off everything. It's just countless light particles gathered. Let me tell you. What is a top chef? Chapter 861 Chef's Mind Image, Jita Temple. Buzz buzz buzz. As Huang Mian's body condensed again, his eyes were fixed on Gabeisho. Feel it. My natural law. Jiubeijuo felt that the world around him had completely changed. He seemed to be in a light ocean. Waves swept, and the golden light was shining again and again. In this kingdom of light, endless light was pouring into his body. What is this? Feeling the strange changes in his body, Gabai looked at the world curiously. He looked at everything here. In addition to the light, there was only a pair of shadows in the sky, like a pair of eyes. What is this move? It looks gorgeous, and it's good for vacation. It's just you underestimate me if you want to paralyze me like this. At this time, Gabai could feel that as the surrounding light poured into his body, his tense body seemed to relax. The whole person became lazy, like a frog in warm water. But, of course, he would not forget what the situation is now. Now he is fighting. Is there anything more enjoyable than fighting? No. Absolutely not. If you want him to stop just by the scene in front of him, it doesn't exist. Swoosh. The burning wool ignited his body again, and the terrible thoughts burst out in his body, rushing and colliding with the light that merged into his body. Bang bang bang. Hwa la la la. With the violent explosion, his body kept exploding. All of a sudden, his body was covered with blood beads, and the whole person turned into a blood man. The blood mixed with his strong thoughts solidified his clothes, and at the same time blocked the surrounding light from continuing to flow in. Ha 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 ha. It's really powerful. I need more. Is there more? Gabeijuo laughed wildly, and then swung the giant sickle wildly. Countless slashes raged in this ocean of light like a storm, rushing towards the pair of shadows in the sky. It was only a short while later. The whole world was directly shattered like fragile glass. The world returned to reality again. Hey, hey, hey. This is really crazy. At this time, Huang Mian was also surprised when he saw that Gabai, who had turned into a blood man, was breaking through his mental image and continued to shoot at him. The chef's mental image that he used just now was unique to the special chef. In the process of cooking, the senior chef gradually understood his own path, and then formed a unique chef's mental image after integrating his own path. Special chefs with chef's mental image can make dishes with strange images in the field they are good at. Of course, in addition to cooking, they also have strong combat power when used in battle. For example, his mental image is more confusing. It can make people bathing in it extremely relaxed, and even if they notice abnormalities, it is difficult to defend. When the opponent has accumulated enough light, he will let him slaughter him. It's just this human in front of him. He actually used blood as a medium to reconcile the light thoughts that penetrated into his body with his own thoughts, and then formed a strange balance attached to his body. In this way, it miraculously blocked his mental image from continuing to work. Before that layer of blood disappeared, his chef's mind image was useless. Sword of the Cloud. Huang Mian drew out a lightsaber, although the human in front of him was beyond his expectations. But fortunately, the human in front of him was not that strong. Next, he could happily slack off. Even if the battle was over, he was not afraid that Mr. Crab would say he was slacking off. After all, he even used the chef's mind image. Boom! The huge light cannon was swung out from Huang Mian's hand. Bang! Bang! Looking at the raging light cannon, Gabai laughed wildly and cut the light cannon into pieces, setting off a storm. Then, he continued to shoot forward. The giant sickle in his hand mercilessly flashed countless sword lights, directly colliding with Huang Mian's lightsaber. Clang! Boom! A series of light circles spread along with the collision between the two sides. The continuous vibration sound was thrilling. Of course. Compared to the roar of thunder when the other side of the sea tribe led the Thunder Emperor and the Old Man Lei to fight, then the momentum was much smaller. In front of the crab row fort in the tsunami, the other two special chefs saw that Huang Mian had already chosen his opponent. They did not hesitate and attacked directly. The sky began to appear with scorching flames and piercing cold light. One on the left and one on the right, each occupying one side of the sky, falling ruthlessly towards the ancient city. No one stopped it this time. But there was no need to stop it. The ancient city itself shone with dark light, and the shield was directly opened. Even if countless magma iron fists and cold ice spikes attacked, it was still intact. Outside the ancient city, the falling magma and ice made the environment hot on one side and cold on the other. In a sense, it became a barrier to stop the sea army. Zhang Chixing also took action, it seems Crabrow Fort is indeed involved. On the wall where the top leaders of the three major forces are located, people began to discuss. What's the point of discussing? Since you're here, just do it and it's done. That's right, that's right. A big chicken with 4 heads and the height of an ordinary person stood up. Its 4 heads stared at the 2 guys outside and walked forward. Let me, Jita Temple, weigh the strength of those 2 juniors. Hearing the 4 heads of the big chicken talking, others did not think it was arrogant. Even though Qingzhong and Qi Xingkong outside had reached the level of a great lord in terms of perception, but they still have confidence in the big chicken in front of them. Just like the emperors of mind, and emperors of mind cannot be generalized. The same is true for the great lords. The 4 chickens in front of them are one of the trump cards of the Forest Alliance. The 4 chicken great lord, whose name is Gtousi. If the 9 swords great lord of the Forest Alliance has the reputation of being the best at killing the great lords individually, then, the 4 chicken great lord has the reputation of being the best at group attack. Each of its heads has self-awareness and masters 4 elements at the same time. Facing its opponents is like facing endless artillery, which is extremely terrifying. Swoosh! As Gtousi rode out with the wind, Qi Xing and Qingzhong in the air also tensed their bodies. The 4 chicken great lords' reputation is not in vain. Even if they have now reached the level of the great lord, but facing such a special and unreasonable opponent in front of them, they also need to be cautious. 2 juniors, die for us. No nonsense, start fighting as soon as they come. The sky is surging with an unparalleled storm, and the terrible burning flames are engulfed. It seems to blow the enemy to the end of the world. On the ground, the earth spikes with circular cutting water blades rush forward, like a sharp crown rising from the ground. The 2 special chefs are directly blocked in the sky and on the ground. Chapter 862 The Source of Buddhist Pilgrimage. I think you want to embarrass Marshal Zhangguo. Facing the fierce attack of Jita Temple, Qi Xing and Qingzhong are not idle either, and they also launch a powerful counterattack. The 2 sides started fighting directly. As Qi Xing and Qingzhong started fighting, the Xi clan seemed to get a signal, and the strong men began to come down one after another. They have already reached this last ancient city. Next, the Xi clan army mostly waved flags and shouted. To break the city, it mainly depends on the strong. It can be said. In the second week of the war, the focus began to shift from the battle between large armies to the battle between strong men. However, as the strong men died one after another, the army of the Xi clan could not just sit there and watch. Bang bang bang! As the waves moved, the thoughts of the Xi clan army began to flow with the waves and float on a magnificent high-rise building. This building is the marching building of the East China Sea Xi clan, the Xingtao Baihu Palace. Its background was cast by Dong Huang himself using a large amount of rare materials. Its size is much smaller than the entire Lishan Dark Steel City. For this reason, it is a genuine SSS-level building. Now, after absorbing a large amount of thoughts, this building began to show its power. Boom! Waves of waves kept surging and rising. Then, the huge waves were overwhelming, and they were about to flatten the huge city in front of them. The magma and ice that had accumulated in front of the ancient city because of Chixing Kingzang's attack were directly swallowed up. Crash! A huge shield enveloped the entire giant city, directly blocking the ruthless waves in front of it. The waves collided with the shield, making a continuous sound of rushing water. Hey, hey, hey! This is really terrible. Admiral Kizaru stood on the top of the city. Looking at the roaring waves in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. The waves in front of him directly passed over the city wall that was hundreds of meters high, and swept up along the dark glass-like shield that appeared on the giant city. The entire giant city seemed to be directly submerged in the waves. If the shield was suddenly cancelled, it would be a disaster. What a great building, if only we fishmen could have such a building. Kizaru couldn't help laughing when he heard the Fishman Island player not far away muttering so. He really wanted to complain. Dream on. There are all kinds of things in dreams. Before Kizaru could speak, the Fishman player was scolded by his companion. This made Kizaru smile. Then he focused his attention on the present. Judging from the current scene, there was no doubt that the greedy Island Sea tribe was powerful. I wonder how much benefit Fishman Island could get from the fishmen of the Sea tribe. Kizaru heard that a certain deep-sea city was very friendly to the players of Fishman Island. It was rumored that it was because of the Strait Jinpi, but it attracted many Fishman Island players. Without thinking too much, Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the waves that overflowed the shield leisurely. Various strong men were still fighting on it, and the violent waves were jumping, making the surging waves even more surging. What a lazy guy! That thing, when are you going to use it? Hearing Akainu asking beside him, Kizaru spread his hands. Please spare me. It will attract too much attention if I use it in this situation. The trump card should always be shown last. You don't want to embezzle that share of the mind points. Seeing Akainu's suspicious look, Kizaru immediately waved his hand. Sakazuki, don't accuse me. I didn't take the initiative to do this job at the beginning. It's because everyone trusts me that they put this trump card here. How can I live up to everyone's trust? Kizaru looked righteous. Really? It must be. Let's not talk about this for now. There is another strong man over there, the legendary Muto Lord. A moment Zi, Kizaru attracted Akainu's attention with just one sentence. I saw a huge wooden fish over 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it was accompanied by a huge roar, and the sky was shaken. All kinds of lightning, thunder, dark clouds in the sky were cleared, and the appearance was the power of the boss. With such pressure, Muto Lord has broken through to the level of Mind Emperor. This is troublesome. The camps of the three major forces were also in an uproar when they saw the huge wooden fish. If they could still remain calm when Yun Li Lord broke through, then Muto Lord's breakthrough is not such a simple matter. This may mean some deeper reasons. After all, the lords also have it. There is no reason why the Sea clan has two breakthroughs while they are silent. This phenomenon makes them feel abnormal. Of course, apart from this, there is also Muto Lord, who is one of the oldest lords in the background. Its breakthrough is not simple, and its combat power is extraordinary. My old friend has appeared, so let me go meet him for a while. A piglet walked out with a puff. Is it really okay? Muto Lord has broken through. It's okay, after all. I am the only one in the world. The piglet said as it walked out with a puff. Although it looked hilarious, no one laughed at it. Because it was a natural Buddha in this world, known as the Buddha pig of Tianfo Lord. The piglet, which looked like a fat boy, swelled up against the wind after crossing the shield of the ancient city. Its body became extremely huge and broke through the water surface directly. The vast golden light swept all the waves that submerged the ancient city back to the sky. The endless water flow dispersed. Its sky suddenly began to drizzle. In the rain, two huge monsters stood opposite each other. One radiated Buddha light, and the other echoed the rhythm of King Zin. That's Lord Tianfo. I heard that this world is the source of Buddhist pilgrimage. If only Marshal Zhangguo was that strong, he is a user of the ability of the great Buddha form of the mythical beast. Why can't he do it? I think you want to embarrass Marshal Zhangguo. In the ancient city, looking at the big pig emitting Buddha's light. Many Navy players were talking about it. After all, they are familiar with Buddha. Marshal Zhangguo of their navy has the title of Buddha's warring states. However, they came to the world of Greedy Island. Compared with Lord Tianfo here, there is a big difference. They think that as a navy marshal, at least he should be stronger. Otherwise, if he can't even beat the admiral or even the admiral candidate, how can he have the nerve to sit in the position of navy marshal? At this time, Zhangguo is in the real navy headquarters. Never expected that he would be persecuted by navy players on a daily basis. In fact, he usually feels some pressure. Because his strength and his position are a little mismatched, his words are sometimes not so useful. This is reflected in all aspects of daily life. That's why he also wants to become stronger. So he is working hard to learn how to cook. Chapter 863 Buddha's Crab Country, 3-point Return to Yuankai. You don't have enough salt, no. This is a little burnt, no. This is not evenly fried, no. No at all. No. In the kitchen of the Navy headquarters, Warring States heard Crane ruthlessly deny all the meals he made. He couldn't help squatting on the ground and turned into a grey shadow. Cooking is too difficult. After a while, Warring States recovered from the blow and stood up again. What a fragile heart, if you want to become a special class chef like this, I'm afraid. Just stood up. Warring States was stabbed by Vice Admiral Crane again, and his steps staggered. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. I didn't expect you to be cooking here, Zhangguo. With a burst of laughter, Garp walked in from outside the kitchen. At a glance, he saw Zhang Guo in his chef's uniform and a table of dishes not far away. It seems that I came at the right time. I'm hungry, so let me see how much you have improved now. Don't worry. I'm the least picky eater. Hearing Garp's words, Zhang Guo didn't feel happy at all. Because Garp's words were not optimistic about him. But it's no wonder, he has only been learning cooking for a short time, and it's unrealistic to expect to become so powerful all of a sudden. Bang! Pull out a chair, and Garp sat down and gobbled it up. All kinds of dishes were poured directly into his mouth, including the pots and vegetables. Beiji. Taste. Gurgle. After Garp completely swallowed a plate of mapo tofu, he gave Zhang Guo a thumbs up. Not bad. Delicious. Hearing Garp's evaluation, several hash marks appeared on Sengoku's forehead. It's better not to have such an evaluation. But to be honest, Sengoku, your cooking talent doesn't seem to be that good. I remember the paladin Poseidon from the Land of Miracles, the steamed buns he made are delicious, and there are strange phenomena. Compared to that, your dishes are so fancy that they can't even compare to other people's steamed bread crumbs. Asshole! You can't stop your mouth even though you have something to eat? At this time, Zhang Guo couldn't listen anymore. He hooked Garp's neck directly, picked up a big meat leg and stuffed it into Garp's mouth. 1, 2, 3. Garp felt a little suffocated by the stuffing. Seeing the two people start to fight, Vice Admiral Tsuru next to him shook his head. She took off the first-class gourmet identity card that allows people to have professional food evaluation, and walked out directly. Next, she also has to pay attention to the war on Greed Island. But there is no time to fool around with those two guys. Greed Island, East Ancient Road. Thunder Sky Dark Steel City. At this time, in the turbulent waves outside the city, a red crab in a suit walked out of the floating crab roe burger. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of many strong people. Buddha pig. What a Buddha's light that is worth pursuing. However, now I have surpassed my master. As Mr. Crab took a step forward, bursts of Buddha light began to spread, and a huge human-shaped Buddha statue sat on the Dharma platform and slowly emerged behind him. The Buddha Crab Kingdom has taken action. The three major forces were all solemn. The Buddha Crab Kingdom was once a Buddhist. When he was young, he realized the Buddha from the ancient Buddha pig and created a unique skill called Tathagata Palm. At the same time, he created the visualization school of the chef flow. It can be said that the crab roe burger actually has another name, the Crab King Burger. He is a terrible alien in the Sea Clan, actually a powerful mind king. Is it the Crab Kingdom? The Buddha pig who was confronting the wooden fish also saw the Crab Kingdom. The giant Buddha statue behind him was too dazzling. The Buddhists of the former Sea Clan have also grown to this level. Holy Buddha pig! Let me try your strength. The seventh style of Tathagata Palm, the Buddha of heaven is coming to the world. The huge Buddha statue stretched out its palm towards the Buddha pig. Infinite Buddha light surged out and hit the Buddha pig. Boom! A huge shock wave began to sweep across the surroundings. Countless Buddha lights shattered and roared into light particles. The continuous rain in the sky spread directly with the light particles. The crystal golden light reflected and shone in the water droplets, looking as dazzling as a shining rainbow. That guy has become stronger. In the Forest Alliance, one of the three major forces, a bear holding a pipe looked at the Crab Kingdom in the distance with a complicated expression. It is one of the elders of the Forest Alliance, Xiongde. It is also the founder of the famous Rula Bear Paw. However, its Rula Bear Paw is actually a copy of the Rula Palm of the Crab Kingdom. When it was young, it was arrogant and wanted to compete with the Crab Kingdom of the same era, but it was beaten to pieces. Although it was just a memory, the memory was so real. As long as it accepts it, it is real. Dad. Don't worry. I will definitely surpass that guy. Seeing that Xiong Da's face was a little complicated, a stronger big bear next to it made a solemn promise. Xiong Tian. You guy. Big Bear's face eased, somewhat relieved. Although his Tathagata bear paw was a replica, his son was more talented. He realized the 3-point return to Yuan Chi by himself, and he was a true demon with one move of bear domination throughout his age. It seems that he has a grandson. Well, but that is not important. He is a freeloader who can't even learn what is taught to him. After just thinking for a while, Big Bear patted Xiong Tian's shoulder with relief. As for his unlearned grandson, he forgot almost done. On the battlefield, the infinite Buddha light dissipated, revealing the Buddha pig. From the outside, it looked completely unhindered. Or, it was completely unhindered. For this, Crab Country was also somewhat prepared. As the source of the Buddha in this world, the Buddha pig possessed extremely terrifying strength. Of course, more importantly, it had a terrible immunity to the Buddha light's moves. Use the Buddha light's moves to deal with it. Even the Emperor of Mind should not be relaxed. Puchy puchy. It's really warm. Looking at the big pig in front of him, he shook his big nose and said so. Crab Country was a little speechless. He knew that seeing this scene, I'm afraid that many Buddhists would have their fantasies shattered. When he was young, he was like this. Although powerful, but you can't. At this time, the Buddha pig shook its two big ears. The power on its body began to rise steadily. The obstacles to its path to the Emperor of Mind have been eliminated, and it has been directly perfected. As soon as it met the wooden fish, the Buddha pig began to break through. The Buddha pig and the wooden fish have mutually compatible powers. If one of them breaks through, the other will soon catch up. This is an unspoken secret between them. Chapter 864 Ancestor I want to eat crab paste, he is still just a child. Boom. As the Buddha pig officially broke through, it moved. Endless Buddha light covered the sky, and in the light, strands of golden silk flickered like substance. For the Buddha pig, there is no special move. Only the Buddha's light that moves with the heart. And the wooden fish opposite it is the same. No other fancy things, only the faint rhythm climbing in the void and colliding with the Buddha's light. Buzz buzz buzz. The collision of the forces of both sides blended together. But soon, violent explosions began to erupt directly from the center line of both sides. Boom boom. The clouds in the sky were pierced with a deep crack that could not be seen. The sea water on the ground was diverted, the blue bricks were broken, and the cracks in the ground were separated. Ha ha ha! What a terrifying power! Accompanied by a loud laugh, a figure burst out from the top of the city and came directly to the opposite side of the Crab Kingdom. It seems that you have been left aside. Crab Kingdom of Buddha. Old friend, let me help you relieve the embarrassment. Sincere old ghost, are you here too? The Crab Kingdom was also a little surprised when it saw the human old man in dark purple clothes in front of it. The master of demonic path is really a ghost. This man is usually active in chef competitions or looking for apprentices everywhere. As far as Crab Country knows, this man should not be very interested in war. Or, it is his turn to come out to judge the war. Because he can easily be chased and hacked by others. You are here, why can't I come? Come on, I tell you, I recently accepted an apprentice, who is very powerful. He is a member of the Adventurers. I know, is his name Poseidon? Crab Country directly interrupted the old man in front of him. Yes, it's him. He went to your place to compete before. It seems that you still noticed him. How is it? Is he very powerful? Looking at the smug look of the old man in front of him, Crab Country shook his head. You came here just to say this? Of course not, in fact, the reason I came here is to ask you to do something. What is it? The old man gradually approached Crab Country with a nuclear kindness on his face. Ancestor, I want to eat crab paste. Hey! Xieguo was stunned for a moment, then glared at each other. How dare you? This guy in front of him actually paid attention to him, which was really intolerable. The words spoken by Ying Xingzhou were sometimes his true thoughts, even if they were absurd. This man was very willful and had the delusion of eating all over the world. He once dared to go to the Forest Alliance to trick the Buddha pig out and kill it. In the end, he was chased and beaten by the Forest Alliance, and was even hated by Buddhists as the enemy of Buddha. In addition to this, other various deeds of being hunted down were also far ahead. It can be said that for the sake of eating, he offended all the three major forces. Gilu. Ying Xingzhou swallowed his saliva and continued. Crab Country, we are old friends. My ancestor, I am greedy, this time it's you. Just be kind and cut out a piece of crab paste. What else? Crab Country was furious and didn't want to listen to Ying Xingzhou's quibbling. He immediately took action. The eighth style of Tathagata Palm, boundless Buddhist Dharma. The earth-shaking Buddha wheel rose from behind the Buddha statue. The rotating Buddha wheel shone straight at Ying Xingzhou. As soon as he made a move, Crab Country went straight to the real thing. He didn't care about any old friends. After all, this old friend wanted to eat his crab paste, what else was there to say? Ah! Good disciple, come and save me. I saw Ying Xingzhou emitting bursts of dark air under the light, looking like a purified demon. On the city wall, the holy knight Poseidon heard Ying Xingzhou's cry. He immediately rushed out of the shield and took out the trump card that Ying Xingzhou gave him, and used a consumable skill card. Xieguo was immediately illuminated by a white light. The light made him feel ashamed. He looked at Ying Xingzhou's painful back and couldn't help blaming himself. This old man, he is just a child. I am such a beast. At this time, Ying Xingzhou felt that the power of the light surrounding him was greatly reduced. The ruddy old face turned back and one hand grabbed a part of Xieguo. Look at me, grab it back. As Ying Xingzhou grabbed it, Xieguo felt that something seemed to be missing from his body. Haha, I got it. Good disciple, run. Poseidon looked worried as Ying Xingzhou flashed past and went away to the horizon, feeling a little confused. But he felt the atmosphere of Xieguo, which was like the calm before the storm. He immediately ran back to the shield from the bottom of his heart. The Thunder Sky Dark Steel City is now in a state where people can leave but cannot enter. But the high-level officials who have the key Dark Steel Seal can decide whether others can come in. Obviously, if Shadow Boat retreats, he will definitely be turned away. But Poseidon is different. After all, he is the paladin of the Kingdom of Miracles. The high-level officials here still have to give face to the Kingdom of Miracles. Ah! Damn Shadow Boat, you and I are irreconcilable. At this time, the Crab Kingdom has withdrawn from the influence. Just now, he was hit by 2 special level skills in succession. One, he is still just a child, special, and the other looking back to dig, special. Both skills have prerequisites. One must be the opponent who strikes first, and the other needs to turn his back to the opponent before looking back. These prerequisites are naturally not difficult. It's just that no one cooperates, and Ying Xingzhou is also in trouble. After all, the strength of the Crab Kingdom is not to be underestimated, and the anger faced if one attack fails is too terrible. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly. The Ying Xingzhou, who completed the plan, had already escaped. Only Mr. Crab was left helpless and furious. It's not that Mr. Crab's chi cultivation skills are insufficient, but that he is in too much pain. At this time, Mr. Crab, who came to his senses, found that he could not find Ying Xingzhou, and he had an agreement with the East Palace. So he could only transfer his anger to the ancient city in front of him. The 8th style of the Buddha palm, the boundless Dharma. The earth-shaking Buddha wheel turned, and the huge light column rolled towards the ancient city. Tisk tisk tisk, what on earth did that guy, the true heart old ghost, do? It actually made Mr. Crab so angry. Based on past experience, I'm afraid. In the ancient city, the people of the 3 major forces all looked at Mr. Crab across with sympathy. They all knew. The true heart old ghost has an inherent skill card, and it is a very powerful skill card among special grades. 5.6. Special grades often have weak SS grades, and strong ones can even reach X. So those special grades with powerful effects are often praised as incomplete X grades. There is no doubt. The True Heart Old Ghost's Mind card has a very powerful effect, and it can open your heart and lungs on the spot and you can't defend it. That's right. The True Heart Old Ghost, who has that mind card, is still alive and kicking while being hated by others. No matter what he has been taken away now, it's not a reason for him to act recklessly. The 7 Gourd brothers were about to go up to each other, but were stopped by Lord Bai Yan. Your Highnesses, save your energy first. Next, leave it to me. After Bai Yan persuaded the 7 Gourd brothers to stop, he rushed out of the ancient city shield. The reason for his confidence was certainly not his own strength, but the fact that he held a trump card of the Subhuman Alliance. Come out. Bastard Mountain. Chapter 865 Two Kind Emperors, the 7 Gourd brothers. As Bai Yan used a card, a huge mountain appeared out of thin air. The whole mountain had countless holes like cheese. In the holes, round eggs sang songs and rolled out. Bastard, bastard, bastard. As the bastards burst out, the sky seemed to be raining bombs. They rolled out very smoothly. One moment they just came out of the mountain, and the next moment they bombarded the giant Buddha statue. Countless explosions broke out directly on the giant Buddha statue. Boom! Crack! Crack! The violent explosion cracked the giant Buddha statue, and wisps of gold flakes floated in the thick smoke. The bastard mountain of the subhuman alliance. At this moment, Mr. Crab, who was also bombed, also came back to his senses and stopped attacking the Thunder Sky Dark Steel City. He turned his attention to the mountain that was hundreds of meters high. Of course, he knew about the bastard mountain of the subhuman alliance. However, this was the first time he was attacked by this mountain. One round made him know that this mountain was worthy of being an SSS-level building. It is rumored that this mountain-shaped building has the characteristic of rolling. Every bastard that rolled down from the mountain not only has amazing mass and explosive power. At the same time, with the help of the 19 characteristics of rolling, it has a terrible speed. The amazing mass plus the terrifying speed, it has a terrible kinetic energy attack. Plus it can explode, and even his Buddha statue was blown apart in one move. Amazing power. Unfortunately I am different now. Mr. Krabs calmed down and stopped recalling the pain of having his crab paste taken out by Shadow Boat. He began to attack with his mind. The 8th move of the Tathagata Palm, Boundless Buddha Dharma. It was still the same move. But this time the power was even more terrifying than before. Endless Buddha light burst out from the rising light wheel and bombarded directly towards the bastard mountain. For this move, Mr. Krabs used the mind image. His mind image was the visualization flow of the ultimate school of chefs. The school that gains the power of the visualized object by visualizing a certain object. And Mr. Krabs' visualization object is the Buddha. Mr. Krabs, who has the Buddha's mind image, can greatly bless the power of his own Buddha light moves. As for why he didn't use it before. The mind image can only be used when the super chef uses his mind. The premise of using the mind is to be calm. Mr. Krabs was broken just now and couldn't be calm. Now he has finally recovered. Boom. Because Mr. Krabs' hidden anger was projected on the Buddha's light. From the performance, the atmosphere was burned by the Buddha's light, and the whole bastard mountain was smoking, as if it was about to be ignited. What a terrifying thought! This guy from Crab Country. Lord Bai Yan felt the heat of the Buddha's light and was secretly shocked. He had a feeling that the power of Crab Country was stronger than before. There are actually 2 realms of the Emperor of Thought, one is perfection. The other is to break through perfection and transition to the next great realm. Lord Bai Yan actually only has some understanding of these. But he knows that guarding Greed Island the 3 emperors of the East and West Seas and the 2 sea emperors of the East and West Seas are the second type of mind emperors. Like the mind emperor level boss in the trial tower is the first type. There is also the powerful one-punch emperor who is also the first type. It is only because the one-punch emperor has the special mind one-punch super ghost that he is particularly powerful. The human union once tried every means to raise the realm of the one-punch emperor, but failed. You can imagine how thick that barrier is. However, now Lord Bai Yan feels that the Crab Kingdom seems to have crossed that barrier. It's outrageous. Although he was shocked, Lord Bai Yan did not stand there. Controlling the bastard mountain to burst out more bastards to bombard the Buddha wheel. Bang bang bang. Countless dense explosions overlapped to form a huge mushroom cloud, covering the entire battlefield. When Lord Bai Yan and the Crab Kingdom fought. On the other side, the Sea Clan attacked again. This time, a sphere full of nebulae appeared in the air. 8 starships appeared from the sphere, growing from small to large. Then the starships began to assemble with the sphere as the center, and a starship of several hundred meters appeared on the scene. Wow! So cool! Isn't that StarCraft? It turns out that it can be disguised like this. At this time, Hongo of the Red Hair Pirates in the ancient city had stars in his eyes. He looked at the huge starship with excitement. Beckman was speechless with such an expression. Why are you so excited? The other side is about to attack us now. It's okay. Hongo heard Beckman's complaints and waved his hands confidently. In comics, justice triumphs over evil. As the invading party, the sea tribe will definitely fall, and haven't the land always won the battles for supremacy over sea and land? Raki immediately began to attack Hongo's confidence. You've read too many comics. You need to know who created this world. Logi's attack made Hongo a little speechless, but he soon found a loophole. Logi, I think you don't understand at all. Don't you know that the 3 phantom demons represent that person? I remember that in addition to the god of creation, there seems to be a hidden sea god in this world. It is rumored that the sea god represents the sea and the ocean outside the world. But no matter how you look at it, the god of creation is stronger than the sea god. Logi was even more angry at Hongo's contemptuous lecture. I think you are crazy. Legends are just legends. The whole world was created by that person. I guess one god plays two roles. Who else do you expect to represent who? Loki, you are asking for a beating, right? I think you are. Do you still want to eat? Stop arguing, both of you. No one will die if you argue like this. Hey! Seeing that both of them were staring at him, Shanks laughed. Haha, just kidding. I learned the lines from a comic book. But we should still be prepared. Now those guys are really angry. Who knows when this place will be breached? That's true. When Red Hair and others were discussing, the 7 Calabash brothers of the Demi-Human Alliance have already appeared directly. The SSS-level building in StarCraft is much more powerful than the Bastard Mountain. Some SSS-level buildings just reach SSS level, while others are 2x level. There is no doubt that StarCraft belongs to the second type. That's right. The 7 Gord brothers of the Asian Human Alliance stepped forward directly. As the leaders of the Asian Human Alliance, the 7 Gord brothers naturally have their own strengths. They are not about how strong they are individually, but about their one skill, fusion. Now, under the attention of the crowd, the 7 Gord brothers who rushed out began their performance. They leaned together like a stack of monks. Fuse. With a colorful light, a colorful Gord mountain descended. Chapter 866, Diddy Taxi Service in the City of Push. I have to pay extra for it because I am a serious person. That's the colorful Gord mountain. It can actually turn into a mountain. There are so many wonders in the world. Oh! On the waves, an A-class by Tao Xingai ship. Kaido looked at the colorful Gord mountain in the sky with burning eyes. Watching it smashing towards the huge starship like a mountain. The terrifying air waves that splashed made Kaido feel satisfied. It's so strong. There are so many strange creatures in this world. Those strange races of the Subhuman Alliance, those various strange lives of the Forest Alliance, and various powerful sea tribes. Wow, if only we could take all those guys in. At this time, Kaido cried with regret while resisting the waves and drinking the wine in the gourd. Not only was there a regret for not recruiting people, but also a regret for not being able to continue to participate in this war. Such a grand war, but he could only participate in the early stage. Because he didn't with the mind, Kaido can only carry an S-class mace and smash people everywhere. He can't use his true strength, which makes him feel very sad. Of course, if he insists on using his own strength, it's not impossible. It's just that the system god will add a negative buff. At the same time, all items in the card book will be cleared after death, and the resurrection cost will be super doubled. If you can accept it, just use your strength. But obviously, Kaido can't accept it. With the intensity of the war now, if he is given a negative buff, he will be like an old man eating arsenic and looking for death. I say don't cry. This makes me very embarrassed. Opposite Kaido, Yun Zhao, a senior member of the Fighting Association, looked at Kaido helplessly. The reason why he appeared here with Kaido. The main reason is that Kaido gave him a good atmosphere. Now Yun Zhao is a wanderer, of course, another way of saying it is a free man. There was no need for him to watch over the virtual demon tree in the demon spirit land, and he was just a freeloader in the Fighting Association. So, he usually went wherever there was excitement. Kaido was quite interesting to watch. He wanted to see how this man would react to a crisis. So, recently he was still planning to make Kaido stronger. This was his little fun. Burp. Kaido burped, and then he picked up the mace. What? Want to fight? No boys, get ready to retreat. When Kaido gave an order, many of his players responded in unison. It's really rare. Are you going to retreat at this time? It's useless to watch any further. I plan to join forces with those pirate groups to fight a surprise attack. The world government will definitely think we have given up. They want us to give up after playing those 2 little tricks, and even a magic weapon exhibition. Humph. They are dreaming. Times are different now. I will definitely take the 2 substitute gems in the new Holy Land. Let me start the Grand War myself. Hearing Kaido's words, Yunzao couldn't help but applaud. Pa. Really? That's really exciting. What about you? Yunzao, come and join us. Looking at Kaido's copper bell eyes with an expectant look, Yunzao shook his head. I am also a high-level member of the Fighting Association after all. As a serious person, how could I help the evil? The corners of Yunzeo's mouth slightly raised, and he continued to speak when he saw that Kaido was a little disappointed. The world government is my former boss, so you have to pay more. On the battlefield, as the colorful gourd mountain of the 7 gourd brothers appeared, the intensity of the war in the entire East Ancient Road increased again. Both the navy and the land forces were trying their best to beat each other to death. During this process, the navy also made a move. Its move was also an amazing trump card. Its name SSS, the Diddy Beating Service in the Impel Down. This trump card is naturally not something that ordinary navy can get. It is a hidden clearance item obtained by the honorary admiral of the navy, King, after participating in the trial of the Impel Down. Even the 3 major forces did not know that such an item could be obtained in the trial of the Impel Down. This item is very powerful. As the name suggests, it means to hire a thug with money. From the 6 big bosses in the Infinite Hell to the ordinary monsters in the Red Lotus Hell in the entire Impel Down, they can be summoned through this Diddy Beating Service. But there is one thing about this service that makes King very dissatisfied. It actually needs money. King felt that if he needed to spend money, he would need to think about it. After all, he was a kind person and didn't need this at ordinary times. That's right. Finally, King threw this thing directly to the navy, which was also a contribution to the navy. It saved him from eating and living for free in the navy. It was with this item that the navy was able to trade with the 3 major forces. The 3 major forces paid the summoning fee and gave a considerable amount of mind points as a reward. Swish, swish, swish. As Kizaru used his trump card, a burst of light flashed, and the 6 bosses of the Impel Down were summoned. Dead Steel Harvest, Idol God Pot, Scarlet Devil, Doom Flood, Residual Fire Demon and the final and strongest fantasy boss, Magician Fantasy. 5 great lords and a Mind Emperor. And this Mind Emperor was ridiculously strong. Money. Even a boxing king who participated in the Impel Down trial had never defeated this final boss. After all, the prototype of Magician Fantasy is the god of creation of Greedy Island. Of course, no matter how powerful it is, the summoning fee is also expensive. The other 5 great lord level bosses are all 10 million, and as for the final boss 100 million. It is indeed expensive to charge this price for just one summoning. But considering the terrifying strength of Magician Fantasy, the 3 major forces can naturally accept it. With the appearance of the 6 big bosses, the intensity of the entire war has reached a terrifying climax. It even made the East Emperor of the East Palace take action personally. The combat power of this boss, Magician Fantasy, is not to be underestimated. As the battle on Greedy Island becomes more and more intense. In reality, the raid on the new Holy Land of the world government is starting. Chapter 867 The King of Miracles Advocates, the time changed. In the second half of the Grand Line, a certain sea area in the New World. Standardized blue wave ships sailed on the sea. This B-class ship of Greed Island is very popular among those big forces. It is not difficult to obtain, the system price is 8,000, of course, the actual purchase price is 30,000 mind points. Although the price is still not expensive. But now only those big forces can use B-class ships to form a fleet. Oh. Everyone is here, right? Next, we will set off directly. I have long wanted to press the heads of the 5 elders to the ground. Now I finally get what I want. On the blue wave ship in front of the fleet, Kaido laughed proudly. Around him, many legends gathered on the sea. Golden Lion of the Golden Lion Pirates, Big Mom of the Big Mom Pirates, Crocodile of the Evil Fleet, and a black shadow wrapped in a windbreaker and wearing a hood that makes it difficult to see clearly, etc. If the world knew that these people gathered here, they would be shocked. Now that everyone is here, don't waste time talking. Let's get started. Kaido. I can't wait. Mama. The old lady with a completely out-of-shape figure and black patterns on her body said impatiently to Kaido, and then laughed 100. Then don't waste time talking. All that was said had been said, so Kaido was very direct. He took out a card from the card book. As the card was used, under the perimeter of the fleet composed of dozens of ships, a huge white square pattern began to form in the sea. Teleportation Square SS, after use, a huge teleportation array with a range of 1 kilometer is formed, which teleports things in the teleportation array to the area within the range of the planet. The teleportation card must be pre-activated before transmission, and the coordinates must be located before transmission. Note, this card is a consumable card. Swoosh! Soon, dozens of ships completely disappeared in the sea under the warm white light. East China Sea, below the red soil continent of the New Holy Land. Accompanied by a burst of white light, dozens of ships appeared out of thin air on the sea. We're here. This is the red soil continent. It's so fast, we're here in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, everyone has been prepared. At this time, seeing the red soil continent in front of them, many pirate players who were in charge of the Blue Wave ship were excited. They all knew the goal of this trip. The world government. If it was a few years ago, then it would be absolutely shocking to gather the power of pirates to attack the world government collectively. Even now, it is definitely a shocking event in the world, and it is definitely a major event that can be recorded in history. That's right. Many pirates were so excited that they wanted to rush to Pangu City and slap the 5 elders on the spot. Of course, there are still many pirates with hidden worries. The reason is not that they are worried about the strength of the world government. What they are worried about is the navy. It is the navy's sun god king who shines in the sky and the ice goddess who freezes people's hearts. Fortunately, the gods will not act at will. This is the only comfort for the pirates. That is not self-deception, but a real advocacy. A few months ago, an advocacy was put forward by the Miracle King of the Kingdom of Miracles. Quote the first volume of the Xiang World Record of the Xiang cult, give the gods what belongs to the gods, and give the mortals what belongs to the mortals. This advocacy has been recognized by most gods, including the Sun God, the God of Time, the Yaqui Great God, the Ice Goddess, the Chaos Goddess, etc. It is also such an advocacy that makes many people in the world put down their worries. Although this advocacy has no binding force on the arbitrary gods. However, it is better to have it than not. It can at least comfort people. Just like now. Pirates who want to attack the world government don't have to worry too much about the collapse of the middle road. Although attacking the world government is a big deal, it is not a big deal for the gods. They are not going to destroy the world government. I just want to go over and get something and slap the faces of the 5 elders. It's not like the Navy's guardian deity would go out for such a small matter. Oh! Get ready! Guys! Hearing Kaido's shout, the pirates on the Blue Wave ship shouted with blood boiling. Oh! 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 They had no doubts about whether they could win. Because the lineup this time was too strong. 3 of the 4 emperors of the pirates came directly, and even the Great Sinister Fleet participated. There was even mysterious support. With such a strong lineup, plus the assault, the world government's current strength can fight them head-on. Times have changed, and the times now are not the same as before. The world government does not scare the pirates. What they are really worried about is the support that the world government may get. Those transcendental forces, such as the Navy, the Kingdom of Miracles, the Dark Curtain, the Chaos Realm, etc. These are what they are worried about. So they have to take advantage of the time difference. Now those forces are probably paying attention to the war on Greed Island. Swish, swish, swish. Clatter. Crash, as the white light enveloped them, the ships began to float out of the sea. In front of each B-class Blue Wave ship's owner, there was a square item with a side of 30 Kung Fu. Telekinetic Skill Table B, a storage table with telekinetic power close to Class A, with 3 card slots on it. After inserting the inherent skill card, the telekinetic power in it can be mobilized to use skills. The item in front of the pirates is a specialty of Greedy Island. Telekinetic Skill Table, this is a low-quality version of the telekinetic belt. Compared to the telekinetic belt, it cannot bring blessings to people, and there is no way to increase the skill card. It can only allow those telekinetic card masters with insufficient telekinetic power to use their inherent skill cards. Its disadvantages are that it is heavy and easy to be broken by people. Perhaps there is only one advantage, that is, the telekinetic reserve inside is worth praising. Compared to the rare telekinetic belt, this item is more common, and the price is not too expensive. 1 unit costs 12,000 telekinetic points. For this operation, Kaido and his men have bought dozens of the 30,000 Yuan Bibo ship, so they don't need this little money. Even before the operation, Kaido and his men have already figured out how to use the 2 substitute orbs of the world government. Compared to their plan, these initial investments are just a drop in the bucket for them. Swish, swish, swish. Ship after ship began to take off quickly. Each ship's telekinetic skill station has an inherent skill card of telekinetic control B. Telekinetic power enables ships to take off quickly. Next, they will catch the world government off guard. Chapter 868, Zhangguo expresses his obligation, but he has to follow the process. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of gusts of howling wind. Ship after ship broke through the air and rushed out of the top edge of the Red Earth continent. Ha ha ha, that's the new Holy Land built by the celestial dragons. We're going to make a name for ourselves this time. Let's smash this newly built base of the celestial dragons. At this time, the pirates on the fleet saw the buildings in the distance on the Red Earth continent and screamed with excitement. Boom! Without any nonsense, the fleet quickly raided from the air. New Holy Land. The many guards and agents stationed there were originally very relaxed, but they suddenly saw a bunch of ships flying in the sky from afar. What is that? It's an enemy attack. Yes, that's right, it's an enemy attack. Quick, quick, sound the alarm. At this time, the guards were in a panic. They had never seen such a fleet coming from the sky. Perhaps the legendary Golden Lion, one of the 4 emperors, has a flying fleet. Dang dang dang. As the alarm sounded rapidly throughout the new Holy Land, the whole Holy Land was in chaos. Many of the East China Sea nobles who had moved into the new Holy Land turned pale when they heard the alarm sound. The reason was simple. In recent years, whenever something happened in the Holy Land, it was no small matter. They had only moved into the Holy Land not long ago, and they had encountered such a situation. Hearing the urgent alarm, many nobles felt a little regretful. They should not have been so obsessed as to move up here. Pangu City. The 5 elders and others walked out of the city, and they could see a fleet appearing in the direction of Pangu City. Looking at the pirate flags flying without covering up on the pirate fleets, they all looked ugly. Golden Lion Pirates, 100 Beasts Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and the Evil Fleet. Why did those guys suddenly appear here? Dang dang. Our intelligence agencies are just for nothing. The curly-haired 5 elders Saint Satan hit the ground heavily with his cane to express his anger. Let's not pursue these first. The most urgent thing is to seek support as soon as possible. Those guys came prepared, they must be for the 2 substitute gems. Move the 2 substitute gems to a safe place quickly. No. The Holy Land is already the safest place unless. Several 5 elders looked at each other. 5 elders, the telephone bug leading to the outside world cannot be dialed. Without waiting for the 5 elders to discuss, a burst of hurried footsteps rushed in. A secret agent trotted in to report. At this time, the 5 elders frowned when they heard the report of this secret agent. Can't hit the phantom bug net. Yes. And the telepathic communicator is the same. Yes. We know. Next. The 5 elders quickly arranged some related matters. Before they could catch their breath, huge explosions occurred in several locations of the Holy Land, and flames and thick smoke began to rage. There is a traitor in the Holy Land. That direction is where the sacred objects are stored. At this time, the 5 elders could see several places where flames were coming out. One of them was the place where the sacred objects were usually tested for adaptability. This incident made them all look pale. Saint Voculi, Saint Satan, you call for support first. Let's go over there first. The bearded 5 elders Saint Maz shouted with a sound, it transformed into a giant bird snake monster, Izuna. The other 2 5 elders rushed up and grabbed its giant claws. Whoosh! Accompanied by the hurricane, the bird snake monster galloped away. This is trouble. Satan Saint had a gloomy face, and he knew that time was urgent. He quickly opened the reading card book and used the communication function on it to contact the Navy Marshal Zhangguo directly. Navy Headquarters. Zhangguo in the Navy Marshal's office noticed the abnormality of the reading card book. The vibration-like sound continued, as if someone was vibrating the video for him. This is indeed the case. The reading card book is materialized, and you can see that the avatar named 5 Elders on the communication column is vibrating. 5 Elders Satan Saint, that guy actually used the reading card book to communicate with him, is there something urgent? Zhangguo's eyes fell into deep thought. Although the reading card book has a communication function, this function requires 10,000 reading points to use once, which is very expensive. Normally, this would never be used for communication. After pondering for a while, Zhangguo answered the call from Saint Satan. Soon, a human face outlined by blue lines appeared in the card reading book, which was Saint Satan. Zhangguo, quickly arrange your existing high-level combat forces to come to support the Holy Land. Now the 4 emperors, except for the Whitebeard pirates, have come to raid. Now is the best time to wipe out the pirates, and let those generals participating in the battle for hegemony stop what they are doing. 0 Seeking flowers. It is important to wipe out the pirates. Looking at Saint Satan's seemingly calm face, a lot of words quickly popped out of his mouth. Jean Guo smiled in his heart. Although he didn't know how the pirates mentioned by Saint Satan attacked the Holy Land. But that kind of thing doesn't need to be studied now. Because he has more important things and hopes that the 5 elders will be accommodating. At this time, Jean Guo's face was frowning. Have all the 4 emperors except Whitebeard been dispatched? What a terrifying lineup, whatever. It is our navy's duty to eliminate the pirates. Hearing Sengoku say this, Satan Saint felt bad. Sure enough, Sengoku's next sentence made him want to greet his 18 generations of ancestors. It's just that the matter is of great importance. I will hold a meeting immediately to discuss the support plan. When the plan comes out, immediately form a fleet and go there. During this period, the 5 elders must defend the Holy Land at all costs. At this time, Satan Saint could feel his anger value accumulating rapidly. Hold a meeting, form a fleet, and let us defend it. When you finish this, I don't know if the Holy Land is still there. Sengoku, don't fool me. No need for the so-called fleet, just arrange the highest combat power to come here, use teleportation for me, you have a teleportation point near the Holy Land, you don't need me to teach you. It's better to contact that honorary general. Speaking of this, the 5 elders also felt a little unrealistic. After all, the King of Miracles' proposal didn't last long. Jean Guo didn't wait for Satan Saint to finish and interrupted him directly. Master Wuliaoxing, we can't command the honorary general, plus the King of Miracles' proposal. As for the process, we still need to go through it. Those pirates can't be underestimated after all. If you underestimate them, you will suffer a great loss. Okay. Jean Guo, it seems that you are getting better and better. Satan Saint's face became gloomy. Speak. What do you want? The situation is urgent, and now Satan Saint doesn't want to argue with Jean Guo at all. What are you talking about, Master Wuliaoxing? Jean Guo sat upright. The more respectful he was to Satan Saint, the angrier he was. This guy is a piece of shit, he didn't learn anything good, and just learned some bad things from that old guy Kong. Chapter 869 The Navy is the Navy of the world, what Jean Guo wants. What? Do you know what you are saying? Jean Guo. Looking at the image, Satan Saint looked like he was broken, Jean Guo's face was very calm. Of course, Lord 5 Elders. The Navy shines brightly under the fiery justice of that person. I think it's time to redefine the Navy. The Navy is the Navy of the world, not the Navy of the world government. Presumably, the far-sighted Lord 5 Elders will also agree with this idea. I recognize you MMP. Looking at Jean Guo with a very calm face. Satan Saint wanted to rush to the Navy headquarters and give him a big slap in the face. Are you sure of me? Of course not. If Lord 5 Elders do not agree, just pretend I never said it. Great. The Navy is really promising. Okay. Satan Saint of the New Holy Land heard the whisper from the void, and his face changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and replied to Jean Guo. Yes, I can agree. Master 5 Elders, your personal agreement may be useless. Did that person agree? At this time, Jean Guo asked tentatively. Jean Guo knew a little about the fact that there was a hidden ruler above the 5 elders of the world government. After all, the last time Leah was turned into a demon land by the virtual god. The person who was transferred to the square of the Navy headquarters by King was that person. Although the other party seemed very mysterious. But during the time he stayed at the Navy headquarters, Jean Guo finally noticed something. This is not something you can ask. Jean Guo. Satan Saint replied with a dark face. Now he is in a very bad mood. Although the Navy is currently connected with the world government. But in the name of the outside world, the Navy is still a subordinate agency of the world government. However, now Jean Guo is against Tian Gang, and the idea he proposed just now is no different from the Navy's complete independence. In this case, Satan Saint didn't curse directly, which was considered good-tempered. Now, mobilize support for me immediately and rush to me as soon as possible. After this crisis is over, we will hold a world conference in advance to discuss. The 5 elders said and hung up Jean Guo's communication. Zhang Guo didn't mind it at all. This time Zhang Guo just made the current situation clear. The current navy is no longer a subordinate of the world government. Since Sengoku allowed the navy to independently control a large magic mine, he has been testing the bottom line of the world government. After that, the navy actually accepted financial support from the Kingdom of Miracles. In the name of the Kingdom of Miracles, many naval fleets were allocated to the divided trade routes. Let these fleets conduct large-scale and more detailed patrol maintenance. During this process, the navy quickly added a lot of naval bases, and at the same time rebuilt the original naval bases and equipped them with more training resources. The Kingdom of Miracles is rich and powerful, which has benefited the navy a lot. Now Sengoku hopes that the navy will become an independent violent organization dedicated to dealing with pirates and accepting investment from many major forces. The key lies in the word independence. Now the world still has to talk about name. Even if the navy can actually not rely on the world government, it is always bad to have no name. But as long as the World Conference redefines the navy will be free to fly. Sengoku is very confident now. Whether it is the public opinion tendency of those countries or the guarantee of force, it can guarantee the passage of this issue. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhang Guo thought about the bright future of the navy, and with a smile on his face, he immediately took action. He first pulled open a small drawer and pressed the button for the emergency meeting of senior generals. Then he directly used the reading card book to call Kizaru. After a while, Kizaru answered the call. Moses, is this Marshal Zhang Guo? Excuse me, is there any urgent matter? It is worth Marshal Zhang Guo to use the reading card book to communicate. At this time, Kizaru's face outlined by blue lines looked very lazy. Nothing. It's just that the new Holy Land of the world government was attacked by the pirate fleet. Hearing Zhang Guo's answer, Kizaru was a little stunned. Even the world government was attacked, he was still so calm? He is worthy of being Marshal Zhang Guo. Borsellino, how is the item used? Marshal Sengoku, this item has summoned the 6 bosses according to the agreement with the 3 major forces. The fight here is still very intense now. Very good, since we have completed the commission. Bring the item back immediately, we need it now. Hearing that Kizaru had successfully completed the commission, Sengoku didn't hesitate and asked him to bring the item back. This item is the source of Sengoku's confidence in solving the crisis of the world government. Although this item also has limitations, the summoned characters can only be summoned once a day. 6 bosses have been summoned today, so they cannot be summoned again. It doesn't matter. In addition to the 6 bosses, there are also many monsters at the level of Nianjun in Infinite Hell. With these monsters, the pirates can be killed by the number of them. Understood. Let Sakazuki come back too. An emergency meeting is about to be held now. Okay. Soon, the communication ended. Zhang Guo stood up and walked towards the conference room with high spirits. On the other side, after hanging up Zhang Guo's call, Satan Saint of Pangu City called a new target for help. Although Satan Saint also knew that the navy had a very powerful item that could summon monsters from the Greed Island Advanced City. As long as the navy came, this crisis would most likely be resolved. However, passive waiting was not his habit. If the navy gave him the burden, the world government would be in trouble. So, he had to ask for new support. 1.6. This time, the target of his help was the magician of the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem. Of course, it was not just the magician, but the tarot totem he represented. After all, the world government paid Dark Curtain 3 divine objects. Subsequently, it also took on a debt of 840 million to assist the other 2 major forces. Now, in this crisis, Dark Curtain should naturally be responsible for a wave. Oh, how rare! Aren't these the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world? Why? Are you calling me to give me some orders? At this time, Satan Saint listened to the magician's weird tone, and felt a surge of anger rushing to the top of his head. However, he still tried to calm down, and the corners of his mouth tore out an ugly arc. Magician Keffinger, the situation is urgent, our holy land needs support now. Chapter 870 The Classification of the Blood Clan, the 5 elders dare to touch my knife. The curly-haired 5 elders Satan Sheng simply and clearly summarized the current predicament of the Holy Land. Hearing the predicament described by the 5 elders, the magician expressed sympathy with an exaggerated face. Oh, this is really unfortunate news. Time God, we express our deepest condolences for the experience of your Holy Land. Then is there anything else? Damn it. Do you not understand what people say? Satan Sheng knew that the other party was just hanging him, but now he really didn't want to argue with the other party. Just tell me. How can we send support? What the 5 elders said is really embarrassing. It's not that we don't want to support, it's just that the journey is too long. By the time we get there, I'm afraid it will be over. Of course, we can also send a group of Holy Blood Knights to collect your bodies. Collect bodies. Hearing this word, Saint Satan felt his fists harden again and again. This guy, just a guy who was as low as the dust. Once he was just an ant that he disdained, but now he is riding on his head. Satan simply couldn't stand it. Satan, watch your words and deeds. Next to Saint Satan, the mustache 5 elders Saint Wao Churi suppressed the outburst of Saint Satan 21. Now the Holy Land is in trouble, it's not the time to show your temper. Who? After taking a few deep breaths, Saint Satan continued to talk with the magician. After a while, the condition of mortgaging the 840 million debt with a large magic mine was approved by Saint Satan. This time, the mortgage was not for 10 years, but the ownership belonged to the Dark Curtain. After all, the 5 elders could get support just by talking. As for the Dark Curtain sending support, there are many things to consider. In this case, it is natural to add a little extra reward. After hanging up the call, the magician Kafinger focused his eyes on the back in front of him. In the center of this very simple hall full of white marble, the King of Time turned his back to the magician and was staring at the blood-red and clear fountain in front of him. Splash! The clear blood slowly flowed out from the top of the fountain, flowing delicately from top to bottom. It looked unique. I know about this. Jitlin turned around without waiting for the magician to speak. You go and inform the goddess faction about this matter, and let them handle it. As it concerns the interests of the Dark Curtain, the King of Time faction of Tarot Totem cannot take on everything. Understood. Then go down. Da-da-da. As the magician left the hall, Ziou continued to look at the slowly flowing fountain in front of him, his eyes showing a trace of burning. This fountain is not other. It is the foundation of the God Blood clan, the God Blood pool. The God Blood pool in front of him has 7 layers. At the bottom, in the clear blood water, divine blood crystals several centimeters in size are densely embedded in the depression at the bottom of the blood pool, and the number is tens of thousands. This is the God Blood crystal at the bottom. Each of them can make an ordinary person become a God Blood clan. In the God Blood clan, the ranks are divided according to the title system. Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, and King. Among them, Baron and Viscount are transformed from the God Blood crystals of the first layer, and this part of the rank is equivalent to C-level magic pattern users. An Earl and Marquis are taken from the second layer, which is equivalent to B-level magic pattern users. The third level of the Duke is equivalent to the A magic pattern user. As for the King, it is actually equivalent to the Demon King of the Demon clan. This level of God Blood crystal corresponds to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, with 27, 9 and 3 respectively. When it comes to the King, the number of God Blood crystals contained in the God Blood pool is greatly reduced. But even so, if all the God Blood crystals in the God Blood pool in front of you are used, then, the Dark Curtain can gain huge combat support. However, unless you have an extremely dazzling contribution. Otherwise, Jitlin, who is in charge of the God Blood pool, will not allow others to use the God Blood crystals in the God Blood pool. The reason is also very simple. He is for the extremely dazzling God Blood crystal on the top layer. That God Blood crystal contains extremely terrifying power. As long as it is completely formed. After using it, his power can be directly increased to the next dimension. In order to make it take shape as soon as possible, other God Blood crystals can be left alone. In this way, the power gathered in the God Blood pool can flow to the top layer to the greatest extent. As long as it takes shape, he can use it to reach that realm, which is exactly what Jitlin desires. Although the outside world calls him the half of God, Jitlin himself understands it. If he doesn't have wrists, then he will stop here. So in this regard, he will not regress. This speed still needs 2 years, it's really too slow. Feeling the speed of energy drawn by the God Blood pool, Jitlin is a little impatient. Now the world is changing very fast. There are many strong people on Greed Island and all kinds of terrible props, and his current strength feels insufficient. However, even if he wants to speed up, there is no way. The entire surface of the planet is already attracting blood from the God Blood pool. Energy. The blood energy caused by wars and conflicts has been absorbed by the God blood pool. This is the vast source of energy absorbed by the God blood pool. Another part is the magic ore placed in the God blood pool and other energy absorbed between heaven and earth. However, there is no doubt. The power absorbed by the God blood pool is mainly the corresponding blood energy. The absorption rate of other forces is completely limited. It would be great if a large-scale war could be started. Jitlin sighed, but he also understood that the so-called large-scale war in this world is unlikely. After all, it is difficult to pass that level just by the Kingdom of Miracles. And the Navy. Even so, if there is a chance, he will still add fuel to the flames. Holy Land, Pangu City. Satan Saint hung up the magician's communication. Hesitated for a while and then dialed another communication. When Satan Saint contacted, the smoke-filled places in the Holy Land had already spread turbulent battle fluctuations. Boom! A shock wave pushed forward quickly, accompanied by a bird snake being knocked away. Countless soil and rocks flew across the sky, and various buildings were destroyed. You are just the 5 elders, and you dare to touch my sword. At this time, from the place where the shock wave was raging, Sig walked out of the smoke and dust with an arrogant face. Behind him were Andre, the captain of the Andre Pirates under the Beast Pirates, and Hughes, the deputy captain. In addition, several of the 7 sins of the Evil Fleet, Tomahawk of the Golden Lion Pirates, Katakuri of the Big Mom Pirates, etc. were among them. They were the powerful fighting forces of the major pirate groups that sneaked into the Holy Land in advance. The purpose was to obtain the substitute gems stored in the Holy Land, in order not to let the cooked duck fly away. Chapter 871 Strengthening the 5 Elders, by Tao Defense Tower. Is that the 5 elders? It seems that they are nothing special. Andre looked at the 5 elders who were easily blown away by Sig, and felt a little bored. He ignored the other 2 5 elders who fell from the claws of the bird and snake, and focused all his attention on the center of the broken building in front of him. There, 2 substitute gems were shining with a dim light and floating in the air. Before, Andre and others were going to enter this building to take the substitute gems. But the defense here is very tight, which is nothing. With their strength and preparation, they are confident whether they can take it by force or disguise. However, the mysterious substitute promoted by the world government seems to have taken action, causing them to fail. However, if soft doesn't work, use hard. Originally, Andre was not satisfied with this kind of sneaky infiltration. He prefers to rush through the Holy Land directly. Boom! The wind howled as the atmosphere trembled. Andre's hair stood on end, and black demonic energy rose from his body. In the center of his chest, the multi-ring pattern of gold and black shone. Strands of golden light flashed like thunder in the black aura. The terrible aura swept around, making everyone focus on him. Black light magic wave. The dark light wave with golden thunder broke through the air from Andre's hand. The terrifying light wave went straight to the 2 suspended substitute gems. That bastard! This scene made the 2 fearful 5 elders stare with wide eyes. But they also knew that now was not the time to be stunned. The 2 transformed directly. One transformed into a sandworm, and the other transformed into a skeleton horse. Hiss! The whole horse transformed by the bald 5 elders drew out a sharp saber. Using the freezing slash directly in front of the light wave. Crack! The ice shattered continuously. I told you to block it. Watching the bald 5 elders transform into monsters to block his attack, Andre, with his hair standing up, laughed wildly and increased the strength of the 5 elders. The black light wave suddenly became thicker, and the golden thunder kept jumping and shining on the light column. Bang, bang, bang! In just a moment, the bald 5 elders were bombarded by the light wave and flew backwards with a look of embarrassment. The terrifying light wave pushed him directly into the distance. Then there was an explosion that reached the sky and the earth. The darkness engulfed the surroundings, and the gold jumped in the darkness. The movement was clearly seen by the pirate fleet flying from the sky. Mama mama! It seems that the fight over there is really lively. Hurry up! I can't wait! The big ant's huge body stood on the bow of the leading ship, with a look of eagerness on her face. Oh! Of course! Little guys, show them some color. At this time, Kaido felt that the distance was almost there, and he gave an order. The pirates in the fleet also cheered. Countless water streams began to appear out of thin air and rushed out. This is the B-level skill flood, an inherent skill card inserted in the telekinesis skill table. Compared to other water skills of the same level, Flood is not strong in lethality. But it has an advantage. That is, the amount of water output is really large. At this time, dozens of telekinesis skill tables are simultaneously exert force. Dozens of running floods were used, like a raging torrent falling from the Milky Way. Cooperating with the sea current control B of the B-level blue wave ship. This artificial torrent began to sweep across the entire Holy Land. That is, the tsunami is coming. At this time, many guards and agents looked pale as they saw the raging torrent falling from the sky. Originally located at the top of the Red Earth continent, the tsunami was the least likely to be encountered. But now, they saw it. Originally, they were thinking about how to fight the invading pirates. But now, seeing the tsunami rushing down, they simply wished they could grow 2 more legs and run away. All of them are trash. Under a tall tower building, the commander of the anti-demon monitor, Yungu K, looked at many guards and agents in the distance who dropped their weapons. His face was very ugly. Now there is no formal battle. Morale is so low. If they really fight with real guns and bullets, they will run away on the spot. The face of the Holy Land has been completely lost. Although he was very dissatisfied, Desmoko did not want to have an internal conflict to undermine morale in the face of a powerful enemy. Now he still had to stabilize the morale of the army. Boom! While Desmoko was thinking, the tower-shaped building behind him directly derived a blue barrier and unfolded it directly. Other directions. With Pangu City as the center, a total of 4 towers of the same specifications unfolded barriers. The barriers overlapped and directly covered the entire Holy Land. The barrier that looked like water waves directly cut off the surging sea current. Separated the fleet in the air from the Holy Land. What are you all standing there for? Go and organize the personnel quickly. According to the usual division of responsibilities, take action for me. At this time, Desmoko looked at the stunned expressions of his subordinates around him and said impatiently, "Yes." Watching his men move neatly, Desmoko felt that it was a bit reasonable. Then he looked at the tower-shaped building behind him, with a trace of relief on his face. Fortunately, the Holy Land reached an agreement with the East Palace of Greedy Island and obtained a lot of resource support. The 4 Bai Tao defense towers located in the 4 directions of the Holy Land are powerful resources. If there were no 4 defense towers just now, it would be troublesome if those pirates came like this. Desmoko looked at the place where the shock wave was raging in the center of the Holy Land, and his eyes flashed with worry. But even if he was worried, he still needed to stay here. He and the garrisons of the other 3 defense towers formed the external defense line of the Holy Land with the resonance of the 4 towers. At this time, he must not let down the chain. Even if there are difficulties in other places, he must stay. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome if those pirates from the outside rush in. Fortunately, with the power of that lord, it should be no problem to stop those guys for a while. At this time, Desmoko looked at a blue gem embedded on the top of the defense tower. That gem was not built into the defense tower, but was implanted. The one who could do this was the mysterious lord behind the scenes. The unparalleled power of creation. After analyzing the power of the defense tower, he directly built an amplifier to enhance the power of the defense tower. This was an incredible thing for Desmoko. He could only sigh that it was indeed a divine object, and its ability was completely beyond his cognition. Chapter 872 Domination of the Sea, Golden Lion Attack. On the sky. The pirates on the fleet looked at the blue water wave barrier in front of them with a confused look on their faces. Even if they controlled the water flow that was cut off to ravage the water wave barrier, they could only splash a few ripples. Mama! Is this the Holy Land's support? It looks pretty good. How about it? Kaido, come and try it. Big Mom's face was full of interest, and her oppressive tiger eyes looked at Kaido. Seeing Big Mom looking over, Kaido swung his mace against the deck and laughed directly. Oh! Old woman, since you are interested, then come on. I've said it so many times. Don't call me an old woman, I'm not old yet. Bang bang. With the sound of heavy footsteps, Big Mom and Kaido stood side by side. You'll know if you are old or not after trying it. Just what I want. Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other, and both showed a majestic smile. Then Big Mom wielded the fierce Napoleon, and Kaido swung the heavy mace. Beat the sea. As the 2 weapons intertwined, the sky and the earth lost their color. A terrifying shock wave surged out, directly hitting the water barrier in front of the fleet. Boom! The violent airwave shook the sky. The entire fleet was swept by the airwave like the sea wave and began to shake. 693 What a terrible attack! Our boss Kaido and that ant teamed up, invincible in the world. Asshole, I told you not to learn the lines in the comics and you always don't listen. This is to make Kaido hate you. Brother, big brother, I was wrong. I was going to be you killed me. The small episode on a ship did not hinder the shock of the pirates. No matter how many times you watch it. The horrific violence always shocks people's hearts, makes people tremble and yearn. The raging shock wave keeps fluctuating. The water blue barrier splashes violently, but as time passes by second, the fluctuations are getting smaller and smaller, and finally the sky is restored. What appears in the eyes of the pirates is still the strong barrier. Oh! Lingling, it seems that your strength has increased a lot. Kaido is not embarrassed by the situation in front of him. He looks at Big Mom with a gleam of light in his eyes. Mama. Call me Lingling now. Kaido, you are really annoying. The old lady with magic patterns all over her body sneered. She had suffered a lot to obtain such magic power. One of the 9 demon kings, Dark Knight, personally took action and used a large amount of magic or essence to demonize her. She almost died. The reason why she was still standing here was to let those who looked down on her understand. Who is the real queen? You two just about do it. I'm not here to watch your performance. Golden Lion came forward with a big cigarette in his mouth and looked disdainful. Can you handle it? You can't just get out of here. Hearing the arrogant tone of Golden Lion, Kaido and Big Mom glared at each other. Although they have temporarily formed an alliance now, it does not mean that they are harmonious. It's just that Golden Lion's strength is indeed strong. As he had been supported by Yaki no Kami early on, he had gained a lot of benefits. It's not that strong, but at least he can beat the two of them. Tisk. What's so great about it? I got to where I am by doing hard labor. The ant muttered, mocking Golden Lion, but she still stepped aside. You don't know what I mean. Golden Lion didn't bother to defend herself against the ant's muttering. What hard labor? It's obvious that he knows how to invest. One of the parts of achieving hegemony is to have a long-term vision. And it is his foresight that has made him what he is today. Let me show you. What is real power? Clang. Clang. A series of overlapping clear and long sounds. Golden Lion drew out the 2 golden patterned sabers from his waist. God-destroying tools, Golden Emperor twin swords. Golden Lion named this pair of God-destroying tools himself. Now Golden Lion feels that it is time for it to truly show its edge. Buzz. The light like golden liquid flows on the blade of the God-destroying tools. The terrifying momentum burst out from the Golden Lion, and the sky was trembling and dimming, as if wailing. Such a powerful momentum made all the bigwigs on the ship solemn. They seemed to feel a golden giant lion roaring at the world with infinite sharpness. The terrifying sense of oppression almost exceeded some of the Greed Island great lords they had seen. Tear. Golden light shines in the world. The terrifying golden cross was directly printed on the barrier that looked like a canopy. An extremely dazzling light burst out from the cross. There seemed to be only dazzling gold between heaven and earth. Everyone's heart was shaken by the terrifying slash. What a terrifying slash! Kaido, Big Mom, and others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Boom! The airwave was venting. After a while, the color of the sky and the earth returned to normal. In the pirate fleet that was shaking in the air due to the air wave, many pirates were. Just now, the vented air waves were mixed with wisps of golden light. Those golden lights looked like golden threads floating in the wind, and looked very weak. Just now, someone's arm was directly broken by the golden threads that were wrapped around him. It was simply a big prize. Even the several blue wave boats in the front were full of cracks. You know, the blue wave boats are very hard, even stronger than steel. Through this scene, they dared not imagine how powerful the Golden Lion's slash was just now. Mama. The slash looks good, but it's just good. The ant laughed and looked at the Golden Lion with some sarcasm. Because the barrier in front was still not broken. At this time, the Golden Lion was a little annoyed when he heard the ant's shrill laughter. He didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. The face was a little embarrassed. Humph. If one move doesn't work, just add another one, and my power is more than that. When the Golden Lion was preparing to save his dignity in the Holy Land, the defense tower where Desmoko was. Desmoko was shocked at this time. He looked at the blue gem on the top of the defense tower. At this time, a crack appeared on the gem that enhanced the power of the defense tower. It was shocking for Desmoko. You know, these 4S level Bai Tao towers are best at defense. The 4 defense towers resonate and overlap. All attacks on the barrier will beta 4 defense towers share the load. The sea creatures who gave the defense towers made a solemn promise. Even if it was a great lord. Unless one was extremely strong, it would be difficult to break through such a defense. Now these defense towers have been blessed by that lord. It stands to reason that the defense should be as solid as a rock, at least it should not be broken by a single person. But now, the Golden Lion, the leader of the 4 emperors that guy. Desmoko looked at the distant sky with a look of palpitations. Chapter 873 No Fly Ball, The Power of Lord Im. Tier. Golden light shines in the world. The Golden Lion once again charges up and swings a powerful slash. Desmoko under the defense tower could only watch the blue gem on the top crack again. Come again. Looking at the Golden Lion in the distance, he swung and slashed again without waiting for the aftermath to dissipate. At this time, Desmoko was a little desperate. He dared not imagine the scene after this group of vicious pirates rushed in. Even if he was desperate, he could not do anything. Because now he could not do anything except to be here. In a room deep in the Holy Land Pangu City. Here. A sphere like a star was suspended in the center of the room. This was a very rare space item no-fly sphere SS from Greedy Island. It can forcibly prohibit space skills such as teleportation and teleportation within a certain range. At the same time, things can be quickly teleported within this range. It can be said to be a very powerful item, but the disadvantage is that the effective area is not too large. But contrary to the range limitation, its effect will be more powerful. Even SS-level teleportation skills can hardly work within this range. At this time, a figure stood, looking at the no-fly sphere in the air in a trance. Boom! Some violent vibrations brought the figure back to his senses. Then the figure looked back, and its power began to radiate out quickly, blessing the defense towers in the 4 directions of the Holy Land. The cracks on the top of the blue gem began to heal automatically. This is the power of that adult. Desmoko, who was under the defense tower, looked at the slowly repairing blue gem and began to feel lucky. Has the chaos in the Holy Land been settled? Boom! Feeling the explosion wave and dazzling light that erupted again in a certain direction of the Holy Land. He immediately denied this idea. But he couldn't take care of that side. No matter what, those guys outside couldn't be let in. Boom! Black light magic wave. The violent explosion surged out again. Andrei's body erupted with a dark light wave mixed with golden thunder, which was exploding and bombarding several skeleton horses. Those figures quickly performed freezing slashes to cooperate with each other. Finally, Andrei's attack was deflected elsewhere. Boom! Looking at his attack being deflected and exploded again, the corners of Andrei's mouth tore into an arc. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the so-called 5 elders are not so useless. After hearing Andrei's evaluation, the bald 5 elders were very angry, but also shamefully felt a little relieved. To be honest, with his real strength, he would definitely be beaten. Now he can stalemate with the young pirate in front of him. It's all thanks to the power of Lord Im. The creative power of Lord Im not only makes his immortality more terrifying. At the same time, he can create his projection based on him. Although it is a projection, his combat power is actually no different from his. When necessary, he can even be given a stronger blessing. That ability is so powerful. The bald 5 elders Nasu Xiao Lang Sheng is very sure. With such ability, Lord Im will surely lead them to create glory again. Of course, they need to overcome the crisis in front of them first. A mere pirate dares to wreak havoc in the Holy Land. If you dare to come, be prepared to stay. Nasu Xiao Lang Sheng said and began to run wildly, and the 3 projections beside him followed him. 4 skeleton horses spun around Andrei, and then the blades quickly slashed at Andrei. Ha ha ha! Come if you can. Don't make me too bored. Facing the fierce cooperation of the 4 skeleton horses, Andrei said arrogantly. He was not afraid of the 5 elders being strong, but afraid that the 5 elders were not strong. Swish, swish, swish. Facing 4 frozen slashes, Andrei directly burst out with terrible speed and amazing agility to avoid the blockade of the slash. Hey! His figure instantly appeared in front of one of the whole horses. His arm waved like a slingshot, and a fist went down. Bang! The terrifying heavy blow hit the horse's head directly. The horse's head was shattered with a creaking sound, and countless cracks spread, and then fell to the ground. Boom! The ground was hit by the huge figure of the skeleton horse and broke into 2 pieces. Without waiting for Andrei to make up for the light wave, the other 3 skeleton horses immediately filled the vacant position and continued to fight with Andrei. Da-da-da! The stones fell. The skeleton horse that was smashed into the crack in the ground quickly got up, and the broken corner of the horse's head was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The ground was cut off, and it reappeared on the ground and rushed towards Andrei again. The momentum was extremely fierce. Andrei's fight is really fierce. On the other side, Hughes, the vice-captain of Andrei's pirate group, looked at the amazing movement on Andrei's side and sighed. Bang bang! While he was sighing, the ground under his feet collapsed directly, and the huge sandworm opened its huge mouth and attacked. Faced with this situation, Hughes' legs turned into golden frog legs. Quickly leaping in the air, he dodged the attack directly. Swoosh! A burst of golden light flashed, and the golden light directly cut a huge wound on the sandworm's body. Strands of golden light were located at the wound. Ah! Listening to the sudden scream of the sandworm, Hughes, who stood on a pile of rocks, hooked his side face with his fingers. Don't look at me like this, I'm actually pretty strong. I've known about this kind of thing for a long time. Golden toed Hughes. Not far from Hughes, there were 3 other sandworms squatting on the ground, staring at him covetously. The leader was none other than the golden-haired 5 elders, Pit Saint. The now transformed Pit Saint looked at Hughes with a fearful look on his face. Golden-toed Hughes won the Golden Toad fruit at the Fantasy Beast Conference. So he got the nickname of Golden Toad. To this day, people who once won treasures such as the Fantasy Beast God-destroying tool or the Fantasy Beast fruit at the Fantasy Beast Conference, these people are highly valued in the world government. Because they grow too fast, and they easily possess power that was unattainable in the old days. Just like the golden toad in front of him, the bounty is 12 billion Baileys. More than 10 billion Baileys, which has reached the strength of a crown-level hunter. Such strength, so terrifying. Especially his phantom beast ability is poison. This is what Saint Pit fears the most, because his recovery ability is very strong. But when he encounters the ability of the golden toad, even if he doesn't die, he will feel so painful that he wants to take off on the spot. Plus he is huge and bulky. The current situation is quite embarrassing. Even with the projection assistance created by Lord Yumu. Chapter 874 God-Killing Lion King Battle Axe, my purity is too high. It seems that this plan cannot succeed smoothly. What a pity. Hughes looked at the several sandworms that were motionless and focused his attention on the 2 substitute gems floating in the air in the distance. At this time, the 2 substitute gems were covered by a white sphere. All attacks could not affect the substitute gems inside. It was this sphere that prevented them from succeeding. Now, Hughes is ready to wait for the people outside to come in before making a long-term plan. Boom! Watching the sandworms attacking violently again, he continued to kill time with these guys. On the other side, Katakuri was staring at the white ball in front of him. As long as the ball began to quickly emerge circles of halos, he would attack directly to interrupt it. Because he had already discovered the clue. The sign of the emergence of that kind of halo is the prelude to its teleportation. Just now he was enveloped by a white ball that suddenly appeared. Relying on his telekinesis ability to accelerate time. When the white ball emerged circles of halos, he easily escaped from the ball. Before escaping, he deliberately left a piece of glutinous rice ball with his telekinesis wrapped around it. So, he noticed the glutinous rice ball again somewhere in the Holy Land. Obviously, the process of halo emergence is the process of teleportation. If he didn't want the 2 substitute gems to be teleported away, he had to keep staring. While Katakuri was staring, of course, there were strong people on the side of the world government who wanted to come and stop him. However, the members who sneaked into the Holy Land this time are not vegetarians. The 5 elders who transformed into snakes and birds have returned, and they and their 3 projections are entangled with Sig, and are even suppressed by Sig. There is also the Holy Land's Knights of God. The current Knights of God are different from the past. After several crises, they have undergone a major change. The strength of the members inside can only be said to be okay, generally at the level of Hunter Diamond level. However, they have very powerful standard weapon props. This prop is the S-level weapon of Greed Island imitated by I'm behind the world government with the ability of creation, and its power is close to the prototype. Such props, combined with other equipment provided by the world government to the Knights of God. They fought back and forth with several seven sins of the Great Evil Fleet. The seven sins, as the face of the Great Evil Fleet. They all got good dividends from the opening of Greed Island, and each person is at the king level. After all, in the eyes of the people of Greed Island, the Great Evil Fleet is the force stationed by the God of creation in reality. Therefore, the three evil generals and the seven sinners in this force are all treated with a lot of favors, and their strength has naturally increased significantly. In addition to the battles between the Knights of God and several of the seven sinners, there are also two strong men from the Golden Lion Pirates, Tomahawk Jorit and Golden Explosion Unanimous. Tomahawk Jorit is the only one in the Golden Lion Pirates. A strong man with a mythical beast god-killing tool. His god-killing tool is a power-type god-killing tool, called the Lion King Battle Axe. Now Jorit, with the Lion King Battle Axe, has a bounty of 17 billion berries, and is the real face of the Golden Lion Pirates. As for the Golden Explosion Unanimous, once a member of the worst generation, the Golden Thief Unanimous has the superhuman ability of explosion. After that, he was recruited by the Golden Lion Pirates. Once he did a level 5 experiment on the magical Beast Island, he has a powerful explosive mythical beast power. Because his golden mythical beast power has explosive characteristics, he later got the nickname of Golden Explosion. Now he has a bounty of 8.21 billion berries, and his strength has reached the 3-star gem level. He is a pirate who used to be a good pirate in the worst generation. With the Battle Axe Jorit and the Golden Explosion Unanimous, Katakuri doesn't have to worry about other strong men disturbing him. Boom! The terrifying axe light raged, breaking all obstacles violently like a hill. A huge wild boar was blown up. The buildings along the way were all shattered, leaving only a deep ditch in place. Bang! The huge wild boar fell from the sky, making a huge vibration. The extremely tough defense on its body was useless, and a huge gap began to spread. Kahahaha, not enough to chop, not enough to chop. Who else? At this time, Tomahawk was holding a golden axe. The strong wind blew his blue cloth clothes rustling, and with his wild hair, he looked majestic. He looked around arrogantly. Hey, hey! This is too tricky. It's worthy of being a pirate with a bounty of 17 billion. Really, why did I encounter such a thing? At this time, not far from Tomahawk, a young man with green hair and blue clothes complained lazily. He was the trump card of the world government in the magic pattern, Evergreen Jane. This time, it was because of the pirate's unusual movements. So, Jane was also temporarily transferred to the Holy Land for garrison. For such a mission, Jane just took it as a vacation. He felt that the sunshine on the Red Earth continent should be very good, and it would be a special experience to vacation here. However, he didn't expect that the pirates would really attack him not long after his vacation. This time, he felt that he had lost a lot. Boom! The huge ancient tree began to surge, and dense branches began to burst towards the battle axe. Faced with this attack, the battle axe just grinned. The thick hands tightly grasped the battle axe with a golden lion relief. The muscular arms swung violently. The huge golden axe light like a hill raged out again. All the branches that were waving their fangs and claws in front of them were smashed. See? This is the real power. This is the aesthetics of battle. My purity is too high. Kahahaha. Accompanied by wild laughter. Axe swung the axe again with a look of arrogance, and directly knocked away a figure shrouded in red flames. That figure was another trump card of the world government in the magic pattern, the Angry Fist. The Angry Fist, the holder of the angry magic, his anger was directed at the pirates. Facing the arrogant axe, who was a pirate, his anger was directly stacked. 5.5. The angry red flames directly filled his body. Now the Angry Fist's anger has been initially stacked, and his combat power is close to the 3-star gem level, but it is obviously not enough. He needs more anger. Who says that their purity is high? Looking at the Angry Fist being knocked away, Jane just wanted to complain. But facing the axe light of the axe, he still chose to keep a low profile. Boom! The dense branches surged again. At the same time, his eyes looked at the big wild boar transformed by the 5 elders. Now Jane was a little confused, why the other 5 elders could transform into several clones to fight. This big wild boar is not good, and can only charge recklessly. This 5 elders is not good. It's really outrageous. Looking at the big wild boar running back after recovering from his injuries, Jane silently complained in his heart. Chapter 875 Demonization Ceremony. Is he the protagonist of the comic? If his own strength is not strong, it will be difficult for him to slack off. This is what Jane is worried about. Jane, you try your best to stop him. After this crisis, we will prepare the resources you need for demonization, and the Wrath Fist as well. After hearing what the big wild boar said, Jane was no longer sleepy. As an S-level magic pattern user, Jane often feels that his life is flowing away like a reservoir with the gates opened. When he is basking in the sun and calming down, that feeling is particularly obvious. The huge magic power is eroding his lifespan. Even if he has been promoted and fighting all the way, and has used a huge amount of holy light potions to minimize the side effects of magic, it is useless. As long as the huge magic power exists in him, this is inevitable. He still wants to live a long life. But if this trend continues, he will die young in a few years. However, Jane has long heard that the Kingdom of Miracles is conducting experiments through the mechanism of the time realm. The experiment was conducted using the official Ace Molten Flow of the Magic Pattern Association to successfully create the magic ritual of the Magic Pattern Master. Jane also knew a little about the conditions required for this demonization ritual. For him, the most difficult of all the conditions was resources. The minimum number of holy light potion required was 2,000. What does this mean? For the World Government's Magic Pattern 24 Association, ordinary C-level magic pattern users can get a minimum of 1 holy light potion from the guild for free every month. If they make outstanding contributions or have connections, they can get 1 more. B-level users have a minimum of 2, A-level users have a minimum of 3, and S-level users have a minimum of 4. It seems that the number obtained is not high, but even if the world government wants to issue more, it cannot do so. Because the source of the Holy Light Potion is in the Kingdom of Miracles. The Holy Light Potion sold by the Kingdom of Miracles to the Magic Pattern Guild is completely sold according to the number of Magic Pattern users and the corresponding level. In this way, unless the world government reaches an additional transaction with the Kingdom of Miracles or sweeps the black market for Holy Light Potion, otherwise, the world government does not have too much inventory. The thing that bothers Jane the most right now is the Holy Light Potion. If the guild system is really followed, even if he contributes the most, he can only get 8 Holy Light Potion per month. It will take more than 20 years to save 2,000. During this process, he cannot use the Holy Light Potion. Is this possible? It is absolutely impossible. Even if it is possible, he would have died in 20 years. Don't worry. Oh no, it's the respected 5 elders. You go and do your thing. Just leave it to me and Euro. At this time, Jane almost slipped his tongue. Fortunately, Saint Wolkuli didn't want to get too entangled with this idiot. Hurriedly rushed to Katakuri. He had already discovered that Saint Satan had also rushed over. Now the two of them will work together to interfere with the speedy Katakuri. Let the 2 sacred objects be successfully teleported away. For this purpose, the resources promised to Jane and Angry Fist Euro are nothing. Peng peng. Watching the big wild boar go away, he didn't care about his words. Jane smiled brightly. As the ace of the magic pattern, he definitely has a chance to complete the magic ritual. Jane must admit this. Because the world government is afraid that he will run away and switch to other big guilds. However, due to the backstab and defection of the genius Fuzz, the commander of the anti-demon monitor, Yungu K, seems to have opinions about their magic pattern users. He cited a series of reasons, such as the temperament of monsters may have problems after magicization, they cannot enjoy privileges, and they should observe for a period of time to avoid problems with magicization. This made the guild tightly control the supply of holy light potions for powerful magic pattern users. Even if he is the ace, I am afraid it will take several years to have the hope of raising resources for the magic ritual. Now it's good. As long as this wave is successful, I don't have to look at the face of Yungu K in the future. Because after becoming a monster, there is no need to use holy light potions. He can still have a lifespan of at least 200 years, which is as high as the sky. Boom! Jane, who got the promise, held the magic wand in his hand and burst out with passion rarely seen since he had the lazy magic. Several huge trees hundreds of meters long quickly spread around the battle axe. Those branches that were bearing their teeth and claws like devil tentacles also carried more intense and terrifying magic. As the first person in the magic pattern world to have the title of S-level magic pattern user, Jane naturally has his merits. Now, through huge Krypton resources, his own strength has reached the 3-star gem level. With the S-level magic weapon in his hand that resonates with him, even the crown level can fight. However, the battle axe in front of him is not an ordinary crown level after all. This is a strong man who possesses the fantasy beast god-destroying tool. It is rumored that the strong man with the god-destroying tool is best at breaking through in battle. Not to mention the powerful combat power of the battle axe. Just the characteristic of possible breakthrough on the spot makes Jane afraid. Jane felt that he needed to be cautious about this, so as not to be embarrassed if he was suddenly killed in the middle of a fight. So that's it. YOLO, he has been trapped by me. Depend on you. I'd rather die than die with my friend. The angry fist full of rage heard Jane's call and quickly leaped forward. The strength of the angry fist burned by anger was increasing rapidly, explosively, and vigorously. With his pair of S-level brass knuckle magic weapons, his combat power has soared to the crown level. However, in contrast to the increase in strength, his rationality was evaporating. Now he could only judge the enemy and himself, and he couldn't think more. So he was willing to be the main attacker. Bang bang bang! He was seen leaping quickly in the air, swinging a pair of brass knuckles, and bursting out a terrifying fist-shaped aura towards the trapped battle axe. The red light illuminated the world. The earth was plunged into a red tide, like the dawn. The earth-shattering aura directly shattered 760% of the branches blocking in front, and then bombarded the battle axe directly. Kahahaha! Come on! I recognize your purity. At this time, the battle axe was excited, and his cheeks were flushed. Because he felt that threshold was shattered. Roar, roar, roar! Lion roars in the forest. The terrifying roar of incomparable majesty and oppression burst out from the Lion King battle axe out of thin air. In a trance, the angry eyes of the angry fist Yu Luo saw that the huge golden lion was roaring to the sky. Face the absolute power. Sky-shattering axe light. The extremely dazzling golden light began to rage, and the huge golden lion was like a god destroying the sky. The axe roared out. It directly shattered everything in front of him. Whether it was the demon branches surging around him or the red flaming fist shining in front of him. All of them were shattered. Boom! Jane stared in amazement as Yuro was pushed into the sky by the golden giant lion. Then the axe light that looked like a giant lion splashed countless ripples on the blue water barrier in the sky, and exploded into countless golden light particles that slowly scattered from the sky. The floating golden light particles made the sky look extremely dreamy and beautiful. This dreamy scene chilled Jane's heart. Hey hey! Are you kidding me? That guy really broke through in the battle. The battle axe, is it the protagonist in the comics? This is bad, so he will become a supporting role and a clown. Chapter 876. The five elders hit GG. Amidst laughter, the navy prepares. Kahahaha. It seems that I used too much force. At this time, Tomahawk's face was full of pride. Just now, he took advantage of the momentum of the breakthrough to swing a more powerful axe light. He smashed the moves of the two opponents in front of him in one fell swoop and severely injured one of them. Now if he uses that move again, I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the level just now. However, he still broke through. His strength has skyrocketed. After this big event, his bounty will be guaranteed to be more than 20 billion. As a great pirate who has occupied the New World since the old era, Tomahawk has an inexplicable obsession with bounties. Seeing that his bounty easily surpassed that of Pirate King Roger, he felt so happy. Now Tomahawk sometimes imagines himself traveling back to the time when Roger just became the Pirate King. Then he used his absolute power to beat Roger's pirate group to their knees and beg for mercy, shocking the world. Rounding off, if he goes back 7 or 8 years, he is also a Pirate King. That kind of imagination makes Tomahawk feel climax. I am the real Pirate King. Ah! Hearing Tomahawk say that with a smug look on his face, Jane, who was feeling a bit fucked, was speechless. What on earth is this man fantasizing about? Yuro must be defeated by such a guy with his eyes wide open. Just as Jane was sighing, Yu's figure falling from the sky returned again with a fierce red light. He charged towards Tomahawk with a posture that almost burned his mind. That terrifying magic fluctuation. It surprised Jane. He felt that Yoro's breath was depressed by that move, but he didn't expect there would be a reversal. Are you also the protagonist? Looking at Yoro's explosion, Jane looked more and more like him. He has a deep hatred for pirates, and a bug ability that becomes stronger the more angry he is. It is said that his ability can even burn part of his own magic impurities. In other words, his upper limit of magic pattern use may be higher than others. And the one just now must be a common memory killing used by the protagonist of the comics, and it will explode as soon as it recalls. The elements are directly maxed out. Wow! In this case, he will really become a clown. Or, he will try it too. Watching Yoro and Tomahawk start to fight quickly, Jane immediately took out a portion of glittering golden fried rice from the card book. This is an edible item sold by Admiral Aokiji, which can naturally trigger beautiful memories of the past and can also add telekinesis buff. This thing is the best item for memory killing. Of course, Greed Island really has the ultimate school of chefs called memory killing. But the memory killing dishes made by the special chef have a vision, starting at S level. It's not that memory killing dishes are unaffordable, but golden fried rice is more cost effective. Swoosh! After opening a bowl of golden light, Jane opened his mouth wide and swallowed it together with the golden light. Beiji! Beiji! After one bite, Jane had an endless aftertaste. Delicious, so delicious, the leisurely time in the past. And the leisurely time in the future. Here it comes. The motivation is up. At this time, Jane felt his vitality begin to emerge. For the leisurely time in the future, he also had to fight hard. So, Jane, who wanted to work hard, retreated again and again. As the saying goes, only by staying alive can you output. Now Jane wanted to hide underground and remotely control the ancient tree to fight. Boom! The violent demon tree began to grow wantonly, surrounding the battle axe and the angry fist, and occasionally OB on the edge, looking for opportunities to harass the battle axe. The best auxiliary, Jane must win. While Jane was fighting hard, Katakuri's side. The 5 elders had already typed GG in laughter. A big wild boar, a cow ghost. They rushed up, mistakenly thinking that they could interfere with Katakuri. Then they were severely taught a lesson by Katakuri. Let them understand what speed is. It was really just a moment, and the 2 of them were already sealed in 2 huge glutinous rice balls. These 2 glutinous rice balls were filled with Katakuri's telekinesis. Not only were they more sticky, but they also had the property of rapid proliferation. The 5 elders tried their best to break free from the glutinous rice balls. So, their plan failed. In front of Katakuri, who has the ability to accelerate time, the number of weak people is meaningless. At this time, back to the stand treasure Katakuri in front of the pearl felt a cold gaze from the void falling on him. He also looked at it quietly. Boom! Boom! The sky was shaking again. Katakuri then felt that gaze fade away. He looked up at the sky, and the dazzling golden cross was printed on the blue sky. The whole sky was boiling, as if it was about to explode. Seeing this scene, Katakuri stuck his weapon into the ground. Then he leaned against a piece of the remaining wall with his arms folded across his chest, quietly guarding the substitute gem in front of him. When the Holy Land was in a state of anxiety. The first half of the Grand Line. The Navy headquarters has gathered people and is ready to set off. This time, Akainu, Kizaru, and the increasingly famous Admiral candidate Gangyang Megado will lead the team. However, when the preparations are done, Zhang Guo suddenly found something embarrassing. What? Can't teleport. At this time, Zhang Guo was a little stunned. That's right. The teleportation platform can't be transferred to Rogue Town. What should we do now? The chief instructor of the Navy Academy, Zifa Black Arm, said with an embarrassed look. Once the Navy obtained an extremely rare space prop teleportation platform on Greedy Island. Then this prop was completely materialized and placed in the Navy headquarters, and he was finally responsible for guarding it. As a rare space prop, the teleportation platform can generate 4 teleportation coordinates, and the teleportation coordinates can be integrated into the space for teleportation. Because the new Holy Land is nearby, Rogue Town in the East China Sea has set up a teleportation coordinate in the Navy branch above. However, Zifa didn't know the principle of this thing. He only used it by copying, and usually left it like this. Now this kind of blunder has occurred temporarily, and in front of so many generals. Zafel has a feeling of social death. As a veteran, he made such a low-level mistake. He decided in his heart. In the future, teleport to the teleportation point twice a day and observe it regularly. Although this will consume a lot of resources, at least the problem will not be discovered until it is close to use. Chapter 877 The Three Sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star, the Apostle intervenes. It seems that those pirates are well prepared and should not be underestimated. Zhang Guo also noticed Zifa's embarrassment at this time, and directly diverted the attention of the generals with one sentence. If we can't teleport, we can't reach the Holy Land in a short time. Who of you has other props to get there quickly? Akainu heard Zhang Guo's words and was also vigorous and decisive, asking everyone directly. Everyone looked at each other in surprise at Akainu's question. The skills and props about space on Greedy Island are relatively rare, and even if there are fixed-point long-distance teleportations like this, most of them have prerequisites. How can a space prop that just meets the requirements be available as soon as you ask? Leave it to me. Seeing that no one responded, Admiral Candidate Adiabatic Akino stood up. Lieutenant General Akino, do you want to? Akino's appearance surprised some generals, and they looked at Akino in surprise. Of course, some generals were not clear about the situation and looked confused. Yes, I want to use the time gem. Zhang Guo saw that some generals were confused, and explained it to them. Although everyone knows that the time gem obtained by the top 50 of the martial arts competition is a very precious treasure. But the newspaper only leaked part of the function of the time gem. Speaking of this, Zhang Guo did not continue. Because the secret of the time gem is known by as few people as possible. He set his eyes on Akino. Have you really thought about it? The price? I have thought about it. Compared with the major events of the Navy, this price is insignificant. As Akino said, he set his eyes on Gangyang Megadu. To be honest, he was very envious of Megadu for receiving the power gift from Lord King. This means Lord King's recognition. Therefore, he also wanted to show more. Let Lord King know that he is also the successor of the Fiery Will. Then I'll leave it to you. The Navy will not forget your contribution. Zhang Guo said solemnly. The time stone has a function. It can use the memory of the holder as an anchor point to teleport to the place it has been to. And Akino once went on an escort mission and escorted the remaining personnel of the Holy Land to the new Holy Land. That's right. Let him use the time stone to go to the new Holy Land very quickly. But this function of the time stone requires Krypton life, once every 10 years. 10 years of life may not seem like much, but 10 years of life for a candidate for the Admiral is a lot. Because he can exchange for an opportunity to realize his strength in the martial arts virtual realm. If this opportunity is used well, it can improve a lot of strength. Since you have decided, let's set off quickly. Akainu looked indifferent. He knew the price of the time stone. After all, he had briefly owned the time stone before, but later it became the time virtual realm stone. However, now the time realm gem he holds has turned into the martial arts realm, located in the Navy headquarters. Compared to his contribution. The price Akino paid. In Akainu's eyes, it was nothing, and it was not worth mentioning. Yet, Adiabatic Akino didn't say much, and directly took out the time gem to use. Soon, a dark blue hole formed in front of him. Then let's go. In the South China Sea, somewhere in the dark curtain's base. The three sisters of the Sun, Moon, and Star of the Tarot Totem Goddess faction were also ready to go. They didn't bring more people, just the three sisters. Location Rogue Town. We can set off. Star Girl Iona curled her black hair with her fingers. The slender fingers pointed to a portal in front that looked like a starry sky. Due to the use of her ability, the stars swirled in her hair, making her hair look like a starry sky scroll. The cute and round face had an innocent and lively smile. Just now, the Star Girl used her ability to anchor the rogue town in her past memories. Using her own time ability to permeate the space to teleport. This method is exactly referring to the function of the time stone. As a Star Girl with the ability to travel back in time, she is very compatible with the time stone, and her ability weight is very high. Therefore, after studying the time stone, she quickly reproduced the various functions of it with her own ability. Well done, Iona. Moon Girl Evahai nodded. Then Moon Girl and her sister Yang Girl took the lead in stepping into the Star Gate built by the third brother, and Star Girl followed closely behind. Soon, the three of them passed through the Star Gate and came to a relatively secluded high-rise rooftop in Rogue Town. Arriving at the new place, Moon Girl's silver eyes looked back around. Due to the power of the substitute moon, her originally dark pupils always remain silver white. This change not only makes her more attractive, it also allows her to see more. For example, now, a strong man is coming. Well, I also feel this power, it is the demon clan. Yang Girl's soft voice just fell. Zilla. On the rooftop of this building, a figure quietly fell from the sky in the form of lightning. Ladies of the Dark Curtain, if you are here to support the world government, then please stop here. The lightning disappeared, revealing a head full of dark clouds and long hair with lightning. It was one of the 7 apostles of the demon clan, the king of Wutian, Hong Lu. Did the demon clan participate in this attack? It's really strange, why don't you just take action? Watching the apostle appear in front of him, Star Girl Liana tilted her head, her pupils flowing with starlight were a little puzzled. Since the apostle appeared here, the situation has escalated. If it's not good, it may turn into a war between humans and demons. Don't say that, we haven't planned anything. As for why we are here, it may be to watch the show. The king of Wutian said calmly. His calmness comes from his overwhelming strength. Now he has reached the level of a 7-line limit-breaking demon king. Even though he was facing the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star, he did not feel too much pressure. So that's how it is. My lovely sister, this kind of words can only fool children, you won't believe it. Yunu looked at Seeing Nu's face with a look of sudden enlightenment. She stretched out her finger and knocked Seeing Nu's little head. Ah! How is it possible? Sister! I definitely don't believe it, I'm very smart, don't worry about me. Staring at Yunu's suspicious eyes, Seeing Nu immediately wanted to prove herself. Otherwise, she would feel uncomfortable being watched by her sister all the time, and she also wanted to have some time alone, and since the demon apostle intervened, let's do it this way for now. Yang Nu glanced at the king of Wutian, then looked into the distance in a certain direction, and then made a statement. Let's go. Let's just treat it as a vacation this time. The current rogue town is very different from the past. We can have fun. Looking at Yang's smiling face, Xing felt a little chilly. She knew that although her elder sister was tolerant, she also had a dark attribute. There was still fighting on the Red Earth continent. They came here to support, but they are traveling here. Wouldn't it be bad? Chapter 878 The Navy's Armament, Yellow Monkey's Contempt. Watching the figures of the 3 sisters of Sun and Moon go away, the king of Wushan stood there without moving. Really, why do you have to do such a troublesome thing? Why not just rob it directly? A fluid-like figure slowly emerged, it was the Deep Sea King among the 7 apostles of the demon clan. At this time, the Deep Sea King faintly revealed a very terrifying aura, like a group of volcanoes about to erupt. Because the demon god slightly controlled his body last time. After that battle, his magic power soared to the full level of the 10 pattern breaking limit demon king. And there are still a lot of legal principles that he needs to digest, which make his ability even stronger. It can be said that the current Deep Sea King is the strongest among the 7 apostles. Tianlong has a lot to consider. They Dark Curtain may find an excuse to launch a war against the demons because of the god blood pool. If they find a reason and gather other forces to besiege the demons, it will be difficult for us. Hearing Hong Liu's explanation, the Deep Sea King looked disapproving. If you want to fight, then fight. Are we, the demons, afraid? You'd better say less. Hong Liu shook his head. Time is on our side. It will only take a while. Our realm. Now they have mastered the correct way to upgrade. In terms of upgrade speed, the strong men of his forces cannot be faster than them. Wait until they all enter the next realm. That will be the time for the demons to dominate the world. Anyway, this time it will be successful. If it doesn't work, just treat it as a trip. We don't need to worry about such things. I remember there is a very good coffee shop in this town. Do you want to come together? Little Deep Sea. Hearing Hong Liu say this with a Buddhist look on his face, the Deep Sea King felt a number sign appear on his forehead. Asshole! I am the Deep Sea King, not some little Deep Sea. Don't give me any weird nicknames. Seeing that the Deep Sea King had no intention of moving, Hong Liu looked regretful. You are still so stubborn. Well, you can take care of the rest. I will keep an eye on it. After that, Hong Liu walked slowly towards a coffee shop in Rogue Town. Drinking coffee and reading comics at the same time is a very good experience for Hong Lu. It is not good to fight and kill all the time, you have to learn to enjoy it. At least Hong Lu agrees with Huang Yi on this point. As Hong Lu went away, the Deep Sea King was silent for a while and then turned into a stream and dissipated. In the new Holy Land, the support of the Navy also came directly from the headquarters of the Navy to the gate of Pangu City. The number of people who came to support this time was not large, only about 30 people. Except for the two admirals Akainu and Kizaru, most of the others were lieutenant generals and major generals. Many of the personnel inside have been upgraded with weapons, and their strength is between gem and diamond levels. As for why they have such strength, it is also very simple. In this land-sea battle on Greed Island, the three major land forces wanted to obtain the assistance of the item SSS Diddy beating service of Propel City. In addition to paying the Navy for the summoning fee, they also gave a reward of 100 million mind points for each commission. And the three major forces made 2 commissions in total. The first one is today's task, and the second one is tomorrow. According to past practice, the land-sea battle will usher in a decisive battle on the 15th day, which is tomorrow. So SSS Diddy beating service of Propel City has also reserved the summoning quota for the 6 big bosses tomorrow. In this way, the Navy will have 200 million rewards. The 200 million rewards have been paid to the Navy in advance. With so many mind points, the Navy naturally needs to implement some weapons. Just a rare item like the telekinetic belt. I bought 5 S-class and 20 A-class belts, plus the matching telekinetic sources and skill cards, and spent 70 million directly. Because of this cooperation, the Navy did not need to auction, and bought these telekinetic belts directly from the Human Union at a more affordable price. Of course, there is still a big gap between the S-class telekinetic belt and the top-of-the-line Morgans. Let's not talk about this for now. In addition to the telekinetic belts, the Navy also spent 50 million to buy various resource props. Fortunately, there are still 80 million left. Otherwise, the 3 major forces have not paid for tomorrow's summoning fee. If all the rewards are spent, the Navy will be embarrassed for this mission. Well, it seems that the situation is not that bad. At this time, Kizaru stood in front of the somewhat broken Pangu city with a look of surprise. In his imagination, it is possible that the entire Holy Land will be beaten up. Now the scene in front of him is still mild. He looked at the blue sky and the sky covered with a shining golden cross, with a look of emotion. But Golden Lion looks scary. If he comes in, it will be bad. Gang Yang walked forward with a serious face. Didn't the intelligence say that the 4 emperors except Whitebeard are coming? The flag of that fleet now has the existence of the evil fleet. In this case, the mission is much more dangerous. It's normal. Do you expect the 5 elders to tell you everything? Those guys are very arrogant. Gang Yang complained about the 5 elders as if it was nothing. Then he comforted Gang Yang, the new popular king of the Navy. Don't worry too much. I saw Gabajuo and Barrett enjoying the battle on Greed Island before. Maybe only Crocodile, the king of the desert, is behind it. It sounds a bit contemptuous. But if I may be frank, he is not a threat. If he is alone. Crack. Bang. Before Kizaru finished speaking, the aqua-blue translucent sky cover of the sky spread with countless cracks and then shattered. The terrifying shock wave began to wreak havoc, and a huge tornado erupted directly. The flying sand and rocks covered the entire Holy Land, and it seemed to be in doomsday. Can't the world government be more reliable? I'm still thinking about clearing out those infiltrators first, and then going to fight the pirates outside. It's because you talk too much nonsense. Akainu looked indifferent and took the lead to face the fleet. Don't say that, what can you do with this little time to talk? Seeing Akainu taking the lead, Kizaru added a sentence with a guilty conscience. Then he immediately took out a card from the card book. The card broke, and something like a mobile phone appeared, which was SSS, the Diddy taxi service in the city of Impel Down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's start with these 5. Don't waste too much money, otherwise it will be bad to be scolded as a spendthrift by Marshal Sengoku. Soon, Kizaru selected 5 monsters of the infinite hell on his mobile phone. When summoning, he kept nagging and putting the blame on Zhangguo. It was not him who was blaming, but Zhangguo. This way, if there is any problem, it will be easier to talk about morality. Chapter 879 Kizaru said that everyone is a decent person, don't fight and kill. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a flash of white light. 5 figures with different images appeared directly in front of Kizaru. They have no real rational wisdom, only bloody madness full of killing and abnormal body shapes. This is the monster of the infinite hell of Impel Down. Except you stay by my side to protect me, the others follow that man and obey his orders. Hearing Kizaru's order, 4 of the monsters flew out directly and followed behind Akainu. Another one came to Kizaru's side. Is this the powerful item? It's still shocking to see it again. Those figures are all famous monsters in the infinite hell of Impel Down. I heard that the prototypes were once. The Navy also started to discuss the 5 figures summoned by Kizaru. Okay, next Admiral Kizaru will lead the Navy to suppress the chaos here and the unrest that those fleets may bring. The strong men on the fleet will be handed over to Admiral Akainu and me. Kizaru nodded to Ganjiang's words. The monsters of the infinite hell require a minimum of 2 million mind points to summon. It's expensive, but these monsters are all at the level of the Lord of Mind. The 5 he chose just now are all outstanding monsters in the infinite hell, and the summoning price is over 5 million. Their prototypes were once famous and are still famous now. There is a Ruyi monster whose prototype is the World Destroyer Waldo, and a Great Sword Ghost whose prototype is the Rain Ziliu. With their assistance, the terrifying strength of Upper Kasky and the 2-star crown level Gang Yang by his side. There shouldn't be too many mistakes. Swish! As Gang Yang shot away with the Steel Knight's gun in his hand. The Navy generals who stayed in place were full of solemnity. Next, they will face those terrible strong men, and it is normal for one of them to die. However, they did not get the weapons now for nothing. It was a large contribution in advance that got the huge amount of mind points to strengthen. This mission is the process of repayment. Then everyone. Next, please ask Mr. Jiafulo to come forward. He has a lot of experience. I think everyone will have no objection to letting him divide the work. As for me, I will coordinate the overall situation and invest new combat power according to the situation. Kizaru looked at a man with black and white hair and a crew cut among the many generals. The bulging muscles and tall body make it clear that he is not easy to mess with. Leave it to me. Gafuro did not refuse Kizaru's appointment. Others had no objection either. After all, Vice Admiral Gafuro is a real veteran Vice Admiral. He once faced the legendary god and lost a leg. Even after losing his leg, he still shined in the Naval Academy, and it was the same until his leg was repaired by the Holy Knight. Now he has awakened a powerful mind on Greed Island, and his mind power is close to the King of Mind through some resources. Such a man is naturally recognized and respected by many naval generals. Then I'll trouble you, old man. As Kizaru said, he turned into light and flew into the air to observe. The monsters in the Impel Down city that stayed beside him were also following him. How is it possible? How did that guy appear here? In the air, Kizaru looked at a smiling white-haired figure on the naval fleet. He would not make a mistake, the high-level shadow snake Yunzeo of the Fighting Association. The strength of that guy is unfathomable and unpredictable. It is rumored that Shadow Snake Yunzeo and Kaido are good friends. Is this true? Looking at the oppressive atmosphere visible to the naked eye, Kizaru touched his chin. After all, Sakazuki is also a high-level member of the Fighting Association. The two of them should not. Before Kizaru could think about it, he saw the man in the distance looking at him. He even saw that Shadow Ghost Yunzeo said something to him. Hello. The next moment, the voice reached Kizaru's ears. However, the voice was so close that it seemed to be right next to him. Hey, hey. I'm just watching the show. Don't do it. We are all decent people. Don't fight and kill to hurt the harmony. At this time, there were beads of sweat on the side of Kizaru's face. He raised his hand slightly to make a sneak attack. Even the monsters in the city that wanted to move nearby were stopped by his eyes. There was no way, there was a person standing behind him. He was holding a knife and pointing it at his heart. Kizaru could feel the danger of the blade surging and making him shudder. If he was penetrated, he would be in danger of death. In this situation, Kizaru felt that it would be better to follow his heart. Relax. I just said hello to you, and of course I hope you can stop shaking people just now. Otherwise it's difficult for me. Hearing Yunzeo's request, Kizaru nodded in approval. Of course, I also think this behavior is shameful. If you can't beat them, you shake people, it's really too much. Hee. Seeing Kizaru being so sensible, Yunzeo smiled with his squinting eyes in an approachable manner. It's great that you think so. In that case, we can find a good place to watch the show quietly. The top of Pangu City is a good location. I have a prop for watching the show with popcorn. Let's go together. Kizuru did not hesitate to Yunzeo's invitation and agreed very straightforwardly. Okay, let's go together. So, in a harmonious atmosphere, the two quickly moved to the top of Pangu City. Yunzeo took out the props for watching the show. Props for the melon-eating crowd be openly. Tables, chairs, melons, popcorn, cold drinks, etc. are all available. Yunzeo used it in the Sea King Festival and Golden Lion. I have used this melon-eating prop. Yunzeo personally went to a large store to give a good review and bought a few sets of 0.1. Sit down. Kizuru sat on one of the chairs very straightforwardly. The situation is now out of control. He didn't expect that Shadow Snake Yunzeo would be so strong. Fortunately, the other party is not crazy. Now Kizuru can accept this situation. Although it seems that he is being held hostage and the strategic support props are forced to stop using. But look at it the other way around. In fact, he is the one who restrains Yun Zhao, the terrible fighting force. After returning, Marshal Zhang Guo will probably give him a medal and record his great merit. With a change of perspective, he immediately became a great hero who endured humiliation. Not only did he become a great hero, he didn't have to fight to the death, and he could eat watermelons. This is actually quite good. Picking up a piece of watermelon, Kizuru ate it with peace of mind. Chapter 880, The Virtual Crystal of the Hueco Mundo, SSS Level Prop Liang Shan. It's really similar. What's similar? Kizuru asked back with a puzzled look while eating the watermelon. The monster behind you in the Push City, except for its smaller size, is very similar to a virtual general I have seen. Yun Zhao reached out and grabbed a bucket of popcorn on the table, showing off a mouthful. He casually pointed at the dark figure standing silently behind Kizuru. Oh? A virtual general of the Hollow Sea. Hearing Yunzeo's words, Kizuru's arm paused. Of course, Kizuru knew about the virtual generals of Hueco Mundo. And the general information about Hueco Mundo by the big forces was revealed by the smiling guy next to him. The prototype of the shadow mage behind me is the once famous pirate Gecko Moria. If he were alive, he would probably be famous. Yeah, probably. At this point, Kizuru smiled uncertainly. After all, there are too many monsters in the sea now. If that Gecko Moria was really alive, I'm afraid he might not be able to make a name for himself. Moria? Even the name is the same. It seems that it is indeed the same person. When Yunzeo said this, Kizuru was shocked. He didn't expect Moria to really become a virtual general of Hueco Mundo. This matter is really big. After all, it concerns where people go after death. 29. Virtual General Moria. It sounds really scary. I wonder if Mr. Yun Zhao can reveal some information about the virtual sea of Hueco Mundo. Kizuru said and began to inquire about the information of Hueco Mundo. As for Hueco Mundo, he knew that there was a dominant virtual sea organization there, which had the virtual king and 12 virtual generals. As for more, there was nothing. He had tried to climb the virtual demon tree in the land of demons before. Well, it was mainly to accompany Sakazuki. It was just that living terrifying virtual demon tree. It seemed to be very repulsive to other strong people with other systems of power, and very unfriendly. Unless they were magic pattern users with magic power and powerful people with domineering or devil fruits. Otherwise, people like him who had the power of fantasy beasts and Sakazuki who had the fantasy beast god-destroying tool. It's not impossible to go up, but you need to withstand more terrifying pressure. He just tried for a while and gave up decisively. But Sakazuki was very strong. I wonder what medicine that guy took? He broke through during the climbing process. He climbed to the top of the mountain with the increasing pressure like a real ghost. It's a pity that he fell down in the end. He looked really miserable when he fell down. So, it is not something that ordinary people can do to understand the afterlife through the path of the hollow demon tree. At present, on the surface, only Hawkeye my hawk has been confirmed to have truly received the gift of the hollow demon tree. Hehe, Hueco Mundo is very unfriendly now. Yun Zhao did not shy away from Kizuru's inquiry. Now was it better before? Looking at Yun Zhao's subtle expression when he mentioned Hueco Mundo, Kizuru was curious. It was better before, but it's very chaotic now. After all, because of the hollow crystal, they are almost breaking their heads. Speaking of this, Yun Zhao's face was full of emotion. The current Hueco Mundo is really chaotic. There are those who compete for the position of the 12 hollow generals, those who conquer each other's territory, and those who specifically start wars. The root of all this is because of the hollow crystal. Because the secret of the birth of the hollow crystal has been determined. Before, many hollows died due to the changes in the Death God's expedition to Hueco Mundo. Then the great voids in the Void Sea discovered. A large number of high-quality void crystals began to be born in that battle site. Let the great voids determine that void crystals are rare resources produced by the fall of the great voids. There is even a new phenomenon that has attracted more attention. That is, voids with amazing qualifications are born from void crystals. They are given the name void crystal voids. This kind of void born directly from void crystals is unheard of by the great voids. But what is certain is that the potential of voids born in this way is amazing. The fearful lords who still remain in the Void Sea believe that they can at least grow to Ashokas. In addition, this kind of void seems to have no memory of the previous life. It is also very simple and even instinctive, and is very easy to be influenced. In other words, it is easy to be brainwashed. They are a kind of great void with a very high lower limit and a terrifyingly high upper limit, and they are easy to be conquered. Among those hollows born from hollow crystals, there is one that the Lord of Fear believes can grow into a super hollow. Therefore, it was placed in the Hollow Sea base camp for intensive training. That's right. Many of those hollow generals are ready to move. Due to the influence of past memories. Many hollows have the ambition to form a group to dominate the world, which may be the influence of the current pirate group phenomenon. Therefore, many hollows want to recruit those hollows born from hollow crystals to help them become the overlord of one side. Under the influence of multiple factors. The Hueco Mundo is now very hot, and there are wars everywhere. Some want resources, some want loyal subordinates, and some want to study the principle of the birth of hollow crystals and then use it to change their own qualifications. These news were inquired by Yun Zhao in Hueco Mundo when he was free. With the support of the Hollow God, he can go to Hueco Mundo as long as he doesn't get ahead of others. Even the Lord of Hollow will turn a blind eye. In addition to these inquired news, he even knew that the birth of the hollow crystal hollow was driven by a certain big hand. That was the invisible big hand standing behind the Hollow Lord. This was what Yun Zhao learned from the Hollow God Aizen. That level was too far away for him, so he just listened and didn't ask more questions. What is the hollow crystal? It is a very important resource for hollows, and only Hueco Mundo has it. While Yun Zhao and Kizaru were chatting. On the other side, Akainu and Golden Lion had already started fighting. He faced the strongest Golden Lion on the opposite side alone. As for the Admiral candidate Gang Yang, his combat power is very strong, and many people generally believe that he has reached the level of Crown 2-star. His progress is terrifying, and he is considered to be the successor of that person's will. Therefore, his popularity in the navy is terrifying. He faced Kaido, the beast who was in the limelight and had a bounty of 25 billion. In addition to Akainu and Gang Yang, they also have 4 powerful Nianjun who were shaken out by Kizaru from Impel down on 923. As monsters with summoning costs of more than 5 million. All of them are stronger than the middle-level Nianjun, equivalent to the level of Crown 2-star. Such strength also completely restrains the remaining combat power of the pirates. Rui Monster fights a mysterious man who is wearing a hood and cannot be seen clearly, and the Great Sword Ghost fights the demonized Big Mom. As for Crocodile, who is also on the ship, he also fights a monster. And the last monster is fought by the remaining strong men of the fleet. Boom! After a big melee began, the terrible shock wave began to sweep continuously. The entire fleet was scattered by the aftermath of the terrifying strong men. The sky was shaking and the wind was howling. The roar that shook the sky continued, and the world seemed to be in a doomsday countdown. Even in Rogue Town, which is some distance away from the Holy Land, the people there can clearly feel the terrifying scene of the collapse of the sky in the distance. Boom! In the sky, the ant was slashed with a huge wound by the terrifying blow. Then she fell and broke a piece of the ground. But the ant did not lie down, but stood up quickly, and her body was repairing quickly. Mama! Is it really not that simple? Today. After standing up from the ground, the ant looked at the various bloodstains on his body cut by the Great Sword Demon. His face showed a majestic look. In this case, we can only use that item. SSS level item Liang Shan. Chapter 881 He is probably sick. Tiangang Disha 108 Demon Star Array. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by the ant crushing a card. Above her, a mountain hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared, emitting a violent black flame, like a demon mountain descending. The whole sky was shaking. The heavy pressure directly accumulated in the hearts of everyone in the Holy Land. That is SSS level building, Liangshan. At this time, Huang Yuan, who was on the top of Pangu City, looked at the mountain that suddenly appeared. He was almost choked by the cold drink he was drinking, and his eyes almost popped out. Hey, hey! This joke is not funny. How could Auntie own Liangshan? Isn't this item in Apostle Huangji? After Huang Yuan said a few words in shock, he paused slightly, his face looked a little ugly. Liangshan, an SSS level mountain item, was not famous before. It was not until some time ago that it became known to all players. The cause was that someone used a telekinetic bell to steal the wool of the Push City, and then was chased by the boss of the Infinite Hell. The subsequent development was also beyond the players' expectations. The warrior who stole the wool was actually a player. And he was the famous demon apostle, the Lord of Plunder Huangji. For the apostle's arbitrary behavior, the players accepted it calmly. Especially the apostle Huangji, who was born out of fear of pirates. That guy did something strange. The players were not surprised. It was just obvious. The Impel Downs with the strongest boss magician fantasy is not easy to mess with. That is a monster that even the king of fighters could not defeat and is known as the strongest boss of Greed Island. At that time, many players were already waiting for Apostle Huang Yi to be defeated. Even if he defeated several bosses of Infinite Impel Downs, no one thought that he could get away with magician fantasy. It was only after Impel Downs finally sent magician fantasy out to chase him. Apostle Huang Yi took out the SSS level item Liangshan. It blocked the power of magician fantasy. After that, Impel Downs stopped chasing him. This event was very exciting, and Morgan sent people to track the whole process. It was a big event that people talked about with relish. However, when the important props of that event appeared in front of their eyes, Kizaru is a bit of a Bungbu dweller. Mr. Yunzao, did the demon apostles participate in this attack? Hearing Huang Yuan's question, Yunzao smiled. I don't know about this either. I was just invited to watch the show halfway, I don't know anything else. Although Yunzao could feel two terrifying magic powers monitoring the Holy Land from a distance and near, they didn't even cover it up. But what does this have to do with him? He is just a tourist passing by. He just came to see the painful expressions of the five elders, which seemed to make him happy. Obviously, the memories of the previous life that were left behind had no emotions. But he had this feeling, maybe he was sick. Is that so? Huang Yuan was not in the mood to watch the show slowly at this time. After all, that SSS level item was really terrifying. And the fact that Big Mom held this item proved that the demons definitely intervened. He didn't believe that such an item would fall into Big Mom's hands out of thin air. In this case, it was simply a crisis. This mission is really a big loss. Boom. Mama. Hack that guy to death for me. At this time in the Holy Land, looking at Liangshan with demonic flames raging in the sky, Big Ant changed from being embarrassed to being in high spirits. Although this item was only lent to her by the demon apostle, but it did not prevent her from being the queen of the scene now. Swish, swish, swish. When Big Ant shouted, the big sword ghost standing in the sky was fearless and still swooped down at Big Ant. But from Liangshan, dozens of figures with demonic flames raging soon appeared. In an instant, accompanied by raging air waves, the big sword ghost was beaten to death. It fully interprets being outnumbered. This scene also stopped the battles in various places. Mama. Too strong. This is the 36 stars of the Heavenly Gang. At this time, the ant looked at the big sword ghost who had slashed her before being beaten to death by random punches, and a very satisfied smile appeared on her face. Then, her tiger eyes shifted to various battlefields. That contemptuous attitude, as if whoever she touched would die. What a cocky person. Ling. Kaido, who was fighting with Gang Yang in the distance, also muttered. He didn't expect Ling to have such a trump card. Of course, he knew that the demons were interfering. It's just that he was not sure how the demons would act. Just in case, he also pulled down Yunzao, whose strength was unknown. I didn't expect the demons to choose to lend that kind of precious prop to Ling. It seems this time it's stable. As Kaido murmured. The ant also started her performance. Mama mama. Next, the 2 substitute orbs are mine. Use your strongest moves for me, and no one else can mess with me. The ant's tiger eyes circled around, and finally her target was set on the substitute orb in front of Katakuri in the distance. At this moment, she felt that it was better to get the thing first, so as not to have more trouble. Feel it. This is the real power of Liangshan, mama mama. As the ant's mind moved, dozens of figures suddenly jumped out from the mountain again. They rose into the sky with the previous dozens of figures. Heavenly Gang Disha 108 Demon Star Array. Boom. With a roar that resounded through the sky dimmed. All the sounds began to fall silent. The burning red demon stars began to light up the sky. At this moment, Liangshan seemed to become the center of the world. 108 magic stars began to move along a specific trajectory with it as the center. The world seemed to be shrouded in an ominous red light. The abnormal celestial phenomenon allowed people within thousands of kilometers centered on the Holy Land to witness the grand scene with their own eyes. Many islands could see the complete grand scene of 108 magic stars shining in the sky. Even people who were far away from the visual range. Within thousands of kilometers, the closer the distance, the more likely they would be affected by the magic thoughts and see. In Rogue Town, many people stared at the sky with dull eyes. In the sky, the huge magic stars seemed to weigh on their hearts, dyeing the earth and the sea red. What is that? Is it a god? Seeing the miracle in the sky, many people immediately thought of miracles. Every time they encountered something incomprehensible, people would always think of the gods. Because the gods are the greatest miracles recognized by the world, and they lead the birth of countless new miracles. If there is any wonder that has lasted for thousands of years, it is always okay to throw it to the gods. Chapter 882 Phantom Demon Council, Zakrane and Deep Sea King. Mama mama. No one can stop me now. At this time, Big Mom laughed and directed the big formation to move. It was just a moment. A redder light column like blood fell from the sky. In front of Katakuri, the white light ball wrapped with 2 substitute gems was directly shattered after being illuminated. Although the SS-level air-banning ball of the space system is very powerful, but facing Liangshan, which is a top-level item in the SSS level, it is not enough at all. Got it. Looking at the sweeping red light dragging 2 substitute gems quickly appearing in front of her, Big Mom's face showed an extremely happy look. Not good. The 3-5 elders who stopped fighting also saw this scene. Their faces were full of anxiety and despair. The bald 5 elders even left Sig behind and ran towards Big Mom in the form of a skeleton horse. For the 5 elders who ruined the atmosphere, Big Mom just glanced at them. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the sky, and several 5 elders and their projections were shattered, leaving only their heads intact. How is it possible? Suffering such a heavy blow. The faces of the 5 elders who only had their heads left were full of disbelief. Mama mama. That's it. An ant-like thing dares to disturb me. Regret before you die. Watching the 5 elders being crushed. 853. With a happy smile, Big Mom reached out to grab the substitute orb that was in front of her. Looking at the substitute orb that was getting closer and closer, her pupils were enlarged, looking extremely majestic. It was about to succeed. As expected, with such a powerful force, anything can be done easily. Hey! Hey! After reaching out to take it, the ant looked at her palm with a confused face. The 2 substitute gems turned into 2 round stones. What happened? After being confused for a while, the ant became furious. Who is it? Who dares to play tricks? Bang! Before the ant finished speaking, she fell to the ground. How is it possible? Before fainting, the ant could only see a golden figure slowly condensing in front of her. That is the chief of the Phantom Demon Council, Xing Liao Guangzikaline. The world government actually invited that man. At this time, on a ruin filled with magma in the Holy Land, the Golden Lion held 2 golden emperor swords and looked at the figure condensed in front of the ant in surprise. The Golden Lion was impressed by that figure. He organized the unsealing of the strongest god-destroying tool, which indirectly led to the outbreak of the War of Gods. Afterwards, he took the strongest god-destroying tool as the core. He established the Phantom Demon Council with 7 other members with authority, and served as the chief. In the past period of time, there has been endless news about Xing Liao Guangzikaline. Because he was in charge of the black and white jade seal of the strongest god-destroying tool. So he sometimes clashed with the demon apostles. It's just that because of the black jade, the pure demon that needs to be sealed is the gluttonous pure demon, not the fear demon of the Fear Island. Therefore, the demon apostle did not fight to the death with Xing Liu Guang Zikrane. In addition to the demons, the fantasy beasts that Bai Yu needs to seal are also sealed by Xing Liu Guang. The Yaqi sect has a lot of say in the Fantasy Demon Council because of this. That makes the Golden Lion jealous. After all, if the strongest god-destroying tool can let him lead, then, in this world where gods are initially separated from mortals, his dream is one step closer. Today, in front of the ant, Zikrane held 2 substitute gems in his right hand. The sound of the 2 gems colliding was particularly beautiful. Is this the substitute gem? It has great research value. He looked at the substitute gem in his hand curiously. This time, the reason why he took action. It was for this legendary substitute gem. Not long ago, when the world government exposed the substitute orb, he wanted to study it. Later, he contacted the world government. The world government declined his idea to borrow the substitute orb. Zechariah didn't care. Rather than forcing others, he preferred others to give it to him. This time, the pirates and other forces attacked in groups, and Zechariah also pushed behind the scenes. The world government couldn't stand the pressure and contacted him. His condition was actually very simple, just to take a substitute orb to study. Of course, the reward for this time depends on the situation. If the enemy is weak, then he will only borrow it. If the enemy is strong, then the reward starts from 1. And the scene in front of him, no matter what, the enemy can't be called weak. After all, the top SSS level props and the most powerful apostles. This is a scene that ordinary people can't handle. Buzz buzz. Beside Liang Shan above the sky, a figure has appeared at this time. His appearance also attracted the attention of the whole audience. The strongest demon apostle, the Deep Sea King. In the eyes of the world, this apostle once relied on the power of the guide demon god to confront 2 gods head-on, and thus had a more terrifying reputation. At the same time, the gold content of the demon apostles was raised to a new height. As soon as such a terrifying character appeared, everyone was tense. It's you again, Xing Liu Guang Zikrane. As soon as the Deep Sea King appeared, he looked at Zikrane solemnly. He had clashed with Zikrane twice in the past period of time. All because of the gluttonous pure demon. After all, their apostles did not want the strongest god-destroying tool to be able to exert its full power. However, after 2 fights, Zikrane's powerful strength still stopped them. Not only because of Zikrane's strength, but also because of his future. For a guy with such terrible strength as Xing Liu Guang Zikrane, it is a foregone conclusion that he will become a god in the future. In this way, it is thankless to make enemies lightly. This was the judgment of Apostle Tianlong, and the other apostles also adopted it. However, the Deep Sea King was already very unhappy after giving in twice. Now that Zikrane appeared again, the Deep Sea King decided not to bear it. It's not like he hasn't fought against gods before. Well, although he didn't do it himself, his body was involved. Rounding off, he is not afraid of gods. What's more, guys who haven't grown up to become gods are not worth mentioning. Buzz. As the Deep Sea King stretched out his hand, the Liang Shan next to him also responded to his request, and the formation was ready to go. This Liang Shan was only lent by Huang Yi. The reason why it still exists even though Big Mom is unconscious. It is because the Deep Sea King, who was given a higher right to use by Huang Yi, took over it. Owning this powerful treasure that is the top of the SSS level. Coupled with his own magic power and more terrifying ability to reach the 10 pattern breaking limit Demon King. The Deep Sea King thought it would not be difficult for him to defeat the guy in front of him. Come on. Let's talk after we've fought each other. Hearing the Deep Sea King say this with a proud look on his face, Zechariah didn't speak, but stretched out his hand. The golden scepter with 8 white and black jades slowly emerged from the void. Zechariah smiled in the somewhat confused eyes of the Deep Sea King. Okay. Chapter 883 Morgan's Flattery, the end of the battle between land and sea. The next day, the incident of the pirate group raiding the new holy land of the world government suddenly became a hot topic in the newspapers of the sea. The people of the sea were very shocked by this incident and were boiling. In the newspaper, Morgan said that the world government successfully repelled various vicious pirate groups. declared to the sea that the majesty of the world government should not be violated. In response to this, many people felt that Morgan's sun was rising from the west. It was rare to blow the world government. However, the people of the sea did look up to the world government because of Morgan's report. Although the world government was still a giant in the age of gods, the world government was deeply involved in both the Hunter Association and the Magic Pattern Association. However, the world government, which was defeated on a daily basis, still made people more awed by it. Declining. Once the peak of prestige collapses, the speed of collapse is unimaginable. After all, the previous world government was unpopular, and there were many more people who fell into trouble than imagined. And this time, several of the 4 emperors and even some of the most evil large fleets came together. Faced with such a lineup, the world government did not collapse at the first touch. Instead, it persisted until the support of the Navy and the support of the chief of the Phantom Demon Council. This process, the hard power it showed, still made many people a little more awed. Those various forces that were crazy about it when the prestige of the world government fell also rarely stopped. For the public, this news is very explosive. However, for those greedy island players, they just took a look and no longer paid attention. Because their focus today is completely on Greedy Island. The reason is very simple. Today will be the end of the battle for land and sea hegemony. That is definitely a rare big scene. Many players are focusing on this big scene. Ordinary big news in reality can hardly distract their attention. Greed Island, Central Area. 3 towering trial towers are facing each other in a triangle. They are 10 kilometers away from the center of the triangle, and more than 10 kilometers away from each other. Giant towers over 1,000 meters high are daunting, but at the same time they also make people feel at ease. They silently guard this area. This triangular area surrounded by 3 trial towers is called Amateur by the people of this world. Amateur is the most prosperous area in this world. Surrounded by the 3 trial towers, it is a truly impregnable area. Even in the history of sea and land battles recorded in this world, there has never been a history of being breached. Therefore, this area is truly worth every inch of land. Those who can afford to buy land here are all real rich people and strong people. Even if it is just a small shop with a term of several decades, it cannot be built without tens of thousands of mind points. Now it is a prosperous area. Today, it is rare to usher in silence. There are still many figures on the neatly planned streets, but the former bustle is gone. And the pedestrians are in a hurry. The reason for this is that the army of the Sea Clan is coming. Crash! Crash! The terrifying sea current is sweeping, swallowing everything like a doomsday tsunami. The East Ancient Road and the West Ancient Road are simultaneously hit by a terrifying tsunami. The Amatel area is wrapped by the white light barrier connected by the 3 trial towers, blocking the roaring tsunami. The tsunami is even higher than the trial tower. Pa! As the tsunamis on both sides gather around the white light barrier, the armies of the East Palace and the West Palace join together. Countless sea beasts of the Sea Clan floated densely on the crest of the wave, looking indifferently at the area wrapped by the barrier in front. Bang bang bang! The dull gongs and drums pried the hearts of the people in Amateur. Many players were standing on various buildings in Amateur to observe this shocking scene. Looking at Amateur surrounded by the huge waves. Looking at the countless sea beasts waving ancient flags and floating in the surging waves. Looking at the terrifying sea warriors. The surging aura seemed to shake the sky down. The players felt the horror of the sea tribe at this scene. Are they here? It looks really scary. At this time, on the roof of a building, player Pluto Rayleigh picked up a wine bowl and drank it all. Then he looked at the amazing scene in the distance with a solemn face. Only by being at the scene can you feel the horror here. Compared with here, the real wars in the past have become too child's play. This is obviously just a game made up by the god. However, the heritage and history here are magnificent and heavy, which are presented in the war. Players feel suffocated when they are in it. That's right. Players are even more amazed. Because it was God who created this place. This is the power of God. God is really terrible. Opposite Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks also drank it all, and then sighed. Day. Throwing the wine bowl, red-haired stood up. Mr. Rayleigh, let's get ready. This war is very dangerous, even with the card book. Ha ha ha, Shanks, you have become much more cautious. Looking at Shanks's posture that seemed to be ready to run away at any time, Rayleigh was teasing. Mr. Rayleigh, please stop making fun of me. I need to be responsible for my partner. 0. Well, I'll leave first, Mr. Rayleigh. After a while, Rayleigh murmured as he looked at Shanks's receding figure. You've grown a lot, Shanks. After sighing, Rayleigh once again focused on the Sea Tribe army. In this battle for land and sea, the strength shown by the Sea Tribe is very terrifying. Whether it is the battlefield of the East Ancient Road or the battlefield of the West Ancient Road. Even though the East Ancient Road had the unexpected joining of the final boss of the city, the magician Fantasy, and the West Ancient Road had the joining of the One-Fist King. But both sides still unexpectedly broke through the two key lines of defense in front of Amateur. You know. Although the One-Fist King was born relatively early and had never participated in several historical battles for hegemony, but people who worship the One-Fist King have always believed, if a new battle for hegemony begins, the One-Fist King will surely end this war early. However, the facts are more cruel than imagined. The One-Fist King even failed to stop the West Emperor Palace from advancing. Such an incident made many people alert. Because of the strength shown by the Sea clan now, Amateur is even at risk of being breached. This is the main reason why people in the Amateur area retreated during the war. It's an unprecedented war. So novel. If Roger were here, he might be extremely excited. Drank a bowl of wine again. Rayleigh stared at the Sea Tribe army in the distance, with a slight smile on his lips. He wanted to use his eyes to record and witness this rare scene. Perhaps, he would have a chance to tell Roger about this legendary scene in the future. Chapter 884 The East and West Emperors merged, and the shrimp-headed dragon was born. Bang bang bang! A dull drum sounded. Above Amateur, the strong men of the three major forces stood in the air. They looked solemnly at the Sea Tribe army surrounding Amateur, listening to the drum sound that kept moving people's hearts. Everyone was silent. Get ready. Amateur is our home court. With 3 emperors guarding here, we will not lose. Great Lord Bai Yan spoke first. Others also responded. Even though the defense has been defeated until now, they still have a certain degree of confidence. After all, this is Amateur, guarded by 3 emperors. It is said that the 3 emperors have the power of fusion. That power has always been the strongest guarantee for the battle between land and sea. Even this time, everyone still believes in such power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A stream of light cuts through the sky. The strong men stay on the triangular barrier built by the Trial Tower, which is like a canopy. The strong men of the Sea clan from the East and West Seas also gather together. In addition to the strong men, both camps have powerful war machines suspended and ready to go. The Sea clan has palace-like, blue platform-like, ocean currents, colorful corals, whirlpools, etc., and there are also huge starships that are out of harmony. As for the land side, there are dark mountains, volcanoes, thunder pools, sand towers, mud palaces, stone tablets, etc. These are the war backgrounds of both sides, and the lowest is SS level. At this time, the 2 palaces have been gathered together. The Sea Emperor, who is called the East Emperor and whose real name is Long Aotian, and the West Emperor, whose real name is Xiao Nan, walked out. They looked at the various strong men who were waiting in front of them. Donghuang Long Aotian spoke first. It seems that everyone is here. This farce should end soon. Long Aotian sighed slightly. Then he set his sights on the center of the crowd in front of him. There was a bald man wearing a yellow shirt and a white cape, who looked like a minion. One Punch King Chi Yu. I heard that you can evenly fight with the current Western King. Such a powerful force, but you can't go any further. You must feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Long Aotian's name, Chi Yu in the crowd touched the slippery bald head. Ah? What do you mean? Come join the Donghuang Palace. As long as you join my forces, your special mind can help you break through. Hearing Donghuang's words, Chi Yu didn't say anything. Other high-level officials were all excited. Especially the high-level officials of the Human Union. In the past, they had racked their brains to increase the power of the One Punch King. However, the power of the One Punch King is so special. I want to break through the limit and reach the realm of the 3 emperors, but I can't do it. Even the SSS level strong mind fruit that can theoretically break through the limit is useless. However, everyone has expectations for this. Because the leader of the Forest Alliance, Time Chicken, has also taken the SSS level strong mind fruit, but he didn't even break through the Mind Emperor. According to Time Chicken, its and One Punch King's mind abilities are too strong and special. Even the SSS level is difficult to shake. Unless there is a strong enough special grade or X power, maybe it can break through. Otherwise, you can only practice slowly by yourself. Therefore, using external force to make One Punch King break through is also considered by the three major forces as something that cannot be solved temporarily. But now, you can actually do such a thing. Then are the other guys breaking through to the Mind Emperor also your work? Long Aotian glanced at the questioning GTOUSI and smiled faintly. That's right, there's nothing to hide anymore. Whether you great lords or Time Chicken, little King Kong, I can increase your strength. His pupils reflected the leader of the Forest Alliance, the fat red-crowned chicken with white feathers and the man who was formed by the fusion of the seven gourd brothers, wearing a black and white robe, with blonde hair and red eyes. Among the three major forces on land, only the King of Fighters, Time Chicken, and Little King Kong are the most valued by him. The others are not as good, but still have some weight. How? As long as your three major forces are under the name of our two emperors of the East and the West, then, a more powerful realm is at your fingertips. Looking at Long Aote and stretching out his hand, a few of the Nianjun showed signs of interest in their eyes. Don't dream. Even if you are powerful now, what's the matter? You should get past those three old men first before talking. Hearing the words of the Time Chicken, Long Aotian also smiled. In that case, why don't you show up? Our old friend. Rumble. The sky roared, and three beams of light connected to the sky burst out from the tops of the three trial towers. The terrifying air waves surged, causing the waves below to surge violently. All the lives at the scene focused their eyes on the dazzling beam of light. In the three huge beams of light, red, gold, and dark, three figures slowly emerged zero. Accompanied by the appearance of the three figures, people seemed to feel that they turned into a bigger light and shadow. The whole world seemed to be filled with their existence, and they became insignificant. The Flame Emperor Uriah, the Thunder Emperor Haman, and the Phantom Demon Emperor Rabiel. Those are the three emperors who protect Greed Island. Finally I saw them with my own eyes. The three are really great. In Amital, the players were all shocked and stared at the three figures that emerged. The legendary three phantom demons actually appeared once in the real world. That was when the pupil god challenged the evil god before he became a god. However, at that time, people had no idea about the three phantom demons. Now, players who have been on Greed Island for a while have too much experience. After all, the history of this world is basically the struggle between the three emperors who protect Greed Island and the two sea emperors of the East and West Seas, except for the background god of creation, the god of the sea, and the great god of the system whose true identity is unknown. Therefore, seeing the three phantom demons again, the players are particularly touched. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the three of you guys came out. Sure enough, you have made a lot of progress now. Hearing the laughter of Donghuang Long Aotian, the red dragon god Yanhuang Uriah looked down at the two sea emperors. You shouldn't have come. Even if your strength has reached the current level, you can't defeat us after all. As the voice of the god Yanhuang echoed, the three emperors in the sky slowly overlapped. How did the 2.3 pillar of light appear? The terrifying aura suppressed the world. Everyone felt heavy in their hearts. A greater figure emerged, that is, the legendary Chaos Phantom Demon Amital. Don't do meaningless things. Looking at the figure of the three phantom demons in the sky, Donghuang smiled. I was really underestimated. It seems that the memories of the past have given you a lot of confidence. But this time, it's a real showdown. And the ending will be very different. Donghuang said and looked at Zhuang. The Western Emperor also understood and threw an earring over quickly, which was caught by the Eastern Emperor. Bang! The two sea emperors each held an earring and wore it on their left and right ears. Buzz! The figures of the two emperors overlapped quickly under the surprised eyes of the Chaos Phantom Demon Amateur. Soon, from the golden and red intertwined light ball, the shrimp-headed dragon was officially born. Chapter 885 Chaos Darkness, Chaos Light. Boom! A very grand atmosphere filled the world. People looked at the figure that appeared in the golden and red light ball in a daze. The figure with a shrimp head and a human body seemed to be the center of this world. Everyone involuntarily shifted their attention to him. Even the extremely dazzling presence of the Chaos Phantom Demon Amateur was overshadowed by the great existence in front of him. Hey, hey! This is too scary. It can become so powerful. This is not good. Inside Amateur. Huang Yuan stood in a building and looked at the barrier on the canopy with an incredible look on his face. Originally, the appearance of the Chaos Phantom Amatel had already made him feel incomparably terrified. Now the combination of the two Sea Kings made him feel even more pressured. Both sides were indescribably terrifying. If he only faced one side, Huang Yuan might only feel infinite power and could not tell who was stronger and who was weaker. But the two sides stood at the same scene. The difference in the sense of existence was nakedly laid out in front of everyone. Even if the 0-1 combination of the three phantom demons was very terrifying, it was dwarfed by that existence. Such a gap made Huang Yuan feel very bad. They are gods now. How powerful is that one? At this time, other players were shocked by the power of the evil god who created this world. At the same time, they were also a little terrified, thinking about whether to log off first. After all, under the power of the gods, anything is normal. The resurrection of the card book may not be really that safe. Sakazuki, why don't we log off first? At this time, Kizaru looked at Akainu beside him and said seriously. Today, about the 6 major he has completed the summoning of the boss. The 2 commissions of the 3 major forces have been completed, and now Kizaru feels that retreating first is a wise choice. Otherwise, it is hard to say what will happen if the 2 beings fight. If you want to leave, go first. Akainu's eyes were fixed on the 2 figures in the sky. He did not consider Kizaru's proposal at all, and was as stubborn as ever. You are really crazy. Looking at Akainu's expression, Kizaru was very helpless. He knew that Akainu's development of the God-annihilating tool had reached its peak. A huge bottleneck was blocking him. So he was very anxious. Hearing that he needed the recognition of the weapon spirit to go further, and the weapon spirit of the purgatory cage only required him to fight against strong enemies continuously. Kizaru shook his head when he heard that request. Anyway, Akainu's development of the God-annihilating tool was already top-notch. His strength has quickly soared to the point of approaching the crown level, which is really very strong. Although this power was brought by the God-destroying tool. But there is no doubt that such a short time to achieve such a combat power. In Kizaru's opinion, he could have rested a long time ago. But Akainu is still rolling. It made him have to go to the martial arts realm to quietly comprehend the power of the phantom beasts, otherwise he would be anxious if he was left behind as a general, although Kyuzan was right to give him a bottom. Then you continue, I'll go first. After all, I am too important with strategic props. Kizaru was about to log off. Boom. Bang. Before he could log off, he was stunned to see the huge figure of 3 colors intertwined bombarding not far from him. The earth was directly broken. The terrifying shock wave ravaged the surrounding buildings. How is it possible? Kizaru couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw that it was the Chaos Phantom Demon, the combination of the 3 phantom demons. He looked up at the sky. He saw that the triangular barrier above the sky was broken open with a big hole. White light particles scattered, and a figure slowly floated down. It looked like a dream against the background of the light particles. However, that scene made Kizaru feel like he was falling into an ice cave. He didn't expect that he was just chatting with Sakazuki. The Chaos Phantom Amatel, who was known as the Guardian of Greed Island, was killed just like that. Even the 3-tower barrier that was said to have never been broken was opened with a hole. And the culprit who did this flew towards this side. Are you so unlucky? Can you wait until I leave before fighting? Thinking so, Kizaru didn't dare to move at this time. Because the terrifying aura blocked this area. He really didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be gone if he moved. Now Kizaru could only wait for that terrifying guy to relax his aura before running away. What a terrifying power! Now what should I call you? At this time, Chaos Phantom Amatel floated again. The posture looked unremarkable. You called me Long Ao Tien Nan. The shrimp-headed human body answered, his voice sounded like 2 overlapping voices. Before that, the 2 emperors of the East and the West used the special grade prop fusion earrings to merge. This kind of fusion has a time limit. But in this limited time, his power has also risen to a very terrifying level. Long Ao Tien Nan, your power is really terrible, it seems. Boom. As the sky and the earth shook, 3 trial towers over 1,000 meters high began to rise from the ground in front of everyone's astonishment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They turned into 3-color light and shadow intertwined. Finally, a huge white light tower was formed. We are going to get serious. Looking at this earth-shaking scene, even the top leaders of the three major forces were horrified. The legend is actually true. Those three trial towers are really part of the Tower of God. X-level buildings. The Tower of God in the sky did not move long Aotianan. He looked at the central area of Amitel with a smile on his face. It is here indeed. Long Aotianan's expression made Amitel's emotions fluctuate. So that's it, you dare to pay attention to Tianyuan. Damn it. The so-called Tianyuan. It is also an X-level item, which is the foundation for the entire Greedy Island world to be isolated from the outside world. It is also the mission of the three phantom demons to protect it. Now, Long Aotianan's performance obviously touched the reverse scale of the three phantom demons. Boom. The grand white light tower covers the sky and the sun. It is reflected in people's hearts, and people have only a grand concept of it. If the chaos phantom demon is the darkness of chaos, destroying everything, then the Tower of God is the light of chaos, embracing everything. Town. With the sudden fall of the Tower of God, all the lives present seemed to be wrapped in it. Even Long Aotian was wrapped in it, and it wanted to suppress his body with its power. Chapter 886. Even if I have to carry the Tianyuan barrier, holding the Tower of God in my hand, it's really indescribable power. It's worthy of being the legendary Tower of God. Long Aotian felt his own power being wrapped up, with a sigh on his face. Then a furnace-like shadow flashed in his eyes. He reached out his palm out of thin air. The tower of white light appeared on his left hand. Other lives also came back to their senses from being enveloped by the torrent. How is it possible? Seeing that the Tower of God did not work and was even restrained by Long Aotianan, Amitel's face showed disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Do you have any other tricks? Looking at Long Aotianan's shrimp head, which was both arrogant and indifferent, Amitel felt a ray of anger rising. Okay. I wonder how long you can hold on. Boom. The edge of the Greedy Island world. The power of the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Greedy Island world began to shrink on a large scale. Those powers began to gather. From all directions, they gathered towards Amitel in the center of Greedy Island. Squeaky. The sky in the Amitel area began to be covered with red, and a heavy feeling began to suppress the scene. This is the power of Tianyuan, the power of resistance. Everyone felt an inexplicable oppression. It's just that this feeling is not so obvious. Because this power is not directed at them, but at Long Aotianan. Squeak. Squeak. Long Aotianan could feel the terrifying power resisting his existence. It seemed as if an unimaginable mountain of gods was pressing on his body, and his joints were creaking. This is the power of Tianyuan barrier. It's really scary. But it's not enough. Accompanying Long Aotianan's words, he, who was a little hunched by the Tianyuan barrier, straightened his body again. He stood upright in the air, looking down at the Chaos Phantom Demon below. That proud figure made all the lives watching here feel an unspeakable shock. Anything else? Chaos Phantom Amitel. If that's all, I will destroy your protection with my absolute power. Hearing Long Aotianan's words, Amitel's anger strangely went a step further. Long Aotianan, I have to admit, your combination is indeed powerful. But, you are too arrogant now. Fighting against the Tower of God and the Abyss, how much energy do you have left to fight me? Boom. The terrifying darkness began to erupt, and the world seemed to fall into the darkness of chaos. All life was in that torrent of destruction. All that could be seen was the red abyss still spreading in the sky and the great figure holding the dazzling white tower. That figure still had a color that never faded in the darkness. People could only hear his low moan. Even if I have to carry the abyss barrier and hold the Tower of God, I am still invincible in the world. Boom. Everyone saw the figure wave his hand. The universe is unbalanced. The world seems to be turned upside down. Even the torrent full of destructive power becomes harmless, like a breeze. This is Long Aotian's power, the universe is unbalanced. Dong Huang, Long Aotian, holds the power of the upper, is the upper, and is strong. Zhuang, Ziatunan, holds the power of the lower, is the lower, and is weak. The combination of the upper and the lower forms the universe. In the history recorded by Greedy Island, the battles for hegemony on land and sea in the past, all relied on the three emperors who guarded Greedy Island, and the power formed by their fusion defeated the two emperors of the East and the West. The reason for this is that the abilities of the East and West Emperors are too powerful. The East Emperor, who has the upper, will always be on top within a certain limit. The West Emperor, who has the lower, will always put his opponent below within a certain limit. Their abilities are very cheating. Even if the three phantom demons do not merge, they cannot defeat them. Now, after the East Emperor and the West Emperor have the means to combine, their strength is also bursting. If it is only the power of the Chaos Phantom Demon, it will not be able to win. It's just the last gasp of a spent force. But you are so arrogant. At this time, Amateur's mood began to return to normal. He could feel that after the attack just now, Long Aotian's power was declining. This was very normal in Amateur's view. After all, the power of his Tower of God is very terrifying, and so is Tianyuan. He wants to fight him again against these two forces. This is too much of an underestimation of him. Crack! Crack! A subtle sound rang out, making Amateur, who was about to attack again, widen his eyes. He turned around quickly. Boom! The red light suddenly rose, reaching the sky and the earth, dispersing all the darkness. The life of the entire Greedy Island world. No matter what race of life it is, you can see a red light column erupting from the central area of Greedy Island. Even though Greedy Island has a system God's division management, the combat special effects can basically not penetrate other maps. But this light is different. Because it is the power to maintain the separation between the inside and outside of Greedy Island. Division management will not limit this power, so it will naturally be seen by the people of Greedy Island. Even this beam of light penetrates the barrier of the sky. The entire underworld residents outside Greedy Island can also see it. The red light bursting out in the distance. The light, like a ruby, attracted many underworld residents living near the sea. What is that? What happened? Treasure, is it an unknown treasure? Let's go and take a look. Let's not go. It looks far away. The fishing boats in the village are not big. I don't want to be eaten by sea beasts. Who knows if I will still be alive after dying again? This small village formed by underworld residents is full of discussions. The residents of the underworld are basically souls who have died in the present world. They all clearly realize that this is the world after death. It's not easy to live again, no one wants to die. After all, there is great terror between life and death. After a real death, most people will cherish life more. However, the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. There are always stubborn people. Some residents who were pirates in their previous lives are very brave. It doesn't matter if the boat is small. Recruit a few more people, take weapons, and fight with sea beasts when you encounter them. When a resident here made a decision. The center of Greedy Island. Everyone was also shocked to see the red light column reaching the sky. The light column was so huge that the entire Amateur area was covered. People looked at a black stone tablet emerging from the center of the light column. The sharp-eyed people could see a crack on it. Oops! Looking at the gap, Amateur's eyes suddenly turned to Long Aotianen. You are confusing my perception. The answer is obvious. Long Aotianen smiled indifferently, and he looked down at the center of Amateur. Aren't you coming out yet? 7 Desires Monarch. Chapter 887. The Legend of the 7 Desires Pot. The East and West Emperors broke through to the Mind God. As Long Aotianen spoke, a huge laugh began to come from under the Tianyuan monument. He. A dark figure with an unclear face appeared. He had a black robe and a hood, and a pot hung around his waist. In everyone's eyes, his figure seemed to reach the sky and penetrate the earth. His hands seemed to hold everyone, and seemed to bind everyone. All the lives in Amateur felt that their bodies were tightly bound and unable to move. That was caused by the power of the 7 Desires Lord. Those with delusions are troubled and cannot be freed. Only a few powerful strong men can move. Finally I got out. I really have to thank you. The 7 Desires Lord looked at Long Aotianen, and his face, which could not be seen clearly, seemed to be smiling. If it weren't for your restraint, it wouldn't be so easy for me to get out. He. He laughed again. Under his laughter, the top leaders of the 3 major forces also looked heavy. The 7 Desires Lord is actually the legendary 7 Desires Lord. Is that legend really true? In the legend, when the god of creation first created the world, he created 7 desire pots that guide desires. They symbolize 7 desires or 7 original sins, namely, pride pot, greed pot, and laziness pot. Each desire pot is a powerful item of SSS level. They can even be fused to become powerful X items, 267 desire pots. The powerful desire pots should have guided the desires of life and arranged them properly. However, the desire pots themselves gave birth to instrumental spirits in the endless desires of life. These instrumental spirits not only failed to perform their duties, but also enslaved and ruled the world. Countless lives were trapped in desires, and life and death were difficult to decide for themselves. Finally, the 3 phantom demons guarding the world took action. The 3 emperors transformed into the guardian god chaos phantom demon Amitel and destroyed the 7 desire monarchs formed by the fusion of 7 instrumental spirits. After that, the 7 desire pots disappeared. This is the most widely circulated salvation legend about the 3 phantom demons, which also established the status and belief of the 3 phantom demons of Greed Island. However, in the eyes of the top leaders of the 3 major forces, they naturally knew that the history of this world was illusory. Even if the history was illusory, the existence of this legend also meant the real existence of the 7 desire pot. Some even wanted to find the artifact, because the power of the 7 desire pot was too attractive. But they didn't expect that the artifact was right under their noses. Even the 7 desire lord was destroyed. Could this guy who looked very scary and laughed very hellish be a fake? 7 desires. Amitel's emotions fluctuated, now recalling that his emotions were a little abnormal when he used the abyss. As the abyss monument that unfolded the abyss boundary, it had great significance for the greedy island world. And the abyss monument also sealed the 7 desire pot. The desires of the entire greedy island world poured into the 7 desire pot at all times, forming the source of power for the 7 desire pot. While sealing the abyss monument, it also absorbed the power source of the 7 desire pot and used it as the energy of the abyss boundary. This is a balance. As a guardian, he should not use Tianyuan easily. But he did not hesitate at that time. This is abnormal in itself. Don't look at me like that. I wasn't born to be a power bank for this broken monument. You should continue to use the Tower of God to charge it in the future. Now I can feel it. There is a wider world outside the Tianyuan barrier, where there are countless fragrant fruits. Seeing Amitel's face change drastically, the 7 desires lord was very happy. He. Now that this Tianyuan monument has cracked apart, it can no longer stop me from leaving. He turned his eyes to Long Ao Tianan. How can I repay you well? I got it. Take this. That is the wealth I have accumulated for countless years. See you later. The 7 desires lord threw a map condensed by desire at Long Ao Tianan. Then he turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed straight into the sky, aiming for the outside world called the underworld. Don't think about leaving like this. 7 desires. Watching the 7 desires lord run away cleanly, Amitel would naturally not agree. It was also his duty to guard the 7 desires lord. If he ran away, he would not be able to face the creator. Boom! A huge dark torrent began to fill the world and sniped towards the 7 desires lord. After Long Ao Tianan took the map given by the 7 desires lord, looking at Amitel standing there, he spoke directly. This sea and land battle is over. Next, you should focus on that guy. The white light tower was thrown out by Long Ao Tianan. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is no point in continuing to fight. Long Ao Tianan, what is your purpose? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the creator for doing this now? Hearing Amitel's questioning behind him, Long Ao Tianan's voice became ethereal. The creator, that's your creator, not our creator, and we are just carrying out our thoughts. The wind began to surge, and all the armies of the Sea Clan began to dissipate, like a phantom. If it weren't for the sky still shaking and the red light column that reached the sky, then the battle for land and sea would be like a phantom. The war is over. It's a draw. The top leaders of the 3 major forces woke up at this time. They felt a little incredible when they heard the system's prompt sound. It felt like the East Emperor and the West Emperor merged like real gods. It can still be considered a draw, it's really. Amitel also received the system prompt. As soon as he received the prompt, he immediately understood that Long Ao Tian was indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, now it is more important for him to catch the guy, the 7 desire lord. On the sky, the 7 desire lord also found Amitel below holding the Tower of God, with a kind expression on his face. Originally, his fighting ability was inferior to Amateur, and he was better at running than fighting. Now that Amateur still had the Tower of God, he would have to be kicked in the head by a donkey to fight with Amateur. So he ran faster. The wind is strong. With a strange cry, he broke through the blockade of Tianyuan at all costs. You can't escape, Qiu. You can't be so unlucky. Why didn't that damn bastard hold this guy back for a while? At this time, the Lord of Qiu was a little overwhelmed. I feel ashamed that he gave him a fake treasure. Although it was fake, he shouldn't be treated like this. He was almost. What's going on? Seeing that Amateur's Tower of God hit him, it not only didn't seal him but helped him. The Lord of Qiu was overjoyed. Swoosh! In an instant, the Lord of Qiu broke through the restraints and flew out of the Tianyuan barrier. The sky is high and the birds fly freely. As the 7 Desire Lords laughed, he ran away, and his speed was beyond the reach of Altair. Because that guy used desire as attraction to directly cross the space and escape. He escaped into a corner of the underworld. Damn long Aotianese. Amatel looked ugly. He looked at the Tower of God in his hand. It was the powerful force that burst out from the Tower of God just now, no, 2 powerful forces that made the 7 Desire Lords run away. One was Long Aotianese's own power, and the other was unfamiliar to him. What is that power? When Amatel was puzzled. On the other side, the figure of Long Nantianese, who had withdrawn to the Sea Palace through Jian Kunyu Dao, began to separate. The time for the fusion earrings to merge has come. It seems that the 7 Desire Lords have successfully left. The Tianyuan monument has also cracked, leaving a gap in the Tianyuan barrier. The plan has been successfully completed. Buzz buzz buzz. In the quiet room, only the East Emperor and the West Emperor were present. A magnificent golden furnace was located in front of the East Emperor and the West Emperor. All things in nature were carved on its body. White mist was spreading from the simple furnace cover. You can break through the last step. That realm mindfulness. Clang. As the furnace cover was opened, white beads sank and floated in the white mist. They circled around the 2 black jades in the center, and the inner circles became pure. If anyone who participated in the Sea King banquet was here, they would know that these beads were the divine beads. Swoosh! The 2 black beads in the center flew out and fell into the hands of the 2 emperors. Gather the thoughts of the divine furnace, gather the thoughts of the world, and do the world's affairs. The outside world will eventually become our ladder. Chapter 888 The Birth of Aeon, the opening of the Gambling Stone Field. The battle for land and sea is over. This war also allowed the real forces to see the top combat power of the Greed Island world. For the Chaos Phantom Amatel, who appeared at the end of the battle for hegemony, and Long Aotian, who was the combination of the East Emperor and the West Emperor. They were all shocked by the monster's godlike power. And the 7 Desires Monarch, who appeared at the end. For the Chaos Phantom Amatel's widely circulated legend of saving the world. The players have naturally heard of it. The legendary 7 Desires pot is an X-artifact. That is naturally coveted by the players. However, now that the 7 Desire Lords have been born and have gone to the outside world, this is a bit disturbing. Players are not clear about the world outside the Tianyuan barrier. They guess that the outside of the Greedy Island world is reality. That's right. According to reasoning, this means that a monster that can control desires has gone to reality. This is very uncomfortable for players who have experienced the horror of the 7 Desire Lords on the spot. That's right. The new newspaper in the sea rarely discusses the big event of Greedy Island. Originally, the news event about Greedy Island Morgans is only open to players online. Because in this way, you can collect mind points as rewards online. Compared to Bailey, mind points are much more valuable, or in other words, mind points represent strength to a large extent. Now because the 7 Desire Lords have fled, even Morgans can't figure out where the outside of the Greedy Island world is, and he won't be able to meet the god of extreme evil in a short time. So, this big news that may affect reality. He reported it directly. To a large extent, Morgan still has the attitude of watching the fun and not minding the big things. The whole sea also has a more comprehensive understanding of the legendary Greed Island game because of this newspaper. Is this the Greed Island game? It's really a dreamlike place. The Human Union, the Demi-Human Alliance, the Forest Alliance, all kinds of powerful forces, the one who created that world really has infinite power. Damn! I really want to get a set of Greed Island game cards. I heard that it is the most suitable place for ordinary people to change their fate. The sea tribe is really powerful. I wish our Fishman Island could be so powerful. 7 Desire Lords? No matter how strong they still have to start over in reality. There are so many powerful gods here. According to the introduction, the 7 Desire Pot has the power to melt the desires of the world. It is really a powerful artifact. Considering this artifact as the artifact of the Church of the Evil, praying to the 7 Desire Lords, will they come to our church to give us strength? Looking at the freshly baked newspaper, people on the sea have different reactions. There are still a few people who are worried about the 7 Desire Lords. After all, even the evil god who created the Greedy Island game is not invincible. It is even more impossible for the 7 Desires Lord who has escaped from the Greedy Island world to turn the world upside down. Time passed in the heated discussion in the sea. Until more than half a month passed. The 7 Desires Lord still did not show up in reality, and the discussion about the 7 Desires Pot directly subsided. Greedy Island. Mower walked in the prosperity. Then he walked through the space quietly. He came to an elegant backyard with rockery, streams, and bamboo forests. As soon as he arrived here, the back was immediately oppressed by a familiar heavy pressure. My master, I have been waiting for you for a long time. It is not a good habit to keep a girl waiting for a long time. Although I say so, I am not late. Feeling the faint breath and elegant fragrance coming from the back of his neck, Mower said he was innocent. Master, don't be stubborn, you should. Behind Mel, the black-haired girl in a black dress with white lace loosened her arms, and then she walked around to Mel. The white cheek slowly approached, and the quiet pupils were surging. Respond to my enthusiasm. The seductive pink lips wandered and teased at the corners of Mel's mouth. Then their lips intertwined, and the hug became more and more fusion. After a long time, Mel let go of she's charming body with charming body fragrance. One palm covered her side face. Fingers moved on her smooth and elastic cheeks, sliding across her cherry-like delicate pink lips. Okay, the gambling stone field should be opened. If we continue, I'm afraid we can't open it. If we can't open it, don't open it first. The master said that I am the boss's wife. She grabbed Mel's hand, put his palm against her warm cheek, and then declared childishly. As the boss lady, the master is mine, I can kiss her as I want, and do whatever I want. Looking at she's rare childishness, Mower couldn't help laughing. Zero asking for her flowers. Don't do that, little Ayan is watching. After hearing Mower's words, she finally reacted. A long kiss made her brain short-circuit a little, and she subconsciously forgot about Ayan. Of course, it was mainly because she didn't treat Ayan as an outsider. Sorry, master. I lost my temper a little. It doesn't matter. If it's such a loss of temper, you must do more. I like it very much. Hearing what Mower said, she rolled her eyes charmingly at Mower. Why did you come to tease me now? Although she thought so, she's cheeks were still red. She felt that her resistance to the master was still a little low. Today. Looking at Ayan with long black hair walking over silently, Mower opened his arms. Bang! Her figure suddenly fell into his arms. After a while, Mower touched her head and she let go. Okay, it's time to work. Little Ayan, work hard. I will rely on you to support me in the future. Hearing what Mower said, the taciturn Ayan nodded seriously. I will try my best, father. Ayan finally recognized Mel as her father. Her birth was very special. Once, countless hollows in the Hueco Mundo killed and devoured each other. This abnormal movement made Mel look over, and thus discovered the existence of the root consciousness for the first time. At that time, Mel took the opportunity to put a section of devouring law into it. With the devouring law as the core and countless hollows as nutrients, Ayan was born. To a certain extent, he and the root consciousness are the co-creators of Ayan. In the past, Ayan was brought up by the ethereal root consciousness. But the child was almost autistic. So, Mel took over. Otherwise, if he is too autistic, it will have a great impact on his mental health. It's good to get in touch with more people. The employee position of the gambling stone field he runs is very suitable. Let's go. The customers for this time have been summoned. Get ready to start the exciting gambling session. Mare took the lead and walked towards the elegant house connected to the backyard. There is a front yard in front of the house. That is the business location. Now it's time for the gambling house to open. Chapter 889. This must be the taste of missing, Carp knelt. Soon. Mare entered the house. A figure who had been waiting in the house rushed over all of a sudden. Master! Looking at the figure hanging on him as soon as he came. Mare fiddled with the hair of the visitor. The pink hair rolled up colorful ripples, like a dream. Xiaoji, this is Ayan, my daughter, and she, you know. Their current identities are the old helper and employees here. Daughter? Boss lady. Jibril raised her head buried in Mel's arms. She looked at Ayan, who was a little cold but seemed to try to show a little enthusiasm. She was silent for a while, then smiled at her. Then, Jibril tilted her head and looked at she with a gentle smile, and the geometric halo on her head slowly rotated. Master, I think I can also be the boss lady. How about letting me be the boss? Hearing that Jibril wanted to grab the seat right away. She's mouth twitched. Xiaoji, you are here as a customer now. Be careful of being driven away by she. Sorry, it was just a joke. For the sake of the master, you won't bother with me, right? Miss She. Jibril heard the importance of she from Mel's words, so she admitted her mistake decisively. She was not new to she. She knew that there were a group of guardians around Mel. She even saw a few of them in advance, such as Yin and Xiaojin. Among them, she, who was incarnated by the Book of Oath, was also among them. In the previous chat with she, Jibril knew that she was responsible for the regulation of the rules of the underworld, including the system gods of Greedy Island, which were all created by her. In this way, the game of Greedy Island was she's home field. Here, Jibril felt that she still had to look at she's eyes. After all, now she knew that the master would come up to open the gambling stone field at the end of every month. Since she knew it, she must go online. This island is simply a holy place for dating with the master. A day trip with the master on Greedy Island would be wonderful, and even the atmosphere would be. Provided that she could go online. She was the creator of the system gods. Jibril had no doubt that she was a power dog. It would be troublesome if she banned her from playing. Miss Jibril, I will naturally not bother with you. Just, please get off my husband when you talk. She didn't care about the tea flavor in Jibril's words. Anyway, how long has Jibril been born? How could it be possible that she could have spent as much time with her master? Although she thought so, he still unconsciously declared his sovereignty in his words. Master, you like to be close to me, too. Jibril, who was hanging on Mel like a koala, not only did not let go, but buried her head in Mel's neck. She greedily took a deep breath. Master, I found you. It seems to be more fragrant. This must be the smell of longing. So. Feeling the gentle wetness on his neck, Moer could see the smiling she's eyebrows twitching, with a faint terrifying aura. He stretched out his palm and pressed Jibril's head. Xiaoji, don't play with fire. I won't care if she cuts you into pieces. I don't believe it, the master will definitely protect me. Jibril raised her head, licked her lips that seemed to be burned by fire, and said with an obsessed look. But that said, she still loosened her arms and legs hanging on Mare's waist. After all, the gap between her and she is too big. The other party's emotional fluctuations, even if he didn't deliberately target her, could make her feel stressed. What she needs most now is to strengthen her strength. Otherwise, she can't even withstand the opponent's aura, let alone other things. The episode is over. The few people finally rushed to the front yard. The front yard is very spacious. It is also the elegant scenery of hills, streams, and bamboo forests. In addition, there are several exhibition halls of different sizes. The large ones are hundreds of meters in diameter, and the small ones are 20 meters in diameter. Each exhibition hall has gambling stones of different sizes, colors, and shapes. Some gambling stones are even accompanied by vague visions, which look very magical. Now, more than 100 summoned customers are constantly browsing the exhibition halls. Moer and his party walked out of the residence. Very naturally joined the trend of exploration. Ha ha ha. This is the most mysterious gambling stone field in the legend. It really lives up to its reputation. There are so many gambling stones with visions. In other gambling stone fields, such gambling stones are the treasures of the town. At this time, Garp put his hands on his waist and observed the various exhibition halls carelessly. Especially when he saw the exhibition hall with a diameter of 20 meters, there were more than 20 gambling stones with strange phenomena. His eyes were like a pervert seeing a beautiful woman, and he couldn't move. Mr. Garp, don't look at it. You can't afford these gambling stones at all. Or, you can't even afford ordinary gambling stones. Next to Garp, Aokiji, who followed him here, directly put forward a heart-wrenching argument. As soon as these words came out, Garp suffered a critical blow and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Kuzan, you will lend me money, right? Looking at Garp's hopeful eyes, Kuzan felt a little numb. Sorry. Mr. Garp. If I remember correctly, you still owe me 1.2 million points. Before your debt is settled, I think I can't continue to help. No. Kuzan, you can't do this to me. Hearing Kuzan's refusal, Garp couldn't help but let out a cry of grief and knelt down. Then he hugged Aokiji's thigh, with a look of grief. The shrill cry attracted many people's attention at once. Kuzan felt very embarrassed when he saw many people pointing and talking. At this time, he had the urge to pretend that he didn't know Garp. Mr. Garp, 100,000. Only 100,000, don't cry, Major General Rosinante is right next to you. After hearing what Aokiji said, Garp stood up immediately. The expression on his face became serious, and the tears just now seemed to be gone. He did not restrain himself because of Rosinante's presence, but because Aokiji lent him money again. At this point, Garp no longer cared about his face. You can't eat face. If he had face, he would never be able to borrow so much money from Aokiji. Ahem, Xiaomiguo. Forget what happened just now, and don't tell Zhangguo. Otherwise he will nag me again. Hearing Garp's words, Rosinante nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. Even though he was used to Garp's dishonesty, he never expected that in public. The Navy legend actually showed such a scene. It was really a knife in the ass, which opened his eyes. 0.0 Mr. Garp, I found the Grand Admiral of the Patrol Sea over there. Is Fujitora here too? Great. Very good. Let's go and borrow some money from him. Garp followed Rosinante's line of sight and fixed his eyes on a corner. Then he strode forward. Now is a rare opportunity. The mysterious gambling stone family has been around for several months and opens once a month. Every month, there are lucky people who change their fate by gambling on stones here. It is even rumored that the reason why Apostle Huangji was able to obtain the top-level prop Liangshan of SSS level. It is because a mysterious map was opened by gambling on stones here. You know, the gambling stone family seems to select customers randomly. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you can meet it again. So, if you don't go all in here. Garp feels that he is afraid of missing 100 million. Opportunities come and you have to seize them. This time, maybe he will turn over a new leaf. Chapter 890 King wants to have a dinner, Hell barbecue, and magic jade liquid. Ha ha ha, Fujitora, I didn't expect you to be here too. At this time, Garp walked to the corner. He looked at Fujitora with an eager face. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you want from me? Fujitora got straight to the point when he heard Garp coming. Nothing. I just came to say hello and borrow some points. Garp was very thick-skinned, leaving Aokiji speechless. Vice Admiral Garp, always borrowing money is not a good habit. I heard that you already owe Admiral Kuzan a lot of points. Ah? Even you know that. Hearing Fujitora's words, Garp couldn't help but touch the back of his head. This is actually nothing. I will definitely pay it back. This opportunity is rare. We actually encountered the most mysterious gambling stone field in the legend. If I don't try it, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat when I go back. After hearing this, Fujitora shook his head. He had heard about Garp's addiction to gambling on football and gambling on stones on Greed Island. Holding a fluke mentality is a fatal flaw of gamblers. Although he also likes to gamble, he did not enter a professional casino on Greedy Island. Because here on Greedy Island, you can sell your soul for 10 lifespans. As a patrol commander, if he sets a wrong example for his subordinates, then, the consequences will not be what he wants to see. Of course, Fujitora is still willing to participate in activities like gambling stones that have a certain degree of randomness and fairness. As long as there is no dealer who can maliciously target ordinary gamblers, he would not really quit gambling on Greedy Island. Vice Admiral Garp, how much do you want to borrow? How much do you have? Hearing Garp's careless question, Fujitora was silent. Finally, he raised 3 fingers. 3 million? You have 3 million. At this time, Garp's eyes lit up when he looked at Fujitora's 3 fingers. No, I only have 300,000. The excited Garp felt like he was poured cold water. But he soon cheered up again. Can you lend me 100,000? Sure. The process of borrowing money was very plain. Fujitora lent out 100,000 without blinking. Ha ha ha, Grand Admiral Fujitora is really to my taste. After receiving the transfer from the mind point, Garp patted Fujitora on the shoulder generously. Let's go for a walk together. I've already taken a fancy to a gambling stone. Let you witness whether I can turn over this time. Soon, Garp and Fujitora arrived in front of the largest exhibition hall. Walking in front of a wooden man in front of the exhibition hall, Garp shouted very straightforwardly. I want the gambling stone that looks like a peach over there. Looking at the direction Garp pointed, the wooden man nodded directly. Here in the gambling stone family. Gambling stones are self-service gambling stones, unless someone makes trouble. Otherwise, no one will show up. There are very few people who make trouble. The strong are cautious, and the weak are self-aware. Because the mind point can almost represent combat power. As the most mysterious gambling stone field. Even if someone wants to test it, they will not do it in a disruptive way. If they don't make trouble, they won't see the people who run it. Therefore, the mysterious gambling stone family is even more mysterious. The gambling stone is priced at 210,000. Please pay the money. At this time, a payment pop-up window popped up in front of Garp. Seeing the 210,000 to be deducted, his heart twitched a little. The 200,000 just borrowed and his remaining savings were about to be used up. Thinking about the money he owed since the opening of Greed Island, Garp felt a little depressed. Ding! Payment completed. Watching the gambling stone he designated instantly come not far from the wooden man. Garp closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Sun God! Great Sun God! Bless me to go ashore this time. I really don't want to lose again. At the same time, King, who was playing somewhere in Greed Island, felt that someone familiar was talking about him, and his eyes turned away. Suddenly, he saw a small space on Greed Island through the space. There, he saw Garp with a mysterious look on his face asking him to go ashore or something. But King was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Because his sight just happened to meet a teasing sight. Then he saw his boss's sight and words. The theme of Hell Barbecue? I can't make that thing. The boss is really embarrassing me. At this time, King felt very innocent. Just because he saw the boss in the crowd, he was caught and had a dinner. Now he has to go and learn what Hell Barbecue is. He also lives in Bungbu. But he can't not go. After all, Ryomen Sukuna is also going, ready to compete with him in cooking. Even, King already knows the theme of Ryomen Sukuna's cooking, Magic Sky Jade Liquid. This time, Ryomen Sukuna is afraid that he will do his best to defeat him in this regard. But he can't lose. If he wins, Ryomen Sukuna will harass him less. If he loses, that guy will definitely harass him more when he sees hope. It's too hard for me. King shook his head, feeling quite resentful towards Garp. Then he turned around and headed for the famous food city on Greedy Island. There, he might be able to learn more essential barbecue techniques. When King went to the food city, Garp the prayer was also finished. This wave is stable, given the relationship between me and King. I am in the atmosphere now. Cut it for me, I want to take off in one go this time. At this time, Garp believed that he had obtained the bonus of the European Emperor. Now it is time to witness a miracle. People browsing this exhibition hall saw Garp preparing to cut stones, and they all came to watch. Many people were curious about what treasures Garp could cut. After all, they also heard Garp's prayer just now. Some people even knew Garp and his group. As a senior member of the Navy, it is not impossible to be familiar with the Sun God. Maybe he can really cut out something good. The stone cutting program is in place, and the summoning is on. Stone cutting will start soon. Here we are again, what a wonderful gambling stone paradise. An old man was summoned, and he looked at everything around him with excitement. He is a professional stone appraiser in other gambling stone fields. He received an invitation letter a few months ago and became a stone cutter here. The gambling stone expert would summon him when cutting the stone. At the beginning of 650, he didn't take it seriously. As an expert, how could he do ordinary stone cutting work himself? Unless it was a very valuable gambling stone, he would do it himself. Of course, he who had been disdainful before was really interested now. You want to cut the stone, right? Which position do you want to start from? Looking at an old man walking out of a magic circle around the gambling stone, Karp was curious. In other gambling stone fields, there are professionals on site to cut the stone. Now here, it is summoned. And he knows the person summoned. In a large gambling stone field, he is a very famous stone appraiser, and his strength is also at the level of King of Mind. But compared to this kind of thing, Karp cares more about his gambling stone now. From here. Okay, I'll start. The stone appraiser glanced at the peach-shaped gambling stone in front of him, which was as big as a watermelon. This gambling stone is of good quality. There is a chance that good things can be cut out. It's just that it's much worse than other gambling stones. The guy in front of me is a poor guy. Coming to such a good place, he actually bought such a gambling stone. It's really a waste of resources. Swish, swish, swish. The stone expert began to cut the stone. Bursts of white light began to slowly cut along the veins and lines of the gambling stone. The people around also began to hold their breath. Excellent! Excellent! Suddenly, a part of the gambling stone was cut and a bright red light was emitted. The wooden man next to him began to repeat the word excellent. Hearing its repetition, many people's eyes lit up. Chapter 891 The Sun God is blessing me, letting Zhang Guo bent down and beat his back. Excellent! Excellent! The wooden man's repeated mechanical sound attracted more people to watch. It took out a piece of wood from somewhere and held it high. There were two big red words excellent on it. At this time, the stone expert stopped cutting the stone. The wooden man also stopped calling, only the sign held high was still reminding others. The stone expert looked around and asked according to the routine process. Does anyone want to bid? The bidding was done according to the stone cutting process of gambling stones. This is a very popular way to play gambling stones. Sometimes the value may vary greatly between cutting one more knife and cutting one less knife. This requires a test of eyesight and a certain amount of luck. Until the end, no one knows whether gambling stones will cut out something truly valuable. It can only be said that predictions are made based on the existing information. Some stone experts can even infer what is inside the gambling stone by the breath revealed by the gambling stone cutting. This requires profound knowledge and keen senses. I'll bid 500,000, 600,000, 800,000. I heard someone bidding next to him. Cap had a big smile on his face, as bright as an old chrysanthemum. Anything else? After the bid reached 800,000, no one bid again. Everyone who comes here has automatically received the process information here. They naturally know that the excellent products here correspond to S-level props. S-level props cannot be bought on the market. If they appear on the market, they are also used as store treasures to increase the store's reputation. Because the regular stores on the market have a threefold price limit set by the system god. The props sold can only be sold up to 3 times the upper limit of the system evaluation. This price sells some very ordinary B-level items and props below B-level. But S-level props are far more than this price, and basically require 10 times the system evaluation. From the cheapest S-level consumable props to ordinary props, cultivation props, etc., and the most valuable production props. The price span is very large. The low may be around 100,000, while the high can be hundreds of millions. Now someone bids 800,000, just betting on this possibility. But now it is just a possibility. Before the real hammer. No one is sure what gambling on stones can open. It is possible that you will spend a lot of money and get nothing but rags. At this time, the stone appraiser saw that no one was looking for it anymore. After bidding, he looked at Karp. The decision-making power naturally belongs to the owner. If Karp is willing to agree to the price of 800,000 at this time, he can directly transfer the ownership of this gambling stone and get 800,000. What this gambling stone can cut out has nothing to do with him. Keep cutting, the sun god is blessing me. This time I want to turn over and get ashore on the spot. Karp waved his hand with a heroic look on his face, and directly signaled the stone expert to continue cutting the stone. In the gambling stone family, only one gambling stone can be purchased here at a time. So many people are slowly looking for gambling stones. Only he is too poor. There is not much room for choice. But it doesn't matter, the probability of cutting out a legend from an unpopular gambling stone is not zero. Now is the time to witness a miracle. Haha, then I'll continue. The stone expert looked at Garp with a playful expression. Because according to his experience, this kind of streamer rhythm is a bit messy. There is a high probability that it belongs to the afterglow of power. The so-called afterglow of power is a powerful thought attached to the gambling stone. This thought is similar to the soil and stone affected by the aftermath of a strong man's battle. The attached thought may be of high nature. But to put it bluntly, it has no value, and everything will dissipate directly. Swish, swish, swish. The flow of thought began to gently sway along the knife in the hand of the stone appraiser. The skills he demonstrated amazed the strong thought masters who witnessed it. Kaka. Accompanied by a strange sound, the red light of the gambling stone flashed. The whole yard was illuminated by the red light. What is this? So dazzling. What treasure is it? Kapu stared with wide eyes. Soon, the light dispersed, and the cut position was empty. This scene hit Kapu hard, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. No quality. No quality. At this time, the wooden man repeated the word no quality. At the same time, it changed the sign to no grade at the right time. It pricked Garp's heart again. No. How is it possible? Seeing Garp about to kneel, Aokiji reminded him. Mr. Garp, there is still hope. It's only cut halfway now. Hearing Aokiji's comfort, Garp stumbled and stopped. Yes. Yes. Keep cutting. I don't believe there's nothing. I can't be so unlucky. Seeing Garp cheer up, Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen a famous paparazzi under Morgans in the crowd, holding a camera as if ready to take pictures at any time. If Mr. Garp's kneeling was photographed and published in the newspaper, it felt like it would have a significant impact on the reputation of the Navy. Then I'll continue. The stone appraiser watched Garp recover and continued to cut the remaining gambling stones. Swish, swish, swish. While the people around him held their breath. The gambling stones scattered layer by layer, becoming smaller and smaller. Kapu's expression became more and more desperate. Suddenly, accompanied by a shout from the wooden man, his eyes burst into a strong brilliance. Excellent! 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 Is it an excellent? My luck has come, and King has not abandoned me. At this time, the stone appraiser stopped his actions. Looking at the green light in front of him, his face was full of surprise. The surroundings began to become full of vitality because of the appearance of the green light. Everyone felt as if the body was relieved of the burden. I'll bid 3 million. Before the stone appraiser spoke, someone immediately took the lead in bidding. Here, the exquisite represents SS-level props. This kind of prop is extremely rare even in the auction house, and once it appears, it will be auctioned off by the 3 major forces. It is the foundation for the major forces to maintain their rule. Basically, its circulation is organized by the Neon-June exchange meetings, and it is circulated in the form of props for props. It is a truly top-level circle. Ordinary Neon-Wang masters are not even qualified to participate. 4 million. 5 million. 8 million. A Neon-June from one of the 3 major forces made a direct bid. He is a senior Neon-June of the Human Union, and the Neon he holds is also of the plant system. He is deeply impressed by the power of the gambling stone on the scene. Therefore, he is 80% sure that there is an SS-level prop of the plant system in it. Of course, it is possible that he is wrong. However, hundreds of millions of Neon points are not enough to bankrupt him, and he can afford the gamble. The 3 major forces cover Greed Island. As a real high-level member of the Human Union, he also has a lot of assets. It is not that he can't afford to gamble tens of millions. 10 million. 12 million. Seeing that this senior Neon-June looked determined to win. Others knew better and didn't follow him. The stone appraiser looked at Garp. Garp was moved. 12 million. This price is really high. If he gets it, he will be rich. However, he thought of Zhang Guo always complaining to him. If he could get a rare and precious SS-level item. He threw the item in Zhang Guo's face and let Zhang Guo bow and pat his back timidly. He might even wake up laughing in his sleep. Keep going. The great sun god is blessing me. I can still rise. Chapter 892 Amazing Vision. He once had a chance to make a fortune. Okay. The stone appraiser nodded directly, and then continued to concentrate on cutting stones. Before coming to the gambling stone family, He had only cut out SS level props once. Now that he has the opportunity to cut it out again, he naturally has to concentrate. For people like them who love gambling stones, cutting out good things by hand is their dream. Swish, swish, swish. Rustle, rustle. As the stone layer peels off, the breath of life becomes more intense. The people around feel refreshed as if they had taken a tenfold tonic pill. Kapu also widened his eyes again. Crack. Crack. As the stone layer is completely broken, a violent green airflow surged out, making people feel warm all over as if they were soaking in a hot spring. A green, round seed emerged. A surprising phenomenon also appeared faintly around it. Ancient trees spanned the sky, and the scattered life brought spring back to the earth. What is this? Looking at the seeds that appeared, Karp's voice trembled a little. Just by this amazing phenomenon, he knew that this was definitely a good thing. Now he is going to be rich. The stone expert carefully observed the seeds at this time, frowning slightly, and then the shout of the wooden head confirmed his guess. Plain. 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 Karp also heard the mechanical repetition of the wooden man. The ecstasy on his face turned into disbelief. The so-called plain is 2 levels lower than the excellent, with a good in between. This level is actually equivalent to a B-level prop. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can this vision be just a B-level prop? With Garp's face lost, the vision suddenly dissipated. The people around couldn't help but smile as they watched the vision dissipate and Garp turn into a grey shadow in an instant after the vision dissipated. Some people even laughed out loud. There's nothing they can do, in a place like the gambling stone field. It's a common mentality for people here to take pleasure in other people's misfortunes. Watching the guys who wanted to soar to the sky fall to the bottom. These are all entertainment programs in the gambling stone field. The vision just now was not from this seed, but the rhythm of the mental power attached to the seed. Now it's opened with the gambling stone. This sealed mental power dissipated. Hearing the explanation of the stone appraiser, Garp didn't respond and was still in the state of a grey shadow. Rosinante looked at Garp and was a little worried. So he asked the stone appraiser. Old man, can you tell me what this seed-like thing is? How much is it worth? The stone appraiser glanced at Rosinante and put away the knife in his hand. Then he stroked his long beard with one hand, looking very knowledgeable. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the seed of Looking Tree. Looking Tree. Rosinante murmured and repeated. Yes, there is a large area of Looking Tree in Looking Mountain over in Qingtong City, which is a D-level ancient tree. This ancient tree grows very well and can grow to hundreds of meters high with dense branches and leaves. Every spring, the green leaves will fall and sweep the whole mountain into falling green, which becomes a different scenery of Looking Mountain. If you want to travel, it is a scenery that you can't miss. The words of the stone appraiser made Cap feel even more hurt. So, he opened an ancient tree seed with scenery? As for the value, the seed of this Looking Tree has mutated. Nourishment from that telekinesis has broken through the limitations of the Looking Tree and grown to B-level. If this gambling stone is not cut, it may continue to be nurtured to A. This is a very rare tree species. After this, Garp seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and asked hurriedly. So, is it very valuable? Seeing Garp's anxious face, the stone expert laughed. From a practical point of view, it is highly likely that it has no advantage over trees of the same level. Even if it is the Mwetu people of the Sea clan, who are rich in royal planters, I am afraid that only the Mwetu people who can't afford B-level trees will try it. If you look at it from this perspective, it's no problem to sell it for a few hundred telekinesis points. A few hundred telekinesis points, a few hundred telekinesis points. At this time, Garp was completely lost, and a few hundred telekinesis points were nothing to play with. Spending 210,000 in exchange for a few hundred telekinesis points. But before Cap gave up, the stone expert added. It might be worth a lot of money if you want to collect it. He looked around. Does anyone want to bid for the seeds of this Looking Tree? The mutant seeds of Looking Tree are worth having. Hearing the words of the stone expert, the onlookers looked at each other. Someone hesitated and made a bid. Then I'll bid 1,000. 1,002. 1,003. Looking at the farce in front of him, the senior Nianjun who had bid before shook his head, feeling speechless and somewhat fortunate. Thanks to Karp's persistence, he did not fall into the trap. So, I'll pay 10,000. Hearing this price, the others immediately shut up. Items like tree species are of very low value in the same level. To generate value, you need to give it a suitable growth environment and wait for it to grow. Trees like the looking tree take hundreds of years to mature. If you don't want to wait, you can just give it resources to accelerate the cycle. It's just that the cost effectiveness is hard to say. I agree to 10,000. Looking at the silence around him, Carp agreed immediately. He is already bankrupt. Can't even afford to eat. There are so many delicious foods in the food city, and he will die without delicious food. 10,000 neon points can barely support his 1-month food trip, probably. Thinking about his appetite, Carp thought uncertainly. After a while, Garp looked at the 10,000 points that had been credited to his account and was speechless. He once had a chance to make a fortune, but he didn't seize it. If he had accepted the 10 million at that time, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Kuzen boy, it's up to you next time. You must pick a valuable gambling stone. Maybe I can help you. Seeing Garp's eyes burning again, Aokiji's mouth twitched. No, Mr. Garp, you should just watch from the side. I've already chosen it. Aokiji walked towards the wooden man and pointed to a gourd-shaped gambling stone. It had a faint mysterious rhythm. It looked a bit like a snowman, which was the simple reason why Aokiji chose it. Chapter 893 The Gambling Stone bought by Jalal, 80 million. After choosing the gambling stone, Aokiji took out 830,000 from his savings of less than 1 million. This was his last savings. To be honest, Aokiji sometimes felt that his earning speed could not catch up with Mr. Garp's borrowing speed. Although he had the glittering gold fried rice vending machine now he could earn over 1 million a month with this money-making machine. But even though he made a lot of money, he didn't even buy a decent A-level equipment. The only A-level equipment was the telekinetic belt and skill card assigned to him by the Navy. As for the money he earned, he either saved it and waited for Mr. Garp to borrow it, or he had already borrowed it. But, if it goes on like this, he couldn't stand it after 10 years. After all, the durability of his vending machine was only 10, and its lifespan could only be used for 10 years. I hope something good can come out. Looking at the stone appraiser in front of him cutting stones for him, Aokiji murmured in his heart. But although he was a little eager, Aokiji didn't have such a strong obsession. Now his power improvement does not rely on the telekinetic system of Greed Island. It would be best if he could get good things to buy the items he likes. But if it can't be done, forget it. Now Aokiji is very Buddhist. Swish, swish, swish. The stone cutting process is very dull. The whole gourd gambling stone is peeled off layer by layer. Until the end. Good. 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 Looking at the emerging purple light. Listening to the wooden man mechanically repeating the word good, Aokiji felt a little helpless. He was afraid that his thoughts would be in vain. Keep cutting. No need to bid. Aokiji simply didn't let the people around him bid. Good corresponds to item A. Before the real item is opened, even if the bid is not high. Very good, I like your straightforwardness. The stone appraiser quickly cut again. Soon, the gambling stone completely shattered, accompanied by a flash of purple light. A purple gourd 20 to 30 centimeters high appeared. This is a very rare purple gas gourd, and it is very valuable. Cap asked directly without waiting for the stone appraiser to continue. How much is it worth? If we only look at the function, it is worth about 300,000. Hearing this, Carp gave up. Isn't this equivalent to another loss? After losing hundreds of thousands again, is this really a place known as the paradise for gambling on stones? But there is still a but. Hearing the but, Carp was no longer able to complain. There were too many emotional fluctuations. He was immune. The 7th Prince of the Subhuman Alliance likes to collect those extremely rare gourds. Your gourd also belongs to this Fantao. If you can meet the 7th Prince, you may be able to sell it for a good price. Of course, you can also sell it to those who want to get closer to the 7th Prince. As the stone appraiser finished speaking, someone around made a bid. I'll pay 800,000. I'll pay 1 million. I'm the head of the Baitang family in Zitong City, please give me some face. A man wearing white clothes with red stripes and looking very steady stood up to raise the price. Haha, my family is still a big family in Amital. You'll give me some face too. I'll pay 1.5 million. Oni muscular and exaggerated-looking middle-aged woman said with disdain. Seeing someone bid up to 1.5 million at once, Garp's eyes sparkled. You. Quickly argue. Quickly raise the price. While Garp was excited, the dispute did not continue, and no one continued to bid. The decision-making power was therefore transferred to Aokiji. I won't sell this. After thinking for a while, Aokiji still chose not to sell it. If it were just him, he would be happy to sell it. But this thing might be handed over to Navy professionals to operate. Perhaps it would bring the relationship with the Demi-Human Alliance closer and win more benefits for the Navy. Aokiji didn't want to think too much about that kind of thing, but he couldn't ignore it all. Kyuzen boy, Yuhei, Sengoku will definitely be very pleased. Watching the others disperse, Garp sighed. Garp has always known. Although Sengoku has not been the admiral of the Navy for a long time, he has already begun to train his successor. And that person is Kyuzen. After all, Sakisuke looked like he was affected by the hidden magic power in his body before, and he was very crazy, which seemed too extreme. There is no need to count on Borsellino, he is an old-fashioned man who is afraid of trouble. What else can you expect from him? As for the two honorary admirals, they are all guardian gods, at the same level as the admiral of the Navy. Zero seeking flowers. And the hidden power is very terrifying. Even if you want to change the admiral of the Navy, it may only take a word from them. As people have a clearer understanding of the power of gods, the power offered by people is becoming more and more huge. Mr. Garp, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? This is your thing, I have no right to make decisions. Garp quickly returned to his heartless state. He and Aokiji and his group began to wander around. Other exhibition halls have also begun to cut stones one after another. Especially the small exhibition hall with various strange phenomena. A man is already there choosing a gambling stone. Hidden flow, Jalal. Is that man so rich? Those gambling stones with visions cost at least 50 million. At this moment, Garp looked at the man with a red tattoo on his right side with a shocked face. While he was still worrying about the living expenses. Some people have already made tens of millions or even more. They all launched this game at the same time. Jalal had no way to deal with Garp's inner feelings. At this moment, he looked at the irregular gambling stone with starlight vision in front of him, and there was an inexplicable attraction. Perhaps, there was something he needed in it. Thinking so, Jalal looked at the group of people watching not far away. That was Mel and Shi and others. Even in Jalal's eyes, they looked very special, but no one paid attention to them, as if they were ordinary pedestrians. At this moment, Mel looked at Jalal looking at them, and nodded slightly. Jalal also nodded. Then the stone cutting process started directly. He, 80 million gambling stones. Old man Zhang and his friends are jealous now. At this time, the newly summoned stone appraiser Old Man Chi was in place. He looked at the stone cutters in other exhibition halls looking at this side, and the envy and jealous look on his face almost made him laugh out loud. At this time, his face was full of emotion. I didn't expect that I could also cut such precious gambling stones. With such a stable and unusual gambling stone, there is a 90% probability of having at least level props. In other gambling stone venues, it is a treasure of the town and is not for sale. But now I can cut it. This is really a paradise for gambling stones. Inch. Chapter 894 Gerald opened the best, 300 million. Old Man Chi, stop talking nonsense. Cut it quickly. An acquaintance who was watching shouted impatiently. I know. The owner is not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Old Man Chi stroked his beard and said calmly. Then he slowly took out a table, an incense burner, incense and other sets from the card reading book. It looked like he was opening an altar, and the sense of ritual was full. The others were stunned. After he lit the incense and worshipped the ancestor of stone cutting, he washed his clothes and hands. He was still mumbling incantations that others could not understand. Okay. My luck has been improved, young man. Next, watch me do it. Old Man Chi looked at Gerald with great satisfaction. Because of his inexplicable actions throughout the whole process, this young man did not show any impatience at all. It was worth it for him to improve his luck to cut stones. The set just now did have the effect of improving luck. Although the gambling on stones had been determined long ago, there was a suspicion of hindsight. But luck has been improved. At least it will greatly reduce the chances of accidents when cutting the stone. Well, let's get started. After asking Gerald which part to start cutting the stone from, Old Man Chi picked up the knife. The white light flowed slowly like a fine stream of silk, and then covered a corner of the gambling stone in front of him. Swish! Layers of gambling stones shattered and danced, floating like stardust in the lingering starlight. The people around were holding their breath. Many people had never seen such a long-lasting gambling stone cut. Now that they could learn something new today, they naturally had to pay extra attention. Even the guests who were watching other exhibitions gathered around. Other cutting masters stopped cutting stones and rushed to the front. Their eyes were red. I didn't expect that after squatting here for so long, Old Man Chi would get there first. Swish, swish, swish. The silent atmosphere did not last long. Soon, as the stars flowed out like flowing water, it seemed to unfold like a scroll. The surroundings seemed to be trapped in the strange scene of the starry sky. Deep, mysterious, and distant. Before people could immerse themselves in it, a repeated voice directly made people's hearts explode and their faces showed horror. Best. 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 I haven't woken up yet. At this time, Garp, who was watching, had an expression on his face that didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and he looked doubtful about his life. He was the only one like this. The expressions of the others were not much better at the moment. They had already received information from the Gambling Stone family and understood. The best is the best, and the best is the best. The best is already an SSS level item. What about the best? Well, it's still an SSS level item. It's just that SSS level items are still divided. SSS level buildings like the Bastard Mountain of the Subhuman Alliance and the Xingtao Baihu Palace of the East Sea Palace are considered the best here. And the legendary Propel City, the 3 Trial Towers in the center of Greed Island, one of the 7 Desire Pots, the Starcraft of the Sea Clan, etc. There is even the Liang Shan that made a lot of noise some time ago. These are considered the best here. Those extremely terrifying SSS level items can indeed be called the best. Now, if you can get that kind of top quality item with 80 million, you will really make a fortune. After all, that is the foundation of the supreme rulers. Even if your brain is kicked by a donkey, you can't sell it. Ahem, does anyone want to bid? At this time, Old Man Chi stopped his movements. His face was flushed, as if he was in his last moments, and he was full of energy and spirit. Now he was really excited. After all, if he could cut out an SSS level item by himself, and it was a top quality SSS level item, it would not be too much to be famous in history. The younger generation who cut stones in the future should worship him. He is the new ancestor of the gambling stone industry in the future. This wave. I'm afraid he will take off directly. Looking at Old Man Ki's high-spirited look, the other old stone appraisers were so angry that their teeth itched. Some even sneered in such a weird way. Haha, bid? How? Haha, I think so. Some colleagues were sarcastic. Old Man Chi was not annoyed, but felt very comfortable. They were sarcastic, which meant they were anxious. What was there to be angry about? I'll bid 300 million. It's Lord Bai Yan, he is really rich and powerful. At this time, someone offered a high price of 300 million without blinking. Others were shocked. But it was not surprising to see that it was Lord Bai Yan. Lord Bai Yan is the general manager of the Asian Alliance, and the power he controls is terrifyingly high. The Asian Alliance is thriving under his management. He can mobilize countless resources, so it is not surprising that he can afford this money. 300 million. 300 million. How much money is this? At this time, Karp couldn't help but wail when he heard the money. He felt his heartbeat was very fast, and he felt suffocated. What kind of feeling is this? It turns out to be the feeling of being drowned by the ocean of money. Garp seemed to see the endless money drowning him. And he was powerless and could only shed the tears of a poor bee. Sorry. Without waiting for Jalal to completely refuse, the White Flame Lord spoke again. Don't rush to refuse. There are always accidents in gambling on stones. It's not a sure thing. 300 million can transfer the risk. I can promise that if you really get the best, after you go out, the Alliance will pay you another 700 million mind points, and there is also the friendship of our Alliance. And if this item really has any 3.1 special reference for you, I can decide to lend it to you for free once, for a period of 1 month. At this moment, when the others heard the White Flame Lord's price again, they were also shocked by his generosity. I wished I could agree on behalf of Jalal. Sorry, I believe in my feelings. Even though the White Flame Lord offered such a price, Jalal still refused. Although there are many reasons to agree, but he still chooses to follow his heart. It's a pity. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. For Jalal's refusal, Lord Bai Yan did not show any expression. He also knew the reputation of the Liu Guang brothers. According to what Lord Zhejian heard, their strength is unfathomable. It is still unknown whether even a boxing king can defeat them. Such a strong man, he himself of course, he won't put on airs. Chapter 895 Zhou Tian Crossing Scroll, The Fates Catering. Then I'll continue. At this time, Old Man Qi nodded respectfully to Lord Bai Yan. Looked at Jalal with some surprise. He could feel that Lord Bai Yan valued Jalal's attitude, but he didn't have much impression. Is he a big shot among the adventurers? Old Man Qi, who was not at the level of Nian Jun and had limited information, was a little curious. But now, Old Man Qi paid more attention to the gambling stone in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! He started to move again. Swish! After a while, with the last gambling stone automatically collapsed, a scroll of starry sky quietly stayed suspended in the air, exuding an extremely mysterious rhythm. Everyone who saw it seemed to feel the mystery of the starry sky. Top quality! Top quality! The wooden man began to repeat again. But no one felt irritated, and their eyes almost fell into the scroll in front of them. It is indeed a top-grade item. This item is unprecedented. Almost every SSS level item is unique. Old Man Qi naturally does not recognize items that have not yet been born. However, it does not prevent him from being impressed by the power and vastness of the item in front of him. Zhou Tian seeing scroll. As Jalal touched the scroll in front of him, a message was transmitted to him from the scroll. Zhou Tian seeing scroll, a scroll that records the positions of the stars in the vast sky. It outlines the constellations formed by the surrounding different stars with a planet as the center. It completely corresponds to the actual position of the stars. If this item is given to other people, they may only see the power in it. But for Jalal, he pays more attention to the information and legal principles contained in it, because it plays an important guiding role in his future path. Thank you. Hearing Jalal's thanks, Mel, who was watching not far away, nodded slightly. The gambling stones here are basically generated by the Gambling Stone Mountain. It is an X item. There is a chance to inject 100 million mind points into it once a month. It will use the 100 million mind points to randomly create gambling stones. However, this time, the gambling stone that Jalal got was not randomly created, but he made it at will. He threw the gambling stone into the exhibition hall. It is normal for Jalal to get it. Even if he did not make a special arrangement, fate would cater to him. Unless the fate represented by the root consciousness intervenes. Otherwise, it is difficult to have an accident. No need to thank me, it's my honor. At this time, Old Man Qi thought Jalal was thanking him. He quickly waved his hand to express his honor. No matter whether Jalal was a big shot before. Just by owning this SSS level extremely powerful item now, he is now a real big shot. Seeing Old Man Qi nodding and bowing in front of him, Jalal did not explain. He smiled and thanked again, this time thanking Old Man Qi. This made Old Man Qi feel very proud. The other stone appraisers gnashed their teeth. Ha ha ha, let's all go. Keep cutting stones. Today, I will cut this exhibition hall. Does anyone else want to cut stones? Maybe you can cut the best stones like this gentleman, and directly step into the peak of life. Looking at Old Man Qi recommendation. Those with enough money are eager to move, and those without money are also eager to move. Lord Bai Yan, please lend me 30 million mind points. I like one, but I'm still short of mind points. At this time, the senior Mind King who had previously handed over to Karp took the lead. He really didn't have enough mind points. The top leaders of the Human Union have the obligation to advance and retreat together, and they also have huge power. Even if the Mind Kings in them lie still, they can still get a fixed salary from the Union every year. This salary is relatively high, the lowest is up to 1 million. You know. Even if it is a big power with a king of mind. Through branching out and various relationships. The annual income is only a few million. Half of these millions have to be handed over to the big power above. And the lords of mind are worshipped because of these. The reason why they have such a high status. In addition to strength, it is also largely due to the reading card book. As long as you reach the level of a lord of mind, you will automatically have a reading card book. Lords of mind with a reading card book are very difficult to kill. It is not just a simple S-level item, it also represents the recognition of the system god. Only the top combat power can destroy or inhibit the effect of the reading card book. That's right. The status of lords of mind is very transcendent. Of course, the status is high. But they are not really very rich. Even if they have the worship of the big power they belong to, it is far from enough. Because the expenses of lords of mind are astonishingly large. The various resources needed for daily practice alone are priceless. In addition to practice, they also have to constantly collect various precious resources in order to create SS-level equipment that suits them. The equipment is to devour the dowdy that many Nianjun have saved. In addition, they also need to collect various valuable life-saving items. The reason is very simple. The resurrection effect of the card book is good, but it is very expensive. In addition to referring to the strength, the resurrection fee is also calculated based on the value of the equipment on the body and the various props held by the card book. This means that if you are really killed by accident, if the recitation points are not enough, you need to reluctantly abandon the various valuable props that will affect the resurrection fee. The abandoned props will disappear directly. It is rumored that all the disappeared props have entered the pocket of the system god. Anyway, no one dares to investigate this. For various reasons, the pockets of the Mind Kings are not so rich. Of course, no matter how poor they are, it is necessary to set aside the resurrection fee. King Nianjun, I can lend you the recitation points. However, we are afraid that 667 needs to draw up an agreement. It is different from facing Gerald. Facing the Human Union's Mind King. The attitude of Lord Bai Yan is obviously not so enthusiastic. Although the three major forces are united when facing the Sea Clan. But there is no external force. There is an equal amount of competition and cooperation between them. Now, he happened to come to this mysterious gambling stone field, and naturally he wanted to maximize his benefits. Okay, you can make any conditions. Chingu Nianjun was also very straightforward. He believed that with the style of Lord Bai Yan, he would not go too far. Soon, the two sides negotiated the conditions, and Chingu Nianjun did not delay after getting the reading points from Lord Bai Yan. He directly chose a gambling stone full of strange forests and strange phenomena. The price was 65 million reading points. The reading points were drawn very straightforwardly. Old Man Chi smiled widely. Today is his lucky day. If he can cut a few more gambling stones with strange phenomena, he will die without regrets. Swish, swish, swish. When Old Man Chi started cutting stones, in a corner, Jibril grabbed Mel's arm and pressed it against the mountain and shook it. Master, I want to cut stones, too. But I don't have any money. As she spoke, her face began to move closer, revealing a cute and silly look. So can I mortgage myself to the master? Then the master's money will be my money. Chapter 896 Come on a date with me. No kissing your boss. Looking at Jibril's cute and silly look, Mare's other hand that was not caught was raised. The fingers gently moved on Jibril's rosy face. Little G. Although your idea is good, but there is a cruel fact that I am not interested in money. So. He showed a smiling expression. I don't have any money either, and all the expenses are paid by Shi Yan. Yeah, and Ayan. Hey. Hearing what Mel said, Jibril tilted her head slightly. The irregular light wheel on her head was also slowly turning. In just a moment, her eyes lit up. It's okay, master. I'll support you in the future. I just want a small reward. Without waiting for Jibril to continue speaking, a cardboard was placed directly in front of her, blocking her hazy and seductive eyes. At this time, it was she who came up. Humph. You should take care of yourself first. You can't even afford gambling stones, what else can you say? She took back the cardboard that was placed across Jibril, and handed it to Jibril. Jibril took it with confusion. A contract? 1-year internship period, you will come to serve us tea and water on the opening day of the gambling stone field at the end of each month, and the monthly salary is 100 million. I can give you a month's salary in advance. Sign if you want. 100 million. At this time, Jibril heard 100 million. Even though she was not interested in money, she was slightly shocked. After all, she had come to Greedy Island, and she had some understanding of Greedy Island's currency. Okay, I'll sign. Jibril did not hesitate. She was worried that she had no excuse to come here. If she didn't open the door for her, she really couldn't get in here. Now it's good, she has become an employee directly. There's nothing wrong with this. Just serve tea and water to the master, and you can also massage the master's back, and then gilu. Jibril swallowed her saliva and signed the contract neatly. Master, I have money. Soon, Jibril, who received the transfer, happily asked for credit from Mel. Come on a date with me, master. We can go buy all kinds of interesting things. I say, are you taking the contract as a joke? She pushed Jibril away like a child, and then grabbed Mel's arm to swear sovereignty. Now, you stay at the back. She saw that Jibril still looked unconvinced, and shook her low ponytail slightly. I told you not to read the contract carefully. As an employer, you have to work hard for me during the working period. Now is working time. You can't be so frivolous and can't be with my husband. June is intimate. Most importantly, you are not allowed to kiss your boss, that is, me. I have the right to interpret, and everything is subject to my instructions, understand? At this time, she became more and more excited. Originally, she had no reason to attack. But now that she has a reason, the huge difference in strength between the two finally has room to vent. Still want to date? Dream on. If you want to date, she should go to make the date. As for Jibril, it's more or less that she came here as an employee to help carry the bag. Master. Jibril seemed to feel that she had a terrifying posture of bearing fangs and claws. If she was not strong enough, she could only look at Moer. That pitiful, weak and helpless look, combined with her flawless face, was very lethal. And don't act pitiful. She knew that Jibril was not weak at all. In the real sea, she had the reputation of trembling angel in a short time. Although she was very beautiful. But people who saw her would not pay attention to her appearance first, but would be swept away by her terrifying murderous aura. The physical and mental trembling was the most profound feeling of people who witnessed her. In addition to her angelic appearance, she was nicknamed the Trembling Angel. She knew it well. Now Jibril's pitiful appearance must be a trick to win the master's sympathy. She would not be fooled. Okay, she. That's enough. Mare touched She's head. She felt the gentle touch on his head and puffed up his cheeks. It's all because of the master. If you can spend more time with me. I don't care about other times, but at least it's mine today. Looking at She's cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel, Mel was also a little amused. She is still the same as before. When angry, she puffs up her cheeks, which makes her look particularly cute. Okay. Today's time is yours. His fingers moved She's elastic and slightly red face, and also eliminated her little emotions. Then, Mel looked at Jibril helplessly. Zyji, the day after tomorrow, can you walk with me on Greedy Island? Looking at Mel, Jibril was also excited. The master is going to date her. Then, he. Of course, master, I can do it every day. Mare smiled slightly at Jibril's expression. Then it's settled. Mare covered Jibril's face with his palm, and his fingers brushed across the corners of her gorgeous lips. Wiped the saliva that slightly seeped from the corners of her lips. Now, you can go and pick the gambling stones you like. Just follow your heart. Okay, master. At this time, Jibril nodded a little embarrassed. Then she smiled foolishly, feeling the remaining warmth on her cheeks and corners of her mouth, and began to pick gambling stones. She did not pick those gambling stones with strange visions. In her eyes, those gambling stones were too expensive. She had to use her money to date the master, so she couldn't waste it like this. For gambling stones, just pick one that looks good. Soon. While others were watching the cutting of gambling stones with strange visions, Jibril had already picked a gambling stone in another exhibition hall. A piece that looked like a huge love and the gambling stone valley with wings. The price is 2 million. Old Man Li, the stone expert who was automatically called by his mind due to the stone cutting procedure, was a little unhappy. He was still looking at the stone that cost 65 million. How could he have time to cut a gambling stone worth 2 million? But he couldn't ignore it. It was his duty. So, he had to walk back to the exhibition hall he was responsible for from the crowd. Hey! What a stunningly beautiful girl! Like an angel! What race is this? Looking at Jibril, who was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal, Old Man Li was a little curious. Chapter 897 The exchange list of the system god, the ancestral tomb exploded. At this time, Old Man Li looked at the girl who was going to cut the stone, and was a little curious about her race. However, he didn't ask too many questions because he had seen the world. After all, the girl in front of him looked beautiful. It gave him the feeling that it was difficult to approach, and he wouldn't make himself unhappy. Where do you want to start cutting? Jibril pointed to a spot casually. Swish, swish, swish. The gambling stone began to peel off slowly. On the other side, King Nianjun was nervously looking at his gambling stone that was peeling off layer by layer. The other onlookers were the same. The previous example of Jalal set an example for everyone. Now they also want to see. Is this second person who eats crabs also so lucky? Swish. The wisps of green light flowed like flowing water and ripples. There seemed to be countless ancient trees rising from the ground around. Excellent! 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 Hearing the wooden man repeat the word excellent, King Nianjun, who had been tense all the time, felt a little disappointed. Then he shook his head to comfort himself. How could SSS level props be so easy to get? After adjusting his mentality, King Nianjun smiled suddenly. Go on. This kind of thing that fits King Mu at first glance. I don't want to sell the SS level props of the way. Of course, if any one of you can afford 100 million points I can consider it. Does anyone want to? After hearing what King Nianjun said, the others were silent. Even if it was Nianjun, who had so many Nian points. We are not Tuntun rats, who only take in and never spend. Only the rulers of the three major forces, such as Biandajan, who have great power, will have extremely rich floating Nian points. Besides, although SS level props are in short supply, but 100 million Nian points are enough for a Nianjun to buy enough rare materials and invite a skilled refiner to create SS level equipment that suits him. If the means are good enough, this equipment will even be very good. There are only 4 Nianjuns present this time, including King Nianjun and Biandajan. The other two can't afford 100 million. Even if they can afford it, they don't want to spend too much for SS props with different attributes from themselves. Especially there is uncertainty in gambling on stones. It seems that no one has offered it. Then continue. Old Man Chi nodded slightly when he heard what King Nianjun said. He seemed particularly calm. After cutting the best, he felt the same when he looked at the fine. Whoosh! Swish! Soon, as the gambling stone completely shattered, the already amazing vision became even more magnificent. What is this? King Nianjun was a little excited when he saw the small tripod-shaped object in front of him. Because there was no accident, he finally got an SS level item. Originally, in order to be able to refine a satisfactory SS level equipment, he had been saving money except for the necessary expenses. Even before, in the battle for hegemony between sea and land, he was chased to the sky and earth by a powerful Nianjun of the Sea clan. A whole set of S-level equipment was exploded. After the battle, he did not immediately replenish these items, because he had almost saved up his money. After the battle of land and sea, the system master will open the exchange list, and exchange with contributions. There are many rare items that are hard to find on it. This is also the reason why contributions can be exchanged for 10 times the mind points, but many strong people do not choose to exchange for mind points. He bought a very rare SS level main material on it with his contribution. He already has some of the remaining auxiliary materials, and the rest can be done with his saved mind points. He had already started to prepare for this. Unexpectedly, he came here. King Nianjun waved his hand, and the small tripod was in his hand. Xian Qing Ding. Good stuff. Feeling the message transmitted by the palm of his hand, King Nianjun was very satisfied. This Xian Qing Ding can devour the vitality of various plants and condense Xian Qing Dan of various qualities. Xian Qing Dan can effectively treat wounds. Even if the quality is high enough, it can regenerate the body. This will be one of the life-saving props welcomed by Nian Jun. Well, as long as he doesn't sell it too expensively. Moreover, this prop fits his Nian and can exert a strong combat power. Nian Jun with SS level equipment and Nian Jun without SS level equipment are completely two different combat powers. Last time, he was chased to the ends of the earth because he didn't have SS level equipment. Now he has this SS level item of very good quality. When he faces that guy again, the situation will definitely be different. Even if he faces a mid-level Nian Jun, cough cough, at least he won't be killed. When Lord Qinggu thought of the mid-level Nian Jun, he came back to his senses. Generally speaking, the guys who can be promoted to the mid-level Nian Jun have more accumulation. Those monsters basically have their own SS level equipment. If he wants to fight against them, he still has a long way to go. Congratulations! It seems that you have obtained a very good item. Seeing Lord Bai Yan coming to congratulate him, Lord Qinggu also smiled. Ha ha ha! Thanks to Lord Bai Yan, I am just top quality! Top quality! Top quality! Top quality! Before King Nian Jun could thank him, his face froze. Because he heard two familiar words. How is it possible? Looking at another exhibition hall, his eyes twitched slightly. I saw a gambling stone emitting a faint blue light, and circles of stairs extended out of thin air. Clatter. The sound of turning pages of a book was faintly heard on one side of the stairs in the void. Man! King Nian Jun's eyes almost popped out of his head at the strange sight. The Xianqing ding in his hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Hey! That's too much! Why did I spend more than 60 million to cut a fine product? Others spend millions to cut the best. At this moment, Qinggu Nian Jun's mind was full of this question. On the other side, Old Man Li, who was the master of cutting stones, was also trembling all over. He actually cut out the best? The ancestral tomb exploded. Even if the ancestor came down, he would have to bow to him twice. The angel girl was simply his god. At this moment, Old Man Li looked at Jibril with a burning gaze, as if he saw a god. Hurry up and continue. Okay, immediately. Hearing the girl's urging, Old Man Li did not hesitate and did not even ask the price. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of cutting stones continued. There was silence all around, and the people in the exhibition hall came over one after another. The eyes were fixed on the gambling stone that might cut out the best. Compared to those gambling stones with strange phenomena that they had from the beginning. This exhibition hall has a price of 1 million to 5 million. This price is what they can afford. So their eyes were more burning. If the best can be cut here, it would be great. Chapter 898 Magic Corridor, Acknowledge in Prison. This is really a paradise for gambling stones. At this time, an onlooker, an expert in stone identification, Lao Zhang, sighed. You know, other gambling stone fields have never cut out the so-called top-grade items of the gambling stone family. After all, the source of all gambling stone fields comes from the gambling stone mine SSS owned by the Human Union. That top-level SSS level prop can concentrate 1 billion mind points every 10 years. Then it can breed many gambling stones in the next 10 years. However, since the Human Union has owned it for hundreds of years, at most, ordinary SSS level props have been cut out from the gambling stones it has bred. But it has never cut out the top-grade items classified by the gambling stone family. Of course, people have never found it strange. After all, the gambling stone mine itself is just a top-level SSS prop. It is indeed a bit difficult for it to breed props of exactly the same level as it. It's just that, gambling stone Zygia broke the precedent. The gambling stones here can really cut out the best. Then the props that produced it are most likely the legendary X props. Now, several stone appraisal experts can be so sure after looking at each other. Swish, swish, swish. While the gambling stone continued to cut the stone, the Bian Lord and Kingganian Lord were also looking at the gambling stone. Soon, in silence, the gambling stone faded away. A book that looked very gorgeous came into everyone's eyes. The cover was dark blue, with Magic Corridor written in gold foil. Circles of illusory classes surrounded the book, and strands of blue light dotted it like starlight. Quiet, mysterious, it looked like a dream. Before everyone was immersed in it, the book was taken away by Jibril. After taking the book, she no longer paid attention to everyone and walked directly to somewhere. Everyone felt their heads buzzing at this time, and they wanted to say something but stopped. Hey! Another top-quality product! Hurry, let's continue to cut the stone. Almost everyone ignored Jibril. They had already accepted that words were useless, and no matter how good other people's things were, they were still theirs. If you come to this legendary gambling stone field and don't cut a piece of gambling stone yourself, are you still a human being? So, they naturally ignored Jibril. Even Lord Baiyan didn't feel anything wrong. He also focused on gambling stones. Now he has reached an agreement with several Mind Kings who are also members of the Demi-Human Alliance. Give them his mind points, and let them use the opportunity of each person to buy those gambling stones with strange visions. In response to this, these Mind Kings also readily agreed after weighing the pros and cons. Although it is rumored that the probability of gambling stones in gambling stone families is higher than that of gambling stone fields outside. However, rationally speaking, with their savings, they can buy the grade of the gambling stone they got. It is not guaranteed that they can get the props they like. Plus, the conditions offered by Lord Baiyan are too good. No matter what the result of the gambling stone is, they can directly use the resources of the Alliance to be sent to Nianjun. For them, Nianjun is a leap in class. That is the real high level of the three major forces, enjoying all kinds of conveniences, and also having the card book distributed by the system god. Others, even if they are Nianwang level strongmen, are at most high-level workers. Now, there is a chance to cross this class. They naturally want it. When everyone is eagerly looking for the gambling stone they are satisfied with, Jibril has come to Mel. Master, look, this is the prop I cut, the magic corridor. It's the best SSS level. Isn't it amazing? Looking at Jibril holding the magic corridor and handing it over like a treasure, Mare smiled. His palm slid across Jibril's long pink hair, stirring up wisps of colorful clouds. Well, it's really amazing. Such an amazing Zyji, you have to remember to treat me to a meal. He was the one who put up the magic corridor. Of course he knew it was amazing. This prop can be of some inspiration to Zyji. For Zyji's future arrangements, Mare did not intend to simply start with the legal theory of war. Since there is a magic library, with this as the core, the flojil can naturally be integrated into it. Please ask for flowers. Then integrate the entire system of elves. In this way, Zyji's combat power will be much higher. But that's a matter for the future. For now, just take your time. Okay, Master. We can go now, and let the proprietress look after it here. I heard Jibril say this. She reached out and knocked her on the head. It hurts. Jibril snuggled up to Mel. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Mel pitifully like a wounded little animal. Seeing her like this, she felt very angry. This guy was always acting cute, which was too dangerous. Don't think you can get away with it. This will be over soon. There will be a date, but it's between me and my husband. You will carry things for us in the back. Ah. What? You have received the salary. If you want to default on it, you can try. She reminded with a smile. Don't think I will give in. Hey. Humph. For the sake of the master, I will force myself, just for once. I felt she's strong aura lingering around me. Jibril decisively gave in. Looking at the interaction between Zyji and she, Mel felt that they got along well. At least they didn't fight directly. But it may not be the case in the future. Mare looked to one side. There was a figure there, the Dragon Lord Aknolaja. Now, Aknolaja of Greedy Island, who had never paid much attention to him, finally came online. 2 days ago, he made a scene at the magic weapon exhibition held by the Magic Pattern Association. Finally, he was defeated by Zakrane, who went there to visit. In reality, he is in jail with Zakrane. Zakrane also thoughtfully gave him a set of Greedy Island game cards. Now, the penniless Aknolaja is staring at a gambling stone in a daze. Although he looks very distressed. But Mel is not worried. Because Jalal has gone to offer warmth. The two met, and it might be the beginning of another beautiful day. Chapter 899 New Clone Arceus, 1000 Hands. A few days later. Calm Belt, in the alien space of Ruskana Island. Mare came here again. A quiet forest, next to a waterfall leaning against the mountain. No need to say, he repeated the operation again and opened them all. Pokemon Arceus, 30,000. I have 1,000 hands, 20,000. Guide of Light, 20,000. Armament Haki, 3,000. Observation Haki, 2,000. Hero Haki, 10,000. What attracted Mel's attention most in the mall was not the most expensive ability. It was the 1,000 hands. Feeling the above description, Mel couldn't help laughing. It can create 1,000 invisible hands, each of which can bring a little bonus. Flexible and practical, and can also increase strength. Not bad, but Arceus. Now the legendary 1,000 hands of Arceus are confirmed, and this whole thing is pretty good. After a moment of silence, Mel started to work. As time went by, it was only a moment. A figure appeared in front of Mel. She was wearing a white dress with 4 golden crosses. A head of long white hair fell like a waterfall, with black exquisite hair accessories. Welcome to this world, Arceus. Looking at his masterpiece, Mel stretched out his hand. Facing his hand, Arceus's emerald eyes flashed, and he also stretched out his hand. A cold voice sounded. Yes, Master. A few more days. In a large valley full of bare rock pillars, a figure moved quickly in the air, like floating light. The bright white hair fluttered in the wind. The long dress woven with white and black was covered with a thin light coat that looked very sacred. It looked very beautiful and charming. However, this still could not change the fact that she was being chased and beaten. At this time, Mel stood on a stone pillar. Countless invisible hands like wings emerged from his back. These invisible hands extended infinitely. Stripes of light flowed in those invisible arms. The various colors of light intertwined, more colorful than a peacock's tail. Derived to the sky, it was as dreamy and charming as countless rainbows. At the end of these invisible hands, the hands were rotating ruthless light cannons of different colors, chasing the leaping Arceus non-stop. In this process, even if Arceus used a similar attack method to Mel, but the lack of control and the degree of insight into the lore restricted her output. Both in quantity and quality were far inferior. Just a moment. The same moves were swallowed up in the wave. Then, she had to run away again. Dear Arceus, if you keep running like this, your previous confidence will cry. Arceus, who kept running, listened to the words that seemed to come from his ears, and looked at Mel in the distance with some shame and anger. At this time, Mel was looking at her with a smile. Don't worry about it, I will definitely win. Seeing that Arceus was still stubborn, Mel nodded with satisfaction. Before this battle, Arceus was confident to bet with him. If she hit him 3 times in the battle, he would agree to a condition. If she lost, he would do whatever he wanted. This was simply sending her to him. Maybe he had let Arceus off a little in the previous battles, which gave Arceus a little illusion. Thinking that she was good enough now, Mare was very happy to gamble with Arceus. The new version of Arceus was very proud. It made the proud Arceus doubt his life. This was the fun. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of light cannons. Colorful balls of light blossomed on the ground, swallowing up the protruding stone pillars and the bare ground. The whole valley was bombarded with pits and craters. Fortunately, all the light cannons were extremely restrained. Except for the small pits that were blown out within the attack range. There was not much damage to the surrounding areas. This couldn't go on like this. At this time, Arceus felt deeply that she was still too immature. If she continued, she would not be able to hold on. Even though she had terrible attribute immunity, her master's attack was an exception. Because his attack contained the power to completely neutralize her attribute immunity. In her master's words, it was magic immunity for magic immunity, which was equivalent to having no magic immunity at all. This move was very exquisite, even she had not fully learned it. However, this was not a reason for her to admit defeat. Arceus's eyes condensed slightly. The dazzling light began to bloom. A white and dazzling sun rose in the valley. However, no matter how dazzling it was, facing the rotation of countless light cannons, they had to flee in panic. Swish, swish, swish. While the light cannons were chasing the sun, the ground suddenly moved where Mel was. A beautiful figure rushed out of the ground and came to Mel in an instant. But before she could act, Mare's right hand was raised at some point, and the warm white light rotated. Girl! You are still too naive. Boom! White light raged across the sky like a stream of light, turning into an arc of light in the sky. Arceus in front of Mel was also instantly beaten into light particles. But a figure jumped out of the earth again. It was still Arceus, this time in his true form. That's why I said that. Facing the real Arceus, Mel's long arms of countless light and shadows changed their forms. Clang! Chains were all around him. Arceus, who jumped out, was also tied up tightly. 1.9 Arceus, checkmate. Feeling the power in his body begin to quiet down, Arceus understood that she really lost. However, she closed her eyes tightly now and did not dare to look at Mel. Because the posture of having her hands tied and hung tightly was too embarrassing. I lost. Arceus, your voice is a little soft. I can't hear you clearly. Mir approached Arceus and admired her blushing cheeks. I said, I lost. Perverted master, do whatever you want. I heard Arceus's voice rise from ant mosquito level to Tyrannosaurus level. Mir said he was hurt. Arceus, you are really too much. It was you who asked for the bet. Besides, since you said so, I can't help being perverted. Chapter 900 You were conquered too quickly, the Sea Clan's conquest and the underworld were exposed. Hwalala! The chains were automatically untied. Arceus's hands fell. But she did not make any other moves, still standing there with her eyes closed. Looking at Arceus's rosy cheeks, her light eyelashes trembled slightly. Mir's face also moved slightly closer. Arceus, your eyelashes are beautiful. Hearing Mel's words, Arceus opened his eyes suddenly. He was also thinking of Master is a fool. But before she could say it, the bright and soft lips were blocked. The originally sharp eyes were instantly covered with mist and slowly closed. The two bodies embraced each other, dragged out a long shadow under the white light left by the battle in the distance. Then it disappeared at a certain moment. Time passed. The sunset of the next day. In the dreamy valley of Ruskana Island, Arceus, who was leaning on Mel, kissed Mel passionately, and left without looking back with his space ability. After she left, Yakumo Yukari's figure appeared from behind Mel and stuck to his back all of a sudden. Now she has recovered from the form of a little man. Not only that, her body has also changed from a shriveled lowly figure to a very mature woman form, and just looking at it feels tempting. That guy was conquered too quickly. Or, Yakumo Zyrulan's breath caressed his ears. Master, you were conquered too quickly. Only a few days. How could you give your body to her so easily? Master is hopeless. Look, she didn't even look back. I heard the voice of little Yakumo behind me, full of regret and a hint of inexplicable emotion. Moer smiled, no continue this topic. Instead, he directly grasped the slender hand of Yakumo Yukari hanging on his neck and gently pulled it. Little Yakumo was gently pulled forward by him. Little Yakumo, are you jealous? Dear master. Looking at the face close at hand, Yakumo Yukari's delicate palm stretched out, covering Mel's face and waving slowly. How could I be jealous? Every time you do that kind of thing, I don't even blink. Will it dry if you don't blink? Faced with Mel's nonsensical question, Yakumo Yukari was not stumped at all. She even answered seriously. No. Even it's wet. As expected of little Yakumo, you easily solve the problem that has puzzled me for many years. Feel the gentle breath of little Yakumo in his ear. Mel embraced her in his arms and felt her now extremely plump body. Little Yakumo, to thank you for your answer. Then, can you go on a date with me today? My master, it seems that I am at a disadvantage. Then what do you think? Looking at Yakumo's purple gold pupils flashing with charming light, Mel gave her the right to choose. Let's not talk about dating, master. Now you should be mine. Yakumo's voice fell, and softly touched the corner of Mel's lips. Then she began to hug Mel's neck with her arms. The long kiss began to bloom her passion. This time, in order to win the master, she hibernated on the island where the seasons overlapped quickly, and transformed into a good figure. I thought it would be easy to win. I didn't expect to see a newcomer so fierce when I came. The master was won after only a few days. What the hell is going on? Feeling the strong emotions of little Yakumo, Mer's hands rose along her waist, and finally his fingertips gently stroked her dazzling blonde hair. At this point, the two disappeared. Intense emotions need to be resolved with intense movement. Simple truths are just like this. Time continues to pass. When this dream valley fell into silence again, the sea was in a violent shock. The cause of the incident was the exposure of the underworld. A week ago, the sea tribe that had been dormant on Greedy Island took action again, a large-scale action. Led by the East Emperor Palace and the West Emperor Palace, the mighty sea tribe army began to move towards somewhere in the sea. Then, in the shock of some accompanying players, the East Emperor and the West Emperor appeared and opened a stable gap in the Tianyuan barrier that separated the outside and the inside. So, the sea tribe army swarmed out, facing the unknown outside Greedy Island. Many players who were in the sea tribe camp were naturally curious and followed the sea tribe army. Since then, they quickly conquered the underworld sea with the sea tribe army. It was not until a certain land was included in the map that the residents of the underworld were discovered by the players. After many inquiries and verifications, the players finally confirmed. This vast space called the underworld is the afterlife of the present world. Even the mysterious group of death gods that the sea occasionally heard of had many traces here. Such a conclusion was also on the headlines of various newspapers in the sea at the first time. That's right. People all over the world are paying special attention to Greed Island. They are counting on the players who play Greed Island to reveal more information. At the same time, because of the surprise appearance of the underworld, game cartridges that can log into Greed Island are becoming more and more precious. There are already many nobles and forces in the sea who have offered high prices for unlimited purchases on the taskbar of the Hunter Association. One volume is at least 2 billion Baileys. Some major forces even offer super high prices of tens of billions of Baileys. Such a price. It makes many weak people who hold Greed Island game cartridges in danger. Especially those pirates with weak strength. Even though most of them actually have a bounty of tens of millions of Baileys or even higher, they are already veritable monsters in the eyes of ordinary people. But at the high price of the Greedy Island game cards they hold, countless fanatical hunters have formed groups based on this interest, preparing to hunt this kind of pirates. And some more powerful pirates. In addition to swallowing up their peers. At the same time, they are targeting some weaker guys. For example, wealthy nobles who hold Greedy Island game cartridges and some small countries. Especially the 4 emperors of the New World. Among the 4 emperors, the Golden Lion pirates, the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates began to stir up turmoil. All weak prey will be targeted by them. They are no longer satisfied with just the New World area. They have also extended their hands to the adjacent North Sea. Now it is the most prosperous sea area for pirates except the New World. Even the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are behind the North Sea. Many pirate groups that came to the New World would advance to the North Sea to develop after discovering that the waters in the New World were too deep. And the pirate emperors were also happy to do so. After all, the growth of various forces and the general strengthening of people, crazy squeeze the living space of pirates. If pirates want to maintain their competitiveness, then it is imperative to make the pie bigger. The North Sea is the sea area chosen by the pirate emperors. Now, it is the time when the 4 emperors began to make initial efforts to occupy part of the North Sea. With the actions of the 4 emperors, other forces led by the navy also moved along. For a while, the whole sea was experiencing terrible shocks.